I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In baseball, you just heard the Nationals fell to the Reds 5-0 today. Nick Lodolo with a complete game 4-hit shutout for the Reds. The Nationals still win the series but fall in the finale, losing a chance at a sweep. The Nationals have the day off tomorrow before they begin a 6-game road trip, taking on the Twins for 3 starting on Friday, then Houston for 3 before they're back home on August 1st against the Brewers. Also in baseball today, the Cardinals DFA'd former National Eric Fetty. In the NFL, Commanders training camp, first day of practice got underway today. The first rep of 11 on 11s. You'll love to hear this, Commanders fans. Jaden Daniels found Deebo Samuel for a touchdown on the first rep of 11 on 11. Terry McLaurin still holding out. Jaden Daniels said it's just a business. I don't feel we'll miss a beat when he gets back into camp. Head coach Dan Quinn also left a possibility of Sam Cosmi being ready for week 1 open. He said, quote, "It's on the table for sure. We'll get a better answer on that as we get closer to the end of the preseason." Other news, Chairman Mendelson is close to announcing a deal with the Commanders. It's made some changes in the financial terms from Mayor Bowser's deal and could open the door for a vote within days after public hearings. That from Mark Seagraves of NBC4. Around the NFL, the Giants named Russell Wilson as their starting quarterback today, and Dolphins corner Artie Burns left practice early. He's feared to have a torn ACL. I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update from the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk. I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Good Wednesday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny. It's July 23rd, 2025, and you are listening live to The Fan. We've got Wiz Khalifa tickets for somebody. You better be listening at 5 to win those. Danny, how are you this afternoon?
I am very well, my friend. That was a crisp Nationals game. They should never play day games.
Moved quickly.
Yeah.
Thank God for the pitch clock. We are here. We're going to have 3.5 hours of radio up until 6:30 with you today on The Fan. It's been a busy day for your guy. Went out to training camp this morning. Dan Quinn spoke at 8:30 to get things started. Practice at 9 a.m. under the bright sun, although it was way more comfortable in Ashburn than it typically is in late July, I will say. Probably 10 degrees cooler than it's going to be at some point during camp in the next week or two. But camp practice number 1 in the books, so got some observations we can drop throughout the show on that, having been out there. And then we had Nats postgame moments ago as well. So the old DC double dip today with the Commanders and the Nationals. We'll let you know that you'll hear from new Commander safety Will Harris, who's expected to start opposite Quan Martin in the back end at 3:45 coming up. I caught up with him at training camp. I really like him. As a player, we're going to find out. He's a thumper. He's one of the most physical players in the league. He's known for kind of bringing the wood. And we'll see how he handles being in space as the year goes on. Quan Martin's going to do more of that anyway. He's supposed to be the Jeremy Chin replacement. But you've got to do both anymore.
Yeah.
There's no such thing. When I was a kid, like the free safety was always the guy in coverage. The strong safety was basically an extra linebacker. And it was just, those were the roles. Don't ask the other one to do the other thing. That's not the case anymore. But Will Harris, just from an interview standpoint, I think people will really like him when they hear the conversation. Just a really decent dude who gave great answers. So excited to play that.
That's neat. Yeah, I mean, you could see he sort of fits the bill, right? You want your stars, and you need them, right? They drive the engine. You go as far as Jaden Daniels and McLaurin, who we'll talk about, of course, and some of your other stars are going to take you. But that's what when they talk about the name of the football team and they're identifying players that fit that. That's one of those dudes, I get the sense. Like, they liked him. They know he's going to come in, not take the spotlight, is a worker, will do everything he's asked at all times. Sort of the Jeremy Reeves school of footballing, and it sounds like that's the kind of guy he is.
The other player interview we've got today from training camp that I grabbed after practice is second-year linebacker Jordan McGee, who looked good on the practice field, and I'm going to keep beating this drum. Eventually, I'll be proven loud right or loud wrong. But I think I'm going to be right. I think he's going to play a bunch at linebacker this year. Not only are they going to use 3 linebackers on the field more often, because Frankie Louvu is going to be used as a pass rusher, but I think based on just how he's elevated his game, he is quicker, he is more athletic. He told me he worked on his mobility. You guys will hear the conversation. He can run. He's physical. They really, really liked him. This group drafted him last year in the mid-rounds thinking he could work his way into playing extensively. You still got Bobby Wagner, who's going to play almost every down. You still got Frankie Louvu, who's one of the better players on your defense. More often than not, you use 2 linebackers at a time. But my prediction is a lot of Louvu coming off the edge, a lot of Louvu as a pass rusher. The beneficiary might be Jordan McGee. And so I caught up with him. I had not talked to him since right after he was drafted, I don't think. You and I had him on the show. But you want to talk again about just a good interview, good kid, easy guy to root for. People are going to dig that. You'll hear that conversation at 6 o'clock coming up on The Fan today. So excited about that. And speaking of interviews, Danny, we've got council member Kenya McDuffy stopping by at 5. Big-time news on the stadium front while I was at practice that broke this morning.
It sounds like, and again, I have too much time in and around D.C. This is a very promising step. So Mark Seagrave reports that D.C. Council Chairman Phil Mendelson, who we had on very recently, is basically on the verge of announcing a deal between he and the Commanders with some tweaks to some of the legislation, and there will be a vote happening ASAP. So we'll ask Councilmember McDuffie about that.
Should I be mad at Phil Mendelson, who was on our show yesterday, and I asked him point blank if the Commanders are giving in on any of his demands, and he acted like it was the worst question anyone's ever asked. Mm-hmm. And then today, Mark Seagraves is told that Mendelson's got to deal with the Commanders because they gave in on some of his demands, and that a vote could be coming very soon. He was just on the show yesterday.
He was on the show.
We asked him about this yesterday. I think I should probably not be mad. I'm just going to choose to be very happy. But this sounds like a huge deal.
It's a pretty big step forward, right?
I've been hiding under my bed because there's a bad guy in my house, which is to say that whether it was the president's tweets or the D.C. City Council is the bad guy before that, just not making enough moves, not having enough progress for my excitement, I've been hiding under the bed just waiting for the other shoe to drop that something terrible is going to happen and I'm not going to get my stadium in D.C. This, to me, is the equivalent of now a police officer getting to my home and saying, Grant, it's okay. You can come out now. You can come out now. Now, I'm afraid to come out because it could be a bad guy fooling me. There could be another tweet coming from Trump. He could still slam down his hammer and say this isn't happening. There could be something else that goes down that ends up derailing this whole thing. And as you said, forget the federal involvement. The D.C. City Council's got a pretty good track record of just screwing some things up, too.
This is Washington, D.C. Again, you have eggs. Please don't start counting chickens. This is good. This is a positive development.
But
right?
How should I read this other than it's over, pretty much? That there's a deal in place, and that if you're about to vote, it means you got some yeses. Again, this is the exact tweet. Sources from Mark Seagraves, NBC4. Chairman Mendelson close to announcing a deal with Commanders that's going to change some of the financial terms of Mayor Bowser's original deal, meaning they caved on some of the things and gave in to what the council wanted on some things. Goes on to say, it will open the door for the council to vote within days after the public hearings, which is coming up next week, 28th, 29th. That is an early August vote. If so facto, the vote would be yes, because the terms have changed. That's what this is saying.
That's what it is saying. This is now, but again, you underestimate the D.C. City Council and you underestimate D.C. Everybody's in lockstep, right? It's time to vote. Here comes everyone's paying attention to us now, grandstanding moment from, name that council member. If we're doing this, then I demand this, which was never discussed or something to that effect. Again, it's my Linda Kropp corollary. I don't mean to pick on her. I'm just simply saying that's what happened when Nats Park was about to be announced. Everyone's in agreement, right? Show of hands. I'll say, all right, cool. We'll do the big public thing. And then she made a big, hey, look at me, because she was angling, I think, to run for mayor at some point. Who knows what's the ambitions of some of the folks that are in this room. But yes.
You only need 7, though.
Yeah. This is as promising as you could get.
I already had 4.
In terms of a stadium deal getting done. And it seems like concessions were made. Again, I'm trying to read between the lines here, but one of the big sticking points, I think, for a lot of folks was we understand that the football team is putting up a ton of money, and you should try to get your money back. That's business. That's normal. How can D.C. get 0 tax revenue? There's 0 from the parking structure, 0. You're paying $1 a year in rent for however many years. All the taxes and things aren't going back to us at all. They're going to you. You should get a lion's share. How are we getting nothing? And it seems like now that's changed according to what folks are saying about this.
A lot of this was always there were things they were going to move on pretty clearly. When I talked to the team as recently as a few weeks ago, and I brought up some of the things, just Not like they didn't already know this. They're having a lot of nice dinners and a lot of conversations with the city council. But the conversations we've had, I said, here's a sticking point. They go, yeah, we could probably work something out there. Here's a sticking point. And they go, well, that one we're not as excited to have to move on. Well, what about this? And they went, yeah, we could definitely figure out a way to maybe have some employees there, whatever it might be.
Right.
But we'll get back into the stadium. Kenya McDuffy, who's been a yes on the stadium since day one of the press conference, joins us at 5 o'clock on Grant and Danny. But let's get into football because Dan Quinn was at the mic today. Press conference to kick off training camp. He speaks before practice. This is strategically brilliant. The reason for this could be that his schedule doesn't allow for him to speak after practice. But from a PR standpoint, this is like textbook because he never has to comment on a potential injury at practice, anything that happened at practice until the next day. Whereas a lot of teams, and for years when I covered this club, the coach would talk after practice, and it was just way better for the fans, for the media, for the actual dissemination of information on the team. But he talks, whatever yesterday's news was, gets asked. So today that was Terry McLaurin. And then you're kind of at practice, and you don't get to see him or talk to him again until 24 hours later. But because we had not heard any comments from DQ yet, we got his first public comments on the Terry McLaurin holdout, which officially began today. And this is what the head coach of the Commanders had to say.
No, I certainly don't need to reach out, to anybody else. And it's part of, the business of the NFL. And, I don't judge it or get too worked up about it. I know Adam and his team they're working as hard as they can, with Terry. And so the best thing I can do, honestly, in this space is put all the attention and the focus to go doing we love them. So I know they're working really hard to go do that, but it's part of the business of our league. And this happens on teams all over. And so the longer you've been in it, the more you recognize that's.
So that's a little bit more along the lines of what I wanted to hear from Dan Quinn, from yesterday,
Peters, you mean?
From Peters. And Dan Quinn kind of hit more of the notes. The only thing he didn't do, and I understand strategically why they wouldn't, but he didn't, and Peters didn't, use the certainty that I'm looking for to kind of calm everybody down and say, relax, this is just the business of football. You heard him say that. Every team goes through this with players all the time. You heard him say that. Then the last part would have been, we're going to work this out. He wants to be here. We want him here. He's going to be a Commander for life. RELAX. The last part is what you have not heard. And I can understand why they don't want to go that far. I was just very observant to see if we got that from Adam Peters, and we didn't. But what you didn't get from Peters that you got from Quinn was the idea of how normal this is. I think Peters was careful not to say that because you don't want people to say, well, this isn't a normal situation. This is your franchise player. This is not some defensive end who's a couple of years in or whatever. But Quinn basically said, I think it was just his way of downplaying it. Guys, this is just a negotiation. This is how the sausage gets made. We love him. And Adam's working really hard. As always, I thought he did a nice job with the question.
Agreed. Yeah. And his version of that PR statement that you're talking about, right? To me, I thought it was perfect, except for the thing I'd love to hear is this is done in a matter of seconds, be patient. But you can't really go there. I was looking for that as well. But yeah, this to me is how I feel, right? In general, I'm going, I still am not worked up yet. I know a lot of people are, and I got friends texting, emailing, whatever, saying, I can't believe they're doing this to Terry. It's Terry. It's our special little Terry. And that's kind of the sentiment out there, right? But to me, we're not used to dealing with this. In San Francisco, they have to do it every year, whether it's Trent Williams or Nick Bosa or Brandon Ayuk or Brock Purdy or whoever. They have a lot of guys that are good players that have been in their system and scheme and have to be paid, compensated well because they've performed really well. We're not used to this around here. We've gone a long time between really having to buckle down and do this, and it was Terry that was the most recent time. It's him again. So I think this is different for us, but this to me is just the business of the NFL is happening, and if it goes south and he now starts missing stuff, I'll change my tune, but that kind of Dan Quinn sort of spoke for me, I think, today up there at the podium. Everybody wants the same thing. Terry to play football this year for Washington, and then for some time after. How long? Great question. For how much money? Great question. I think that's why we're here.
Next, Adam Peters says that the Commanders are better than they were a year ago, that the roster is better than it was last season when the team won 12 regular season games. Do we agree with that? Plus, one of the rookies stood out to me today at practice, being out in Ashburn. I'm going to tell you who as soon as we return. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Reds in a chance at a sweep today. They fell 5-0. Nick Lodolo with a great game for the Cincinnati Reds with a complete game 4-hit shutout. The Nationals have the day off tomorrow before they head to Minnesota for the first of 3 on Friday. In the NFL, Commanders training camp got underway today. First day of practice wrapped up. Terry McLaurin still holding out of training camp. Jaden Daniels said, "It's just a business, and I don't feel we'll miss a beat," talking about when he eventually gets that deal done and returns. Head coach Dan Quinn left open the possibility of Sam Cosmi being ready for Week 1. And Chairman Mendelson is close to announcing a deal with the Commanders that could open a door for a vote within days after public hearings, according to Mark Seagraves of NBC4. Around the NFL, the Giants named Russell Wilson as their starting quarterback, and Dolphins corner Artie Burns left practice early. He's feared to have a torn ACL. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is the Fan. We've got Will Harris, the new Commanders safety, joining us at 3:45. Jordan McGee, second-year linebacker, drafted in the 5th round last year. Chance to play a bunch this season defensively if they use Frankie Louvu as a pass rusher more often. He'll be on the show today at 6, and there's some reports circulating that the D.C. City Council and the Commanders may have struck a chord on a deal with some changed terms. Could lead to a vote as soon as the next couple of weeks. Kenya McDuffy, who's been a yes on the stadium all along, is going to stop by. The D.C. Council member is with us at 5 o'clock today. That's when we're giving away Wiz Khalifa tickets. But, Danny, I wanted to get into Adam Peters' comments yesterday. He was asked about the roster, asked to juxtapose what they are as a group right now to 1 year ago at this time, and he thinks the club is better.
I mean, I'd like to think we're better. You know, I would. But really just it was cool to see the players that we hadn't been with last year get so much better and get so much closer last year and work together, and then all the players that we drafted get so much better, and then bringing in a lot of guys from through trades or free agency this year and see how those guys mesh together too. So really like impressed with the job that DQ's done in bringing everybody together. I think that's probably the coolest thing. And from year 0 to year 1 and then year 1 to year 2, continuing that. So I think we have a better roster. That doesn't always mean you're going to have more or less wins, but certainly really excited about the group that we have together, not just the talent, but just the people.
I think that last part's really important.
Yeah.
They can be more talented and not win as many games, just from the sheer standpoint of you play better quarterbacks or you play better offenses, or in this case specifically, your schedule is much harder. You could be the exact same level of talented and have fewer wins. You could be a little more talented and have lesser wins and successes. And so I think that was a good point that he made. But the idea of them being better on paper, they've had a draft class, they've had a free agency, they did lose some key players, John Allen notably on the defensive line among them. But I actually posted this on Twitter, and I asked it just as a yes or no, and we're going to do the same thing today as our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day on the 1067 The Fan Twitter account, so you can go vote. Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long-distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. Do you agree with Peters that the team is better, that the roster is better? 93% of people that voted on my poll said that they're a better team than they were a year ago. 93%.
It's pretty overwhelming. Hard to get people to agree 93% of the time on anything. That's pretty amazing.
I mean, should it be that much of a slam dunk? Is it that obvious?
I don't think so. And they're better in a lot in spots. And I don't know that they're better in other spots. And in fact, they may be worse. So the way I think about building a team is like you're playing a strategy defense game, or like a castle game or chess or something like that. And you allocate resources wherever you are more important. Like it's more important to have a great, offensive line, or in this case, like a great moat, than it is to have like a nice bed sheet in one of the rooms. So like it's better to have a great defensive line than it is to have a great punter. I mean, that sort of stuff, right? The way you allocate your resources. So their most important thing this offseason was to improve the offensive line. You could tell because they did that. They used their first round pick on it. They swung the huge trade for Laramie Tunsil. And all of a sudden, you have 3 guys at new positions right away, and you've upgraded that offensive line massively. That was their biggest order of import. They used huge amounts of their allocated spending, draft picks, et cetera, on that. Then they kind of swapped out things defensively. What I mean is they didn't go big game hunting. They didn't go for a huge name cornerback in the offseason. They got Marshawn Lattimore kind of inherited from last year, but they didn't go big game hunting on a defensive line spot. They didn't use a first-round pick or a second-round pick on a potential star pass rusher or something like that. They kind of swapped out a John Allen for a Javon Kinlaw, and then they swapped out this guy and all of a sudden, I don't know that they're better at, say, safety. I don't know that they're better at defensive line. I don't know that they're better at running back. They're better, I think, at wide out with Deebo Samuel, and presuming Terry McLaurin comes back. That's improved. So his touches that used to be Olamide Zaccheaus's and Jamison Crowder's and De'Ami Brown's are now Deebo Samuel's. I'll take that every time, please, and thank you. Whatever version of Deebo Samuel I get, it's better than what I had. I don't know that they're overall better, though. I think for every +1, you meant maybe -1/2 or -1 in a different spot.
I think there's a lot more areas on the roster when you go through it where they have improved than where they took a step back. So I will say that they're better on paper. Even the subtle things we don't talk a lot about, like being at training camp today, watching Matt Gay kick, and he was perfect. He's an NFL kicker. He's really good. He's been good for many years. I don't think they're going to have a kicking problem all season long. They went through kickers like we changed underwear last year.
They did.
That's not something you think a lot about, but it's pretty important.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be really good at place kicking. You're going to be very good at punting. Long snapping was not an issue last season after they went and actually addressed the position. They didn't do it, by the way, by trading up in the draft, which is an important clarification. Some staffs think that you should trade up in the draft to upgrade at long snapper.
And those staffs are not employed.
But if you go through it, quarterback should be better. I mean, Daniels, year 1 to year 2, there's no reason that he can't be better. I'm not saying he's going to play as well as he did last year. But my big question there is, he played in 17 games last year. You taking that bet right now? I would not. I hope he stays healthy. I hope he plays 14, 15, 16. And it's not, 7, 8, 9 or something like that. Mm-hmm. But one of the biggest stories in training camp last year, this time 1 year ago, was the durability of Jaden Daniels. And he got through a season where he played in every single game. And I think for the most part, people have kind of moved on and feel like that's old news. And, that narrative needs to be washed away. I'm not quite ready to do that. He should have missed 3 weeks to a month with a broken rib. He played through it, didn't play at the normal level, but he played in every single game. But there were times where he got banged up or he took a shot or, that's a blue tent, and maybe you're out for the rest of the game next time. I mean, it's very, very, the margin there is very, very small. But I'll say that at quarterback, theoretically, they're better because I think Josh Johnson, if he's their third QB, is better than Driscoll was. O-line, they're obviously a lot better. Wide receiver, this second, right now, they're way, 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 way worse because there's no Terry McLaurin. But assuming he's under contract, he's going to play. When he shows back up, they're better because of Deebo Samuel. Running back is stagnant. You could make the case maybe is a little bit worse. Chris Rodriguez, by the way, looks very different, has lost a lot of weight. I've always been intrigued by him, but I'm not even sure he makes the team. I think the 7th-round pick that they drafted out of Arizona, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, probably beats out Jeremy McNichols. And I don't know that that's an upgrade for a rookie, but B-Rob is the same guy he was last year. Eckler's a year older and dealt with injuries and concussions. So I don't know that you can tell me running back's better. On the defensive side of the ball, D-line, better at stopping the run. I'm not sure they're better at rushing the passer, though. Linebacker, stagnant at best. Safety, I think, is worse. Corner's probably better. But I said more areas there, plus, not minus. So I will agree with the premise. They're better on paper. But I think the most important thing to point out is last year was kind of a charmed existence. A lot of things went well. You're not replicating last year's turnover margin. You're not replicating last year's 4th down percentages. That's the negative. The positive is they gave up more first downs defensively on penalties than anybody else. That probably won't happen as well. So that's a positive regression that could be coming. But I think it's very, very plausible that they're a more talented team and that 12 wins is still a little bit unrealistic.
Yeah, given, again, we talked about the individual incidents, the Hail Mary, a drop 2-point conversion, Malik Neighbors dropping a pass, the Giants kicker getting hurt, all those fluky things that went in their direction. There were some fluky things that went against them, too, over the course of the year. But I'm saying you add up 3 winning huge moments like that, and it easily can go different. Now you add in a more difficult schedule, et cetera. We also had that sort of luck quantifying matrix that guy came up with. I forget the statistician. I was trying to look that up while you were talking. That sort of, talked about dropped interceptions and a number of things that are more quantifiable that went their way last year. I think regression happens in sports. You're ready for it, though. They're more talented, I think, in some of the important spots. Daniels, year two, hopefully, again, obviously you brought it up, but I think health is always going to be the major question if he's available. And himself, you got a chance against anybody, which is kind of the draw. It's why I love him so much and why I think, for the first time in forever, you actually have a legitimate reason for optimism is the fact that he has descended upon us and he's here. But, yeah, I think what you just said is it's what I'm predicting. Now, again, preseason happens. Who knows how things are going to go. And, you may have a Ron Rivera charmed existence your first year where you're playing Ben DiNucci 7 times somehow. But on paper right now, I think they're going to be a little bit better of a team with a worse record than they had last year.
Here's a two-parter as well. I'm going to give a positive and a negative in this regard in terms of, are the Commanders going to be better than they were last year? It is very possible that the one-year deal veterans that they brought in last season that went really, really well, the old guys that they loved, that didn't get hurt. That was one of the fears going in. Zach Ertz specifically, but Bobby Wagner didn't run into the wall in his case. Well, now you're a year older into your mid-30s. You're 1 year closer to 40 years old in both of those cases. It is possible that happens this year. In other words, all of the things we said last year that we're not saying anymore, right? Like Jaden Daniels as a risk, or, Zach Ertz never plays a full season, and then he did. Or Bobby Wagner is at an age at that position where you start to slow down, and then he didn't. He was a second-team All-Pro, and we all wanted him back. All of that should have happened. That was correct. Bring Ertz back. Bring Wagner back. I like that. Mm-hmm. But I am saying it's not like the things we were saying 1 year ago are not relevant. In some cases, maybe even more relevant now, as Ertz and Wagner are a year older. So there's the possibility that, what if Ertz does miss 9 games? And at tight end now, it is a lot more John Bates and Colson Yankoff or Lawrence Cager, who was at practice today, is all of a sudden on the active roster. The flip side to that, though, so there's your negative. The positive would be, I can make the case that a Ben Sinnott should be a lot better this year. We got Jordan McGee, the linebacker they drafted in the 5th round last year, on the show at 6 o'clock tonight, who I think is going to play a bunch off the ball this season. There's no reason to think that Jordan McGee could not be helpful and a better version of himself this season. You could throw other young guys that didn't do a ton last year, into that conversation, like Luke McCaffrey as well. So maybe that fills in for some of the older players. It's the oldest team in the league, by the way.
Yep.
If Eckler was amazing before the concussions and the injuries, maybe he's a little bit less amazing at the running back position with another year and more injuries under his belt. I don't know. That's all got to be factored in to this football calculator that we're using.
And the a lot of the guys you mentioned, the ascending guys, the younger guys, I just haven't seen it yet. So before I start penciling it in or writing it in pen, going, I predict Ben Sinnott breaks out with 30-some catches or 40 catches, and I have no idea. I have no clue. I would have loved to have seen some more from some of these guys that they're counting on in big roles. And Marshawn Lattimore's another one. I mean, that to me is the kind of fork in the road player where if he's what we saw last year, their secondary, I don't know how much better it is than it was last year when you're trotting out St. Juice and Michael Davis and Igbenogany getting a ton of snaps. If Lattimore's good, then I think that secondary is a lot better.
Let's go to Dez, who's in Waldorf, wants to hop in on Grant and Danny live on the Fan. Day 1 of training camp in the books for Washington. Dez, what do you make of Peters saying that the roster is much better going into this year?
Yo, I'm glad y'all finally got me on. I'm with Adam Peters on everything. What is up with you guys? What's up with all the skepticism? Adam Peters was the guy we wanted as a GM. He come in, he do all good last year. And everything this man say or do, y'all question it. Is Lattimore going to be this? Is Will Harris going to be this? And Jeremy Chan? All these questions. Where's the positivity?
Well, hang on.
We went to the NFC Championship game last year, and we ain't had none of these. All y'all want is names. The Steelers, they never had.
Well, first of all, they have plenty of names, by the way. They just signed a Hall of Famer in Von Miller. They have another Hall of Famer in Bobby Wagner. They've got a guy who was going number 1 in fantasy drafts for years. Hang on. I know, but you said they don't have names or people want names. They signed more names than.
You guys want names.
No.
Every position,
that's not true. I'm going to put you on hold because you won't let me
group.
talk. And unfortunately, it's not the Des and Danny show. So I'll come back to you in just a second because I would like to have a conversation with you. But they've got plenty of names. I don't think the issue is that anybody wants names. In fact, that they've signed.
He was accusing us of only wanting names.
I understand what he's accusing us of. They've signed more old guy names than I would ever sign. That's not the business I would be playing. I would be signing 26-year-old non-names, okay? I wouldn't be in the business of signing 35-year-old guys who have had great careers. So that's certainly not what I'm clamoring for or asking for. But when you say where is the positivity, I started the conversation by saying that I do think they're better and that 93% of people have voted to say that they think they're better as well. The last thing I'll say, and then I'll tag you in, Danny, and we can get back to Dez, is specific to, like, the questioning of things. I think it's very reasonable to ask. Will Harris is not some all-pro safety. He's a guy that the Saints didn't bring back. You're going to hear from him in just a bit on the show. I'm interested in him, but there's no lock that he's going to be a great player. Every GM, the best GMs in the league, swing and miss constantly. The Chiefs brought in Kadarius Toney. It was debacle. They drafted, who's the guy that wears like number 24? Sky Moore or something? It was like the worst wide receiver over the last 5 years in the league. They make mistakes all the time. They're the best run team in the league. So we're trying to sift out what's going to work and what isn't. That's quite literally the gig.
They allowed a lot of yards per rush attempt last year. Is that positive or not positive? That's information. We can't hide from it. You know what I mean? When we say Will Harris is here, this is the track record. Or pick a player. Luke McCaffrey had whatever it was, 19 catches, or maybe it's even less than that. That's information. All we're doing is having conversations like grown-ups. If you want rah-rah cheerleader radio type stuff, sorry. You know what I mean? I don't know how to provide that.
I think there's plenty of that too, by the way, when they win. But anyways, Des, you get the last word, so you feel like they're a lot better.
I was just trying. Y'all didn't even let me finish to get to my whole point of what I was trying to say.
Well, that's why you're on the air now. Go ahead and finish.
What I was trying to say was, bruh, at the end of the day, I just feel like it could be a lot more positivity. And when I listen to y'all every day. I listen to the Junkies. I listen to Lynnell all the way up to 7 o'clock every day, Monday through Friday. Now, only one of y'all that play professional football for the Commanders is B. Mitch. And he the only one that ain't never got a whole bunch of questions. You know what he say every time? You got the football people in the building, so let the football people make the football decisions, and we'll worry about it when the games come. But you know what I'm saying? It's like every day.
Yeah, you don't have to have played for the team, though, to have an informed opinion. I appreciate the phone call.
Let's see what happens when the games play. We got how many more hours do we have left? Should I just do that for 3 more hours today?
You could do that.
Hey,
yeah.
Grant, we will see what happens when the games begin.
800-636-1067. You want to hop in? You're going to hear from one of the new members of this team, Will Harris, who's going to start opposite Quan Martin at safety. The Beltway Blitz comes your way at 4 o'clock. We are blitzing in just over 10 minutes on the Fan. We'll get you all the key stories of the day from all the teams you care about on Grant and Danny. I told you I was out at camp. All of our camp coverage from Ashburn on the Fan is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. The Commanders had a busy offseason. They brought in a bevy of veterans to help upgrade the roster. Javon Kinlaw, Von Miller, Jonathan Jones, Will Harris, Dietrich Wise, Eddie Goldman, Jacob Martin, all on the defensive side of the ball. And it was Harris, the safety, formerly of the New Orleans Saints, who I caught up with after practice today to talk about his first workout on the field in camp with his brand new team.
Kind of like back to school day, first day here with the new organization at training camp. How did everything go?
Oh, it went amazing. You know, it's always good to get back on the grass with the guys, get back to playing football, you know what I mean? Had a good break, you know, came in here during OTAs, competed, and excited to get back out here and continue that and lean into that standard that we have here and continue to build that every day.
When you hit the market this offseason, what kind of things were you looking for in a new team, and how did Washington separate themselves?
You know, to be honest, man, I was attracted here, man, from the beginning. Man, I love, like I said, you know, the standard that we have here, the things that we, that we kind of lean into here, the way guys play for each other here, you know, that love in the building, like everything. You know what I mean? It was a perfect fit, and I wish, you know, it would have happened. You know, it would have happened soon. You know, this culture that we have here, you can't fake that. You can't duplicate that. You know what I mean? So I'm blessed, you know, for the opportunity to be here, and I'm excited to get this team, you know, everything I have.
Was that something you noticed from afar, like in the conference? You guys played them obviously in New Orleans last year. You know that now from being here, but could you tell just from playing against them?
100%. I mean, that's something, like I said, you can't fake that. So, you know, even on game day on the field, that's something that you could, you know, that's tangible. You could see it, you could feel it, you know, you could hear it, you know, guys communicating, guys barking left and right, you know, guys playing with passion, guys playing with that dog, and you know what I mean? And so, and most importantly, guys playing for each other, like, you know, after great plays, after not so great plays. I mean, guys rally around each other, you know, more than I've ever seen, you know, before. So I'm lucky and I'm very blessed, beyond blessed to be a part of this.
New commander safety Will Harris here on Grant and Danny. Obviously the safety positions changed so much over the years that you guys now do a little bit of both. I'm old enough to remember when you were a strong safety or a free safety, right?
No doubt.
But with you and Quan, how do you kind of see the tandem working, and how do you guys play off each other with your skill sets?
Right. I mean, it's it's amazing because, you know, the coaches do a great job of putting us, in good positions. You know, whatever they need from us, you know, we're down to do. You know, every guy in this building, you know, in the DB room, I can speak for. You know, every guy's willing to do the task. You know, whatever that may be. It's our job to come out here and give it 100% in the work and the grind and the study, and then we take the guidance from, you know, the coaches and the game plan and run with it. And it's fun, man, being out there with, you know, with the guys. So
you're known as one of the more physical players in the league at your position, in an era where contact is frowned upon in some ways. How do you go about that being your image and also towing that line?
Well, I think it's all about, you know, technique. It's all about proper technique. If you have your technique in line, you know, you guys stay, especially now more than ever, you guys stay cognizant of that for, you know, everyone else's safety and also my safety, you know, making sure that you're playing with proper technique, keeping your head up, keeping your head out of the tackle. But, you know, at the end of the day, man, we got pads on. This is what we sign up for. You know what I mean? It's a physical game. It's a grueling game. And, you know, that's the part I love about it the most. You know what I mean? You can't fake that either. So as long as football still got pads, man, you're going to hear them from me. So as long as we got pads on, man, we clacking, man. That's all I know. So I'm excited about that.
Lastly, fans getting to know you a little bit for the first time. I'm going to just go rapid fire with some get-to-know-you questions here for our listeners. Favorite food, like, you know, last meal type food.
Ooh wee. I'm gonna have to go a good steak. Yeah. For sure.
Last show or movie that you binged?
Ooh, Squid Games was crazy. Yeah. That was a crazy one. I got through that one in like a day.
Who's your actor of choice?
Oh man. Tom Hardy. I like Tom Hardy. Yeah,
so
he's
good.
Yeah.
Have you seen Lawless? I think it was called, where the old bootleggers. He's fighting dudes?
Yeah, no, I haven't seen that. But one of my favorite movies, he had a movie where he was playing himself. Like, he was playing like twin brothers with himself. I forgot what that movie was called, but it was.
Michael B. Jordan just did that too.
Yeah, exactly. And Sinners was a great movie too.
That was good.
Watch that. That was an amazing one.
If you could take a skill set from another player in the league or part of their game, what would you take?
Ooh, man, I would take, man, I would. I plan to do this. I want to take some of these pass rush moves off some of these guys up here, man. It look cool, man. These dudes, especially, you got all these guys in front of me, man. They're technicians in the pass rush. And, I got my stuff, I got my tools, but it would be cool to, be able to get on them bags with them guys and do what they do. So, but definitely gonna be working on that too, just because it's just good, good to train.
Appreciate you. Welcome to DC.
No doubt. I appreciate it.
Put that Will Harris answer about as long as we got these pads on, they're going to be popping. Hang that in the Louvre for me. I loved that. I like his makeup, his personality. I'm excited about what he's going to bring physically to the back end of the defense. My questions are just based on talking to all the Saints reporters we had on. What kind of cover option is he going to be? How will he do in space when that happens? But when you bring him down in the box, I think you're going to feel him.
That's the idea, right? I don't know that you replicate all the playmaking that Jeremy Chin had without starting to pay a pretty penny for that. They've shown they don't really want to do that at the safety spot, right? Whether it was letting Cam Kroll walk or letting Chin go after successful runs for both of those guys. He's here basically to be a linebacker and a half. Like, he's coming downhill. He's there to hit. If you're an offensive mind, you're going to try to expose him in coverage a little bit, but, it's up to Witt and Quinn and company not to allow that to happen.
Terry McLaurin's holdout is one practice in the books at this point. 1 day old, day 2 tomorrow. No signs of him changing his mind or showing up. Did you see there was a picture of him in Ashburn today doing yoga?
A post-yoga glow on Terry McLaurin.
That's right.
Yeah.
That'll be covered in our Beltway Blitz. And next hour, we'll talk about whether or not the team should actually consider trading McLaurin at some point if this holdout continues. I don't think this is in the next week or 2 or even 3. But if we're closing in on the end of August, maybe the beginning of the season, and this holdout's still going, worst case scenario, I'm not banking on that, but if that happens, should they actually consider trading him, or is he just too valuable? You force him to show up and play begrudgingly. We'll get into that next hour right here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Melwood. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Reds today, 5-0. Nick Lodolo with a complete game 4-hit shutout for Cincinnati. Nationals had a chance at the sweep. They come up short. They have the day off tomorrow before they begin a 3-game series in Minnesota on Friday. In the NFL, Commanders training camp got underway today, the first day of practice. First rep of 11 on 11, Jaden Daniels hit Deebo Samuel on a slot fade route for a touchdown. Jaden Daniels looking sharp once again at camp. Terry McLaurin holding out of training camp. Jaden said, "It's just business, and I don't feel we'll miss a beat once he returns to camp." Head coach Dan Quinn also left open the possibility of Sam Cosmi being ready for week 1, saying, "It's on the table for sure. We'll get a better answer on that as we get closer to the end of the preseason." Other news in the NFL, Chairman Mendelson is close to announcing a deal with the Commanders, which would make some changes in the financial terms from Mayor Bowser's deal and could open the door for a vote within days after public hearings, that according to Mark Seagraves of NBC4. The Giants are naming Russell Wilson as their starting quarterback, and Dolphins corner Artie Burns left practice early, feared to have a torn ACL. Cardinals first-round pick, defensive tackle Walter Nolan, injured his calf. He's going to miss some time, and it's unclear if it will extend into the regular season. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
This here radio program is brought to you by our friends, the law firm Condori and Murad. They can help you with drafting a last will and testament or setting up a living trust. They'll put together a medical power of attorney. They'll schedule a free consultation for you with attorneys today. All you got to do is go to kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you to get a discount. That is kmlawyers.com. Beltway Blitz every day at 4. Teams in town you care the most about, the things in sports that are on your radar. We're going to cover the Nats, the NFL, and the Commanders on day 1 of training camp. All coming up, jammed into this segment. Let's get it started. Bobby Blanco of MASNsports.com. Himself, 4 fewer hits today than the Washington Nationals in 30 at-bats. Bobby, they were blanked by Nick Lodolo. That was an ugly offensive performance, eh?
Yeah, it wasn't a great day at the yard for the old local ball club. Surprised you guys wanted to talk about the ball club with training camp opening today. But Nick Lodolo throws a complete game shutout. The Nats only managed 4 hits, like you said, drew 0 walks, obviously scored 0 runs, and struck out 8 times against him, a guy that they hit around just 2 months ago back in Cincinnati. So he came back with a vengeance. My colleague at Masson, Mark Zuckerman, tweeted out that there have been 10 complete game shutouts pitched by pitchers this year. 3 have come against the Nationals, joining Eric Fetty back in his return to Nationals Park back in May. By the way, he was DFA'd by the Cardinals today with an ERA over 5. And then David Peterson did for the Mets in June. So, yeah, tough go for the Nationals. And it was a shame because Michael Soroka actually pitched pretty well. He kept them in the game. They had a chance to sweep the Reds. But they'll take a series win to Minnesota, enjoy the off day tomorrow, and go back at it on Friday against the Twins.
Yeah, Bobby, Seinfeld-style question. What's the deal with Michael Soroka? 2 more hit batters today, so now he's more than tripled over the next contender in terms of the team lead. But even still, has he's pitched better than the stats would indicate, but also his velocity was down today, and it's kind of been trending down here of late, but everyone's telling me it's fine. Like, this is such a strange season, and if they were, more competitive, I think we'd take greater note of it at 20-some under, but it's bizarre to me that he's still effective, but like not as effective, but he's kind of effective, but he hits too many hitters. I don't even know what to make of it.
Yeah, he actually hit 3 guys today. He hit 1 guy twice, so 3 hit batters this afternoon and
so
a couple
13
of
now,
walks. Yeah, so that's how they ended up scoring the 1 run against him. They weren't really hitting him hard, and he struck out 6. But the velocity, he mentioned that too. It's been down for a couple of starts. He's still trying to figure out why. He didn't have an exact reason as to why he thinks it's been down. He's trying to get it back, but he said he's learning to pitch without it, and the results, like you mentioned, are kind of underlyingly there. I think if scouts are looking at him for the trade deadline looming next week, people might say he's actually pitching better than some of his overlying numbers say. He'll get 1 more start against the Astros next week before the deadline. If he gets another strong outing, I would imagine a team may try to take a flyer on him ahead of the deadline.
Especially as a reliever, because he's been really good for 4 or 5 innings at a time generally. Bobby, thank you. We appreciate you.
Yeah, boys, thanks.
You got it. Absolutely. Bobby Blanco of Masson Sports. Let's talk football. Before we go NFL abroad outside of D.C. with PJ Glasser, who joins us from BetMGM Network, I want to actually start locally, get a little national perspective. How surprised are you that Terry McLaurin and the Commanders are still at odds and he's not in camp, just based on the way his career has gone as the ultimate anti-diva at wide receiver?
I'm surprised. I mean, Terry has obviously been there through all those quarterbacks, and now he finally has one, and he was great last season with Jaden. You would think they would pay him and get that fixed. So from obviously like an outside perspective, I'm pretty surprised they haven't struck up a deal yet.
What do you think it's like to be a Bengals fan?
It's probably pretty tough. They obviously have never won a Super Bowl. I think it's tough now because of the division that they're in. They've had to look up at the Ravens and the Steelers for so long as those teams have kind of run the division, and now they have one of the top quarterbacks, and it doesn't feel like they're doing everything they can to try and get them back to the Super Bowl.
One of the teams that has surprised me the most looking at odds, projected win total or the chances to win the division, people are still very high on the San Francisco 49ers. After an offseason of turmoil, mostly, but Jawan Jennings, who wants a new contract, says he might hold out, actually went to practice today in full, so I guess he's not holding out, but he is providing more headlines, and there's acrimony there. What do you think of San Francisco in the NFC West?
I'm not as high on them as most people are, Grant, but I can see why people like them. On paper, they might have the easiest schedule in the league this year. They play the AFC South and the NFC South, so you're getting arguably the two worst divisions. McCaffrey, you hope, is back and healthy and ready to go. Another year of Purdy in the Shanahan system. And then I think Saleh being back as the DC has a lot of people excited too. So they had a lot of moving parts, especially to the defensive side of the ball. But I think, the injuries caught up with them last year. People are expecting them to bounce back, and the schedule is just really favorable that people can see them getting them a high seed in the NFC and then try and get themselves back to the Super Bowl.
Does Bryce Young have an actual good season, not just, oh, good for you, there, that wasn't terrible? And are the Panthers frisky?
To me, Bryce Young's trajectory reminds me a little bit of Trevor Lawrence. Number 1 pick, rocky rookie year, second year you come in, have that great second half, and then you come into year 3, and everybody was excited about Trevor and the Jags, and obviously they fell back down. I kind of fear that a little bit with Carolina, that Bryce is going to fall back down a little bit. Now, there were a lot of things to like that they did, and they get McMillan at number 8. Canales is an offensive guy. But I'm more so on the side where I think Bryce is going to regress a little bit more. We kind of see in between of the guy he was as a rookie and the upside that we saw the second half of last year.
Dave Canales as your coach, very, very different than Urban Meyer.
Yeah, that's true.
As your coach, so he's got
one's
that
better
going
than the other, I'd say.
For him,
That's
I
true.
suppose. George Pickens in Dallas. I saw a quote from Brian Schottenheimer today saying he's got uncanny instincts. They're doing everything they can to build him up. Bit of a head case, like one of these guys that when he checks out, it's bad for everybody. How is that marriage going to go with him as the number 2 to CeeDee Lamb? What do you make of the Micah Parsons negotiation that's still ongoing? He had an impromptu press conference of his own where the team didn't plan on him being at the podium, and he kind of went over to reporters and said, hey, I'm happy to talk if you guys want to talk about my contract.
I'm actually pretty high on Dallas this season, fellas. I mean, look, Dak, you say what you want about him in the playoffs. We know he struggles. But in the regular season, he puts up numbers, and he was in the MVP conversation a couple years ago. They get Pickens, as you mentioned, to go along with Lamb. And Schottenheimer, we'll all wait and see what he's like as a head coach. But they're going to throw the ball a lot. I think they're going to put up a lot of points. And, because of that, if they put up points, they're up in some of these games. Parsons and the defense they're going to have opportunity to get after the quarterback. Jerry usually takes care of his top guys. He's obviously paid Lamb. He's paid Dak. I think they get a deal done with Parsons. But I do like Dallas as a potential playoff team this year. I think they can get in the NFC.
So does that mean then that you think Washington falls to 3rd, or do you think 3 teams get in?
I think 3 teams get in this year, the NFC East.
This year's NFC North, yeah. Mm-hmm. I've been burned by the Colts for the last couple of years, where I like this roster a lot, and I'm intrigued. I guess 9-8 wasn't terrible a couple seasons ago, but this whole Richardson, now it's Jones, but it might be Richardson at some point. Who knows? That division, I don't know how great Houston is. It's the NFC South and the AFC South both kind of stink. Is there a chance that the Colts surprise some people this year? I've liked that roster for a couple of years.
So, Danny, I'll tell you guys know I'm obviously in the betting space. The bet I love is Shane Steichen, Coach of the Year, for everything that you're saying, how wide open the AFC South is, but obviously with the Irsay narrative, and if they make it work at quarterback, I think he's going to get a ton of sympathy. People are going to fall in love with it. So I love him Coach of the Year. As for the team itself, I still do like Houston the best. I think Tennessee's interesting. With how Stroud and Jaden have performed as rookies, maybe Cam Ward continues that and he's really good and Tennessee wins a lot of games. I do think, though, the Texans still win that division. I would more so be on the downside with Indy.
Giants named Russell Wilson their starting quarterback on day one of training camp today. Don't know how surprising that was, but when do you think we see Jackson Dart? And does Brian Daboll make it through the whole season?
I think he does make it through the whole season. I think we see Dart at some point, probably like week 11, week 12. Russell play, probably the first 6-7 games of the season. Then maybe they give Jameis an opportunity. But obviously Daboll, the GM, I mean, they're on the hot seat. They got to make it work. So we will see Dart at some point. I would probably expect week 11, week 12.
Did Miami miss their window?
They did. They did. Fellas, I think Miami's got blow-up potential. Like, potential to be like one of the worst 3 teams in the league. I've never been a McDaniel guy. Obviously, people fall in love with the quirkiness and kind of his personality. But as a head coach, they don't beat good teams. I mean, Miami, you want to bet on them when they're at home playing teams that they're better on. But when they play the Ravens, the Bills, the Chiefs, even teams that are kind of like similar to them, they can't beat any of those teams. I think Miami's got a chance to be really bad this year.
So who are those teams? When you say bottom of the bucket, bottom 3 or 4, who else is in that group for you?
Certainly the Giants, the Browns. The Saints are going to be really bad. Everybody, it feels like, think the Saints are going to be the worst team in the league. I think they'll probably be like the 4th or 5th worst. I think probably the Browns are going to be the worst team in football, though.
Yeah, I actually had, remember Nick Wilson, our buddy that does radio in Cleveland? Mm-hmm. He texted me today, and they're doing something for their show. And he's like, 5.5 win over under. We're just polling a bunch of media people. Uh-huh. And I went under. I said, I can't see them winning 6 games this year. Now, that's not a lot. I mean, it's hard to go 4-13. Let's face it.
They can find a way.
But I think they're going to find a way.
I would agree. They won, 3-4 games last year? So, something like that. They had the number 2 pick, and then they traded with Jacksonville. So Flacco's starting the season as quarterback. Their defense will be okay, but their offense isn't going to score many points.
PJ, thank you, buddy. Good to see you.
Appreciate you guys.
Absolutely. PJ Glasser, you can listen to him, remember, on the BetMGM network. They're downstairs. They have a very nice, pristine studio. I see it through the window sometimes when I'm walking on the street.
Yeah, when you walk past, right? It looks very nice.
Absolutely. Good catching up, brother.
Hit that local 53 sounder, Darris. Our guy Liam Griffin covers the team. That's why he's going to talk about the team. What was the vibe today at practice? No Terry McLaurin, obviously, but what kind of work got done?
So it didn't really seem like the players on the field were that worried about a contract holdout. Obviously, they want their guy to get paid, but a lot of individual work, a lot of revving up to get started on the season with drills within position groups, and then a little bit of red zone group with everyone's been talking about that Jaden Daniels pass to Deebo Samuel first snap of training camp, and that's why that guy gets all the media highlights all the time in the spotlight.
Liam, I've tried my best today to kind of shape the show in a way where we're not just talking about Terry constantly. We're actually going to do our first McLaurin topic coming up this hour. We've been on for over an hour. And the reason I did that is, number one, to give people a little change of pace. It's day one of camp. Let's just talk football. But it goes without saying, this is the story. Respectfully to, running around in shorts today, nothing that happened on the field is half as important as whether or not McLaurin and this team can get on the same page. Would you disagree with any of that?
No, not even a little bit. Like the story that I have in the paper tomorrow morning is going to be about, all right, Terry's still not there. What does that mean for everybody else? What does that mean for the 12 receivers that they have on the roster who are going to be fighting for 6 or 7 spots? And when you look at the success of this season, they're going to tell you training camp's important. And it's important to get started on the right foot. But none of that is as important as having your top wide receiver on the field by week 1.
Are you surprised that they made the choice to allow this to be the story?
A little bit. I think that they've been so conscious as an organization, from Josh Harris all the way down, been so conscious of their image over the past 18 months or so in particular about doing things in the right way and trying to maintain that balance with a fan base that has obviously been through, the ringer over the past 25 years. But I also think that, especially Adam Peters, they're not going to just give away money. Like, they're still going to try to do things smart. And if they don't think someone is worth a certain contract, then they're not going to give it to them, even if it's a guy like Terry, who's been, the face of the franchise and a voice in that locker room.
Liam, how in flux is that right guard spot? The incumbent is Sam Cosmi, obviously dealing with an injury, and he's trying to, work his way back. I don't know how fair it is to expect him just to be Sam Cosmi the instant he's eligible to return. So what do we think about that right guard spot? Kind of an under-talked about part of this team.
Yeah, the right guard spot is a really interesting position, and I don't know if you guys had mentioned it yet, but Dan Quinn today said that they're not ruling out Sam Cosmi for week 1, which I think is a little bit crazy. I think week 3 or 4, somewhere, I think that first month of the season is a reasonable expectation. We saw him working out today, but you're also going to have Brandon Coleman kick inside, whether that's at left guard or right guard kind of remains to be seen. But then you also have Allegretti, who held up well. I think those are going to be the 3 names to watch. I wouldn't be surprised if all 3 of those guys end up taking snaps at right guard for the Commanders at some point this season. And then you're going to have that same kind of fluctuations on the tackle position on the right side, too. Andrew Wiley took the first snaps at right tackle today, but that's going to be Josh Connerly's job at some point this season. I think it's just a matter of when.
I find the running back competition really interesting. We know Brian Robinson and Austin Eckler will be RBs 1 and 2 in some order, depending on down and distance and sequence. But behind that, I think it's fascinating. Jeremy McNichols was productive last year. They just drafted Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt in the 7th round. Every time Chris Rodriguez gets a chance, he balls out, and you can make the case as a similar Brian Robinson type figure. He's actually been more efficient. He's lost a bunch of weight from what I saw today, but he looks like he's on the outside looking in just based on paper roster. How do you see that playing out?
Yeah, I think that's going to be interesting to see really what guys can contribute on special teams. And that's why I think Jeremy McNichols is always going to have a little bit of a leg up just because of the versatility that he offers as a veteran at that position. He returned some kicks last year. He can catch passes out the backfield. He can block. He can, take runs up the gut. But Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt is someone who I think was just such incredible value in the 7th round. And I know fans are already falling in love with him, but just watching him today running drills with the running backs, his quick twitch ability and his ability to make a cut and get upfield just in the snap of a finger was really impressive. And I think that's something that's going to translate really quickly. And when you look at running backs in the NFL, youth matters when you're talking about paying running backs and getting playing time. I think Jeremy McNichols has that versatility, but he could be on the way out. And Chris Rodriguez, like you said, is just a guy who always performs when he's given an opportunity. It's just, there's only so many snaps to go around.
Liam, thank you as always, buddy.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
Liam Griffin, check him out in the Washington Times. Kenya McDuffy, D.C. City Council member, is going to join us at 5. That's when we're giving away Wiz Khalifa tickets right at the start of that segment. Could be headed towards some big news on the stadium front. It certainly sounds positive based on the NBC4 report today that Phil Mendelssohn and the team may be coming together on a deal with slightly changed terms from the ones that we originally saw the mayor bring forth. But next, I want to talk Terry McLaurin. We really haven't gotten into the holdout today. If, in fact, this lingers for an extended period of time in training camp, would you ever get to a point where you'd be willing to talk about a trade? And what is the threshold for that? It's got to be far away. But when would that be on the table? When would it be reasonable to start even having that conversation? That's next on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. I love Ted Britt Ford. My car downstairs charging right now on somebody else's dime. I love the deal I got from Ted Britt Ford on my Mach-E. You can get some great deals as well. How about a new 2024 Ford F-150 Super Duty from Ted Britt, the F-150 HQ? $24,000 off the MSRP and no payments for 90 days. Almost $20,000 off a new Ford F-150 XLT, again, plus no payments for 90 days. How about a new Bronco from Ted Britt Ford? Score over $3,500 off a new 2024 Bronco Wildtrak with no payments again for 90 days. You see these deals are unbelievable. There's even more just like this. Now's a great time to go buy. I'm telling you, when you go to Ted Britt Ford, you'll get the best buying experience you've ever had. It's what's happened to me multiple times over. Plus, when you buy from them, peace of mind for life because of Ted Britt for life. When you buy from Ted Britt, you get Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage with every new and pre-owned vehicle with less than 100,000 miles. They want to take care of you. Go see them at Ted Britt Ford and please let them.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is driven by Oarsman, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Alexandria. Let's ride together. In baseball earlier today, Nationals fell to the Reds 5-0. Nick Lodolo with a complete game 4-hit shutout. The Nats will have the day off tomorrow before they take on the Twins in Minnesota for 3 starting on Friday. NFL Commanders training camp started today, first day of practice. Terry McLaurin holding out. Jaden Daniels said it's just business, and I don't feel we'll miss a beat talking about when he eventually gets the deal done. Head coach Dan Quinn also left the possibility of Sam Cosmi being ready for Week 1 open. Chairman Mendelson is close to announcing a deal with the Commanders. He made some changes in financial terms from Mayor Bowser's deal, but it could open the door for a vote within days after public hearings. That from Mark Seagraves of NBC4. Also in the NFL, the Giants named Russell Wilson as their starting quarterback. Oarsman, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new vehicles, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge with up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Alexandria, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
No, I certainly don't need to reach out. I mean, to anybody else, and it's part of the business of the NFL, and I don't judge it or get too worked up about it. I know Adam and his team they're working as hard as they can, with Terry, and so the best thing I can do, honestly, in this space is put all the attention and the focus to go doing what we love them. So I know they're working really hard to go do that, but it's part of the business of our league, and this happens on teams all over, and so the longer you've been in it, the more you recognize
That is Dan Quinn, the head coach of the Washington Commanders. Today, talking Terry McLaurin, his first public comments about the McLaurin holdout. I'll get back to that in just a second. Danny, have you seen the video of the Cleveland Browns unveiling their new helmet today?
No, I just saw the pictures of the new helmet or the new uniform, whatever.
Funny. So the Browns unfurl what is this giant, I'm imagining from here, it's like a big inflatable helmet from as far away as the camera is that I'm looking at. It looks like a giant inflatable helmet. But they did it I just can't watch this without laughing. They did it on a barge. I'm going to show you the video in a second.
Okay.
Okay, and it looks like it's like a stationary dock or something like that. Why it's in the water, I don't know.
It's right there. I mean, you can't avoid the water in Cleveland. It's right there.
Yes, but this is not like on the side of the water on land. This is in the water on a little island dock that they are on for this unveiling of this helmet, okay? So it's a huge inflatable helmet. By the way, I think it looks terrible. What do you think of that helmet? It's an ugly, terrible colored brown with like an orange stripe. I think it's an awful looking helmet.
I don't mind it as much. Again, I just hate the constant uniform changing. Keep it, please, unless it's going back to the thing that I liked when I was lied to. Talking about Washington's, but I actually don't find that one offensive. I kind of like the brown with a little orange in there.
So here's what's funny though. So there's several camera people and like folks that work for the Browns that have to take what is this giant orange tarp off of this helmet to unveil it. Okay, think about like pulling the tarp off of a car. So they're pulling this tarp off of this gigantic helmet that's the size of a small building. And the camera guy who's like backing up to shoot it and get the good footage of it falls off of this little dock into the water.
Come on.
It's so funny.
Come on.
So I'm sitting here watching it. He just runs out of room, and this poor guy just falls right in the water. It's unbelievable. So watch this video here.
Okay. So big giant helmet. He's off to the right as from left to right across your radio
right
dial.
Corner.
And he's trying to get the whole. Oh my God.
Dude, the Browns, man.
He's clearly backing up to try to get the full thing in view.
Right, because it's a giant helmet and
it's a
he's
big
3
helmet,
feet away.
And he's up close. The barge ain't that big. And he takes a step back, and there's nothing to step to except for water. The dude fell in the lake.
I just got a text from my wife. Very rare that my wife
responded to you in any way during the day?
Communicates with me.
How about that?
How about that?
Everything's coming up pulsing. Look at this.
She said, and I quote, "This Terry McLaurin stuff is stressing me out." That's what she said.
Wow.
Someone tell Adam Peters he could take. Let me make sure this is okay. Yep. Someone tell Adam Peters he could take a lot off my plate if he would. Yeah, if he would just pay him.
It would? I feel like there's a lot on the plate right now at the Pulse
Apparently, the fourth baby's not stressing her out.
Yeah, we're going through it too. We've only got 3.
The not sleeping at night, not the problem.
Yeah.
Right? The every 2 hours the baby needs you to eat, that's not the issue.
It's this Terry thing?
The Terry McLaurin situation. But I would say to her, and this is like a good moment to think about that we've got, people listening whose emotions are on the line in some ways. I really don't think it's time to be overly stressed. This is acrimonious, and it has gotten bad. There's no doubt about that.
Yep.
It's not good when your most popular player and most beloved player on the team, not named Jaden Daniels, is angry at you, and you're not giving him what he thinks he's worth, and he says he's been devalued and is disrespected and feels like he's been slapped in the face. None of that is fun. But we're not at a point yet where life without Terry McLaurin is imminent. It's way, way, way more likely that he signs tomorrow than that he doesn't sign at all. And I would still say, I don't know where you're at on this, like an 85, 90% chance that a deal gets done at some point during training camp, in my opinion, and that this ends with a press conference where they all act like nothing happened. Because that's how this ends, by the way. When a guy gets a deal, we don't talk about how bad the drive was, or the time you bumped into the mailbox, or the fact that you scuffed yourself on the car next door. Once you park the car, you just get out and you go inside of the restaurant. How you got there doesn't matter anymore. They're all going to be high-fiving and hugging, and it was just business, and they all love each other again. And Terry and Adam Peters are going to be locked in arms, skipping through the park, two best friends that anyone could ever have, right? I still think we're getting there. So I don't actually think anyone should really be stressing or losing sleep over this just yet.
That's where I'm at.
But I do think it's perfectly reasonable if you're frustrated with the front office for the first time in a couple years. I get that. I think if you're annoyed by Terry's actions, I don't see that quite as much because I think it's business and he's kind of doing exactly what he should do. He deserves to be paid. But if you're unhappy and nervous, understood.
That you just mentioned something that I kind of want to put a pin in because I don't think it's right now. But I said this earlier of doing our hit that we do, each of us with Derek Forrest, DC News Now. And I said there's going to be a time where I'm very empathetic towards Terry McLaurin or any player that wants to get paid as much as possible in this short window sport where the average career lasts around 3 years. If you got a chance to bite at the apple a couple times, you take it.
You're empathetic. You just don't believe in giving a guy market value necessarily at his age. Is what you said yesterday.
Yeah, but again, I'm not angry at him. I guess that's all I'm talking about at this point. I'm not going, damn it, Terry, you're screwing us. Like some people go, you're under contract. That's the job. I am nowhere near there. There's going to be a point though where that might turn for me. I don't know when that is. It's not now, certainly. But if we're missing preseason games, and now it's like, okay, actually, I need you out on the field because it's important.
Toward Terry or toward the team?
Towards Terry, where I'm going, hey, you've said your piece, you've done your thing,
But you'll never turn on the team.
If something comes out that's nefarious and awful, then maybe. But I mean, the way things are going, there's going to be a time where, okay, dude, you made your point. You're under contract for this year.
The only
this year matters
we
to
have
me.
so far is that they are not offering him market value. Yet and still, your issue is more with Terry than the team.
No, I'm gonna try to say it again. I currently have no issue.
Okay.
There might be a time if we miss 2 preseason games, and this is still he's posting pictures from a yacht off of Key West. And he's not anywhere close by or something like that.
He didn't do the Trey Hendrickson troll job.
I'm not saying he did, but if in 3 weeks, that's where he is.
I don't think he's going.
I don't either. I'm simply saying there might be a time where I kind of go, okay, that's enough, Terry.
So, but going back to my
turns.
point,
Yeah.
You don't like the word issue. That's fine. You are more on his side than the team's. Excuse me, vice versa. You're more on the team side than his very, very loudly over the last several days.
Yeah, I would say so.
Even though the only information we have right now, and it could be wrong, it's one guy's report, but that information is that the offer is not market value. That essentially the team is further off than Terry McLaurin is financially in this negotiation. But that does not change how you feel. And for you, it's an age thing. And essentially, to put words in your mouth, you're saying, I'm never going to pay that kind of money for a guy at his age, basically. Like the fact that you've been the man for me for a long time is irrelevant.
That's a fraction of my view, but that's certainly part of it.
Those are things you've said.
Yeah, that's part of it.
Yeah. And what is the rest of it?
The rest of it is they have so much advantage in negotiations and the way the CBA is that I understand why they're playing hardball. Like their evaluation, they're not in the business of overpaying this guy because I know he's special. Well, the next guy's going, well, I'm 84% as special as Terry, so now I get extra. Then all of a sudden, you become the organization that overpays.
Well,
I understand this one's special and this one's different to everybody, but it doesn't seem to be to them.
Yeah, my fear is not becoming the organization that overpays. My fear would be becoming the organization that doesn't get viewed around the league as taking care of your guys. The Nationals have become that organization, right? This is very different. It's a salary cap league, but they have the money right now that they need to pay him. They have a great salary cap situation. They don't have a quarterback to pay at this moment. And while you might have to overpay a little bit from what you'd like to take care of the guy that has done more for you and waded through the 500 feet Andy Dufresne style, they're going, we could, but we're not going to. This is the first time this has happened. So 100% of the time, this will have been how they negotiated with their own guys when it was time to take care of their own guys. And so my fear would just be, like, there's a 100% chance in the locker room. Jaden Daniels today said, I'm talking to Terry every single day. Terry at Eastern Motors last week said, I'm talking to players all the time. They agree with me. They're on my side. Not saying they're anti-team, but his point was they all know what I'm doing and why I'm doing this.
Sure.
I promise you they'll take his side over the front office's side. You know, it's not like we're walking around here and talking about our contracts and everyone's like, I think Odyssey's right. I like that they're not. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, of course.
Of course they're going to be on the same side. So that stuff adds up pretty quickly. And that's just in your own locker room, let alone outside with agents talking and players talking. So, like, would I rather be the team that overpays every now and then or the team that is known as not taking care of their guys? Give me the A, not B every single time on like a binary. But sidetracked a little bit from kind of where we wanted to be here, which is, I guess, related to some extent what you said. There's a moment in this whole thing where your feelings toward McLaurin could change from, man, I feel bad for this guy, to like, you know what? You could go play somewhere else. What I want to know is, how long does this have to go on before the possibility of a trade actually should be a discussion? Like, I think anybody talking about that yet is putting the cart before the horse.
Agreed.
You're reading the last chapter before you started the book. It's just not necessary. We're not there yet. Terry could come out tomorrow and demand a trade, and now it's time. But he had the chance to do that at Eastern Motors, and he said, I haven't really thought about that. He and his agent, I'm sure, went over that. Should we demand a trade? If this is going to come up in this press conference, do you want to be traded? How do we want to answer that? They neglected to force the hand and to ask for a trade, yeah? So what is the line in the sand on when a trade becomes something we should even have on the table here or consider?
So for me, it's not till this next offseason. There's no plan B. Had they gotten a plan B? Has there another option internally that could come close to that production? Had they drafted somebody early? With all due respect to Jalen Lane, I'm intrigued about that fourth rounder, but come on. Had they done something more significant there where they had a backup plan at the ready? They need him this year. I'm not trading him this year for future draft picks. If they were going to be terrible, I would say let's do it right now, but they're not going to be. I think they're good. And when you have Jaden Daniels on a rookie deal and you got a team that can be pretty good, you don't start thinking about future assets.
So if he hasn't showed up on the Monday of week 1, first practice, game week, leading into the Giants game in 6 days on Sunday, you're still not picking up the phone and seeing what you can get.
The only way I would do it, I guess, to amend that is if he's willing to forego his year of eligibility. You know what I mean? Like if he's
eventually he has to show up to accrue the season. That would be several weeks into the year. But now this is not Dan Quinn being asked about it on July 23rd in the tent in Ashburn.
This is like the Friday press conference he's being asked about before the game.
Week 1, week 2, week 3 potentially. Chris Jones of the Chiefs, if you remember, held out until I believe he didn't play in the first game of the season against the Lions a couple years ago on like Thursday Night Football, the opener after they won the Super Bowl, because he had come back or just signed a day or two before, but he hadn't done anything basically to get into shape as a football player yet. If it's something like that, you're not considering a trade even then.
No, because this year he's under contract for me and he needs to play to get what he wants, and I need him to play to get what I want.
So you're willing, and I don't think this is realistic, but this is just a worst case scenario.
Yeah, this is the doomsday.
Hypothetical.
Right.
Yeah, this is Armageddon. Yeah.
Right. You've opened up the thing for the switch that says never push this switch, and we're hovering over the switch.
Worst environment imaginable. Worst environment imaginable. It's week 3, and Terry McLaurin is just posting Instagram videos where he's doing yoga in Ashburn. And you're 2-1 or 1-2 or whatever it is. And he's going, I'll show up the day I have to show up, and I will make everyone's life miserable. You know, he's not saying that, but that's the way this is headed.
That's the implication.
That is what's happening.
Yeah.
You're still going, no problem. See you when you get here.
Yeah.
So for me, I'm not playing that game. It's not worth it to me to have a miserable work environment. And I don't think he would, again, I want to just preface this one more time. I don't think this is realistic where he would do this because he's my sweet Terry. But in this worst case scenario, there is a line of demarcation for me. We're not getting that far. I will say after the last preseason game in cutdown day, when you flip the calendar and it's now football time, that first week of the season, if I'm preparing for the New York Giants that week and he's not showing up and he's still telling me I'm not going to be there, we're working the phones. I don't think it's going to get there, but I say all that, I guess, to say there is absolutely a time where I am willing to do that, which is crazy to say out loud. 800-636-1067. Your thoughts on that? Are we right that it's too soon to even talk about a trade, that it's an unreasonable thing to be bantering about yet? But when would that change if this holdout goes on for an extended period of time? Grant and Danny on the Fan.
without a doubt, I think everybody in this building values Terry very much, and we knew that coming in, and we knew that even more after spending a year with him. In terms of where we're at, we've had conversations recently, and we'll look to have some more conversations, and we're going to do everything we can in order to get a deal done.
That's Adam Peters, your general manager. 1 for 1 at turning this team into a winner. Got him to the NFC Championship game in year 1 as the architect last season. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We've got Wiz Khalifa tickets with Sean Paul. We'll give away in a little under 15 minutes. Top of the hour when Kenya McDuffy, D.C. City Council, joins us. Sounds like we're knocking on the door of a deal, which would be pretty cool. Danny, question for people is, how long would this holdout have to go before you started thinking about picking up the phone and trying to make a trade or talk trades with other teams about McLaurin? And you're basically just taking that off the table. You would force him to play this season, eventually bleed him out financially until he shows up.
That's the way I would do it. Yeah. I mean, to me, I'm not trading him. I would have traded him this offseason if there was no way this was going to get done and we had a backup plan. We don't right now. I could have used something in the draft or otherwise. The draft is come and gone. Player acquisition is pretty much closed. There are no replacements that are adequate for him, in my view, this year right now for my offense. I need him, and he needs to be here.
The day I turn the calendar to regular season in my agenda, and think about your planner when you were in high school, like days of the week. So it's the final cut down day right around Memorial Day. And then, Labor Day. And then the right after that is, is that first Monday where you're 6 days away from the opener against the New York Giants. That Monday, you're either happy to be at work and you're working out on the field, or I'm working on the phones is kind of where I'm at. Let's go to Brian in Lovettsville on G&D. How are you, Brian?
Hey, doing well, guys. How you doing?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, yeah, there's no world and there's no time in which I can entertain this thought of trading Terry McLaurin. Like, I've been the fan 35 years. He's done everything the right way since he came in here. All he's done is produce consistently. He's got to get paid. There's no way I can entertain it. I mean, this prior regime traded the best left tackle in football for a third-round comp pick, and then we had guys like Donald Penn and Butterbean blocking our quarterback's blind side for a number of years after that. We can't go down this path. We got to take care of our guys.
So I agree with you completely, Brian. 100% I do. But the hypothetical we're playing out is the Armageddon scenario where nobody budges.
I can't do it. I can't go down that path, man.
All right. I won't ask you to.
Right. We're trying to do a war game, and he's like, no.
I will say, I'm going to sound a little bit like a hater here, and all I can do is just state my credentials that nobody loves Terry McLaurin as much as I do. He's my guy. I like nothing like I like professionalism, being an adult, and acting like you belong. And everything he is everything I want every player to be. But like hearing that phone call in another market, they'd be like, why are they acting like this guy is a Hall of Famer? You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't possibly think about this team without him. I can't possibly think about trading him. Guys get traded all the time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, think about the people that have played for multiple teams. Some of the greatest players of all time get traded, get moved, move on, end up in other places. Tom freaking Brady played for the Bucs, man.
Tom Brady played for the Bucs, dude.
Let's go to Steve in Waldorf. How are you, Steve?
Hey, I'm good. Thanks, guys, for taking the call.
Sir.
Quick kind of thought that occurred to me, and this is sort of against the hypothetical here. What if Terry's agent and the front office and the GM have kind of colluded and said, look, Terry doesn't want to come to training camp, but we need to give him a reason to kind of hold out and make it look like he's not going against the grain, not being a team player. Have we thought about that and looking at this situation like we're making a big deal over nothing here? Commanders fans are really easily wound up, and we're used to dysfunction.
So who benefits there? And
no
who benefits in that scenario? I'm trying to figure out the motivation. What would that be?
I think the person who benefits would be Terry. He's an older player, right? He's always come ready to play, but maybe for him, a couple million more here or there isn't really going to move the needle. He's just saying, like, I want extra vacation, guys. I don't want to have to show up
at $50,000 a day.
Yeah, I don't know, dude.
He's in Ashburn, 3 miles from the facility, training this morning. he does not seem like a guy that just wants to go hang out in Miami a little while.
Yeah, he had a
longer.
$50,026 yoga session today. The fine plus whatever it costs to do a drop in. You know what I mean? Like that's a big deal.
Also, you're taking a major hit from this guy is image conscious. He does everything the right way, mainly because of probably just the kind of man he is, the caliber of person he is, how he was raised, but also because you do care about your image. That's why you do things correctly. There are a lot of fans who are turning on him. I've seen it. Social media right now, there's plenty of people that are, Terry McLaurin lovers 2 years ago, a year ago, who are screaming about how he's being selfish. I just don't think the juice is worth the squeeze for him to just sit out because he doesn't want to go to training camp. And by the way, this is not your older brother's training camp. This is not your dad's training camp. When I used to cover training camp, there were still 2-a-days. You go back 20 years ago when I was a kid at training camp, you were out on the field for 3 hours in the morning and another 90 minutes in the afternoon. Today, they practice for 80 minutes, and I couldn't do it. I'm not telling you it's easy. They're sweating, but they're running around playing football with their buddies compared to what they were doing 12 and 15 years ago. It's not like, missing training camp is or showing up for it is this dreaded thing where it's like, my God, the last thing in the world I want to do is go to training camp right now. I don't think anybody wants to be there more than that guy. He loves ball. Zeke, Southeast, you're on Grant and Danny. What's up?
Hey, guys. Love your show.
Appreciate you.
Hey, I always said that he's not going to show up for training camp, and I think he's going to be the one that asks for a trade because the team's not willing to trade him. They got all the cards. They can just force him to play and then franchise him next year. So Terry's going to be the one to go to them and say, hey, look, and I think it's right after preseason, right before the teams are set, they're going to give Terry the opportunity to explore trade because Terry is not going to budge from his last big money. He's not going to move. And let me correct one thing. I want to make sure I heard you guys right. I don't think the difference is $4 or $5 million a year. I think the difference is the terms. The reason why they're not close because Terry wants an extra year of maybe $30 million where they don't want to give him that.
Yes, but in football, the
Appreciate
final
you,
year of the $30 million is irrelevant if it's not guaranteed. I think the biggest, most important number is the guaranteed money. So it's not the AAV. We talk about the AAV because it's the most tangible, easy thing mathematically. But if he wants a 4-year deal versus a 3-year deal versus a 5-year deal, it doesn't matter. It's all monopoly money if it's not guaranteed. So what he wants is probably 70, 75 million, whatever it is, guaranteed, and they're probably down closer to wanting to guarantee 2 years and closer to 50 million or something like that. But in that sense, what you're saying is he wants a third year of guaranteed money. They probably are closer to 2 years of guaranteed cash. We do have some positive news today. It sounds like we could be imminently closing in on a stadium deal. I guess we're going to get some answers from a council member live next. We're also giving away Wiz Khalifa tickets as soon as we return on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Reynolds & Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Reds earlier today, 5-0. Nick Lodolo with an impressive complete game 4-hit shutout for Cincinnati. The Nationals will look to rebound on Friday as they head to Minnesota for the first of 3 against the Twins. They'll stay out on the road and then take on Houston for 3 before they come home on August 1st against the Brewers. In the NFL, Commanders training camp got underway today. First day of practice on the first rep of 11-on-11. Jaden Daniels hit Deebo Samuel on a slot fade for a touchdown. Jaden also talked about Terry McLaurin as he continues his holdout of training camp, saying, quote, "It's just business." Also said, "I don't feel we'll miss a beat as soon as Terry returns to training camp." Head coach Dan Quinn also left open the possibility of Sam Cosmi being ready for week 1, saying, quote, "It's on the table for sure. We'll get a better answer on that as we get closer to the end of the preseason." Also in the NFL, Chairman Mendelson was said to be close to announcing a deal with the Commanders. He's made some changes in the financial terms from Mayor Bowser's deal and could open the door for a vote within days after public hearings, according to Mark Seagraves of NBC4. Some injury news today. Dolphins cornerback Artie Burns that left practice early, feared to have a torn ACL. Also, the Giants named Russell Wilson as their starting quarterback. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
As promised, caller 10 at 800-636-1067. You're winning tickets to see Wiz Khalifa and Sean Paul. We got a pair for you. Good Vibes Only is the tour. Special guest The Baby, Friday, July 25th, Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com. We've been talking a lot about training camp today. Our camp coverage is brought to you on The Fan by Paul Henry's Window Installation, paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. But we've got to get the latest on the other of the major Commanders stories of the week, and that is the quest for a stadium in D.C., RFK 2.0. And we're pleased right now to go to the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And welcome onto the show the at-large council member, Kenya McDuffy, who was kind enough to join us about 5 weeks ago when all of this began, and he is kind enough to hop back on with us now. Council member, thanks for a few minutes. How are you?
I am doing fantastic. It's always a pleasure to be on with you guys.
Well, it's a pleasure to have
appreciate
you.
it.
So there was a report today from NBC4 that a deal with some changed terms has been struck and that a vote could be imminent. What can you tell us about that?
I've heard those reports, and I'm not sure if that person was in the building today, but I was in the building hard at work. And what I can say is that we are in the fourth quarter. We're in the red zone, and we are close to scoring a touchdown.
So put a timetable on that for us, if possible, sir.
Yeah, you bet. So I'll say this. We got a deal handed to us from the mayor that had some outline and parameters to it. We have made that deal better, and I think a vote is going to be imminent.
Wow. So we had Chairman Mendelson on yesterday, and basically the question was, could you guys have a vote before early September? He wasn't willing to say as much. The report today suggested it could come soon after the hearings, which are on the 28th and the 29th. Does that sound right, that maybe in early August or within the next few weeks?
I can't put a date on it. I'll say this. The negotiations have gone really well. I think everybody on the council has understood the sense of urgency since we got the term sheet from the mayor. The conversations that I've been a part of continuously over the last several weeks have resulted in lots of progress with a deal that whenever we cross the goal line will be much better than it was when we got it. But I will say that putting a timeline on it is difficult, but the conversations have been, I think, always going in the right direction towards progress. And if you're a fan of the Washington Commanders, you'll be happy to know that the council is hard at work making sure that this deal got better for taxpayers in D.C.
In what ways, if you can, obviously you can't share every bit of nuance, but what ways did it need to improve, and what ways has it improved in your view?
Well, I think if you look at what we received, we got a term sheet with some really broad parameters. It kind of locked in the city in a number of ways financially, and what we've worked on is how you enhance the deal in terms of quality jobs for D.C. residents, in terms of clear more opportunities for D.C.-based small businesses, and frankly, making sure that we generate more revenue for D.C. taxpayers. We're making a significant investment, a historic investment, as are the commanders in terms of the private investment. But what we wanted to do was work to make sure that we're improving those terms that increases the tax revenue to the city, and make sure that there are, I think, some better timelines in terms of when things are delivered.
So, and appreciate the insight here from Kenya McDuffy, who's on the city council, joining us. When I saw the report today that suggested that a deal had been struck with changed terms and that a vote could be coming within days of the hearings, that was my indicator that this thing is happening, that this is done. It doesn't sound like you're willing to go that far, though. There's still work to be done.
I'm not willing to say the touchdown's been scored, but when you've got Jaden Daniels as quarterback and you're in the red zone in the fourth quarter, look, where are you putting your money? I don't know.
Who's the Jaden Daniels?
Yeah, I was going to say, who's Jaden Daniels in your office?
I'll let you all guess. I may be one of the few who actually played football in high school and in boys club growing up. So
I like that.
I don't know.
As a point of order, and I'm not trying to stir anything up. I just don't know how this works. So it says Chairman Mendelson is close to announcing a deal, that was struck. Is that just because he's the chairman that he would announce it, or does he strike the deal, or do you all strike the deal? Like, how does that work?
So it's a 13-member body, and he is the chairman, and he has been actively engaged with the team in terms of the negotiations. I've been a part of those negotiations. We've talked extensively with every member of the council, gotten feedback in terms of what they'd like to see, and it's been a part of the ongoing conversation. Always understanding that time is of the essence, but always prioritizing a deal that is the best deal for D.C. taxpayers and for D.C.-based small businesses and for jobs for D.C. residents. And so the conversation has really been fulsome, and contributions have been made across the council in terms of our members. But the chairman has been negotiating. I've been in the meeting negotiating with the team as well, and I feel good about how things have been going.
Councilmember Kenya McDuffy with us here on Grant and Danny. So what has been the most challenging part of all this? Is it that time crunch, the pressure, or is it something else?
Yeah, well, we got a little thing in the form of a $21 billion budget that we're also we're dealing with right now. Our budget process is happening way late because of some outside forces beyond local elected officials' control. But this council has handled it, but we've had to do both things. We've had to walk and chew gum. We've had to deal with the commanders and negotiating around the stadium. At the same time, making sure that we are passing a budget that prioritizes the least among us, and making sure that we shore up our social safety net programs at a time where we're seeing not as much revenue come into the city. And so it's been a really tough ordeal, not to bog down your listeners in the weeds of how we do a budget, but we've had to do both. And so we think we've done a great job. Our responsibility ultimately is to the residents of the District of Columbia, and not to rush this process, but to recognize that it is important to get this done. We want to see the stadium open. We know that 2030 is extraordinarily important. And for me, if you're a fan and look forward to cheering, September 7th is also extremely important as well.
Yeah, no kidding. And it's coming quickly. Week 1 against the New York Giants. Kenya McDuffy is with us, D.C. City Council. So you mentioned outside forces. There is an elephant in the room, right? Or as it turns out, a president in the room, I suppose. Donald Trump tweeted over the weekend that he would intervene and basically end any chance of having this stadium built in D.C. If the team didn't change their name back to Redskins. I didn't know if that was legitimate, but we've had experts on this that say via executive action he could cancel the lease. They said based on the National Capital Planning Commission, where they cast the critical vote on construction projects, including RFK. He appoints those people, or even the Commission of Fine Arts, where they have to review the designs of all the D.C. construction, that he actually does have the power, if he chooses to be a real fly in the ointment here. A, what was your reaction to his tweets? And B, is that a reality that he could still, even if you guys strike a deal and vote on it, put the kibosh to it?
Yeah, I definitely don't want to get into any lessons on the Constitution on this show. I don't want to just really turn your voters off. I will say this. Congress ultimately has the power to deal with the district's affairs, and any time that I spend thinking about a name change, a tweet from the president, or it's time that I can't spend getting this deal done. It's time that I can't spend making sure that we pass a responsible budget that makes us great stewards of district taxpayers. And so my focus is squarely on delivering a deal that works for residents of the District of Columbia. And I've been laser focused on this for the last several months, and passing the budget and getting a deal done that brings the Commanders back to Washington, D.C., which is their rightful home, back to their winning ways. And so that's what I'm focused on right now.
But just to clarify, because it's important for people like me who, when we hear, soon it sounds like, that a deal is struck, whether or not we should really celebrate or if something could happen, does he have the power if he wants to stop it? Or it sounds like you're saying he doesn't, Congress does.
What I hear is that he wants a team to win in the nation's capital. He wants a stadium to be in Washington, D.C., and to that extent, we agree, right? I want it to happen soon. I want it to be huge, and I can't wait until we score this touchdown. Like I said, we're in the red zone. We're on the goal line at this point. And I'm only talking to folks who care about the ultimate goal of delivering this deal for the residents of Washington, D.C. The majority of people who live here, whether or not they're fans of the Commanders, want to see this deal get done, and I'm working with them to get this deal done.
How much convincing was needed for some of the folks that maybe were on the fence or were initial no's or otherwise? Or has it just been a group that's unanimous or all but unanimous kind of from Jump Street? I'd love for you to walk us through that.
I mean, it's been some back and forth, to be honest with you. It's been analysis, waiting for the analysis from the consultant to understand what's happened in other jurisdictions, what kinds of incentives have been offered in other cities, how much private investment has been made on stadiums of this type over the last several years. We needed that information, right? You can't move forward on a deal this complex, this big, without being armed with information. And that's extraordinarily important. Hearing from constituents, the emails, the calls, the community meetings that I've held with colleagues like Ward 7 Councilmember Wendell Felder, meetings that we've had publicly with the mayor, with Deputy Mayor Nina Albert. We wanted to hear from people, and overwhelmingly, people have said, get this deal done, but do it in a way that's smart, that's responsible, that prioritizes these finite district resources so that we get a tremendous return on our investment. And that's ultimately what we're working towards. And just stay tuned. And as much as I listen to you all at 106.7 The Fan, and which I do all the time, you all should stay tuned to Channel 13 and see what the D.C. Council is doing in terms of the stadium. We should have some good news to report.
Yeah, well, we're excited.
Appreciate you, sir. Thank
we
you.
are very much going to be. Stay tuned. There's no doubt about that. Kenya McDuffy, who has been pro this stadium from day one of the real advocates on the D.C. City Council. I think when we last spoke to you, there was still only 4 yeses. Do you feel like there's more than that now?
I think it's going to be really difficult to not be supportive of this sort of deal that has tremendous returns to district residents. It's going to be almost impossible for you to say no to a deal that is this big, that delivers on affordable housing, that delivers on a youth sports complex, that delivers on really, I think, acres of opportunity with respect to the stadium and all that's going to surround it, right? We're talking about just really transforming an area of the city that has been dormant since the team left the city 30 years ago. And so I'm excited about that. I think my colleagues are excited about that. I think we're more excited today than we were some months ago when we got the deal because of how we've made some improvements and what we're working towards. And so this negotiation is ongoing. We can't put a date on the vote. I'm not going to get out ahead of my colleagues, but I'm excited about this season starting on September 7th.
How would you talk to fans that may have concerns about Metro, about parking situations? I would love for you to just, speak to what you can tell us on that front.
Yeah, no, if you've got concerns about transportation, you should know that we're prioritizing it. We're prioritizing multimodal transportation to and from the stadium, right? If you want to drive, you're going to be able to drive. If you want to catch the Metro, you're going to be able to catch the Metro. If you want to ride a bike, if you want to walk, you're going to be able to get to these games and all the events outside of the games. You're going to be able to access this stadium in the way that you want to with minimal impact on the existing communities, right? So we're prioritizing access to the stadium and all the wonderful retail and hospitality and the housing that's going to surround it in a multitude of different ways.
One of the things I heard a while back in talking to some folks on the team side of it was, in terms of the fields and the usage, one of the sticking points was they're going to be there when it's all said and done, but during the construction, there could be some issues. Was that worked out? I know they even said that they would provide transportation or find other places for any of those events that are taking place on those fields in the short time, and it's not that short, I guess, but during the construction in the short term. What did you guys, what have you figured out on that front? I know that was a main issue for a lot of folks.
It is a main issue. We prioritize that. We heard repeatedly from residents that they wanted to be able to preserve the fields at RFK to make sure that they were accessible. I was in meetings with the mayor, with Councilmember Felder, with the deputy mayor. It's come up in conversations that I've had with colleagues repeatedly. The chairman has prioritized as well. It's been my daughter plays soccer over there at that field,
wow.
right? And so we get how important it is to have access. We know that there are a number of things that are happening over at the field today, and we want to minimize the disruption in that way. And so that is a priority. But guess what? The team understands that, right? They understand what D.C. has talked about has been a priority, and that's been one of the things that's been top of the list. So, yeah, that is something that, to me, should not ever have been a deal breaker. It was never going to be over the course of these negotiations. Frankly, I think it's low-hanging fruit if you think about it. Access to those fields is extraordinarily important, and really listening to residents who live in and around who are going to be impacted by the construction is something that's important to all of my colleagues at the council.
Will the team's business offices move to Washington, D.C. as well?
That was in the underlying term sheet that the mayor submitted to the council. And again, I'm not going to get out ahead of what we ultimately vote on, but you should know that not a single member of the Council of the District of Columbia thought that their team offices should not be in Washington, D.C. So I think the mayor got it right in that part of the deal, and every member of the council agrees that should be the case.
Kenya McDuffy, D.C. City Council, giving us a few minutes here on what could be huge news looming as the City Council tries to get a deal in place to bring the Commanders home to D.C. I was an at-large member of the City Council before that, Ward 5, from 2012 to 23. I'm sure you've done so many things over the course of that time that have meant so much to you, but in terms of overall impact to the city, if you guys can get the ball across the goal line here, to use your vernacular, where would that rank among the accomplishments of the City Council during your now 13 years in the mix?
This is our legislative moonshot. This is the opportunity for Washington, D.C. to get a historic investment from the private sector that is going to generate tremendous revenues for our bottom line. It is going to bring the team back, and everybody can celebrate that who cares about football and who love to cheer for the Commanders. But beyond that, we're going to get the sorely needed housing that we need. We're going to get the jobs that residents at different levels, from entry-level jobs at the stadium to engineers, to lawyers, to the construction workers, hard hat and otherwise. This deal is going to support our local economy in a way that no deal has ever done. And I think everybody should recognize how big that is. This is our moonshot legislatively, and we've got to get this deal done.
All right, so we're going to lock in. Sounds like we got to pay close attention here in the near future. Like, if I was really busy, let's say I just had a baby, so I need to really be careful with my time. Is tomorrow a day that maybe I should set aside some free time to monitor some things, or would you say maybe a couple days? Like, when's a good time to set my calendar to be on the lookout?
I would say every minute that you're not tracking what's happening with the contract with Terry McLaurin.
Yeah.
I think you should be spending watching the Council of the District of Columbia.
I like it. I like that a lot. Sir, thank you for the time. We
Appreciate
appreciate
it.
it as always.
All right.
Excellent.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
You got it. Kenya McDuffie, always outstanding on the show. D.C. City Council. That sounds very promising.
It does. And I'm not a journalist. I'm not a reporter. I don't pretend to be one. I'm not a newsbreaker. I don't do that. I've heard from a few different people that are peripherally, if I can even say that word correctly, related to this thing on multiple different sides of like ancillary pieces where it's really, really good news if you're a stadium person within the next 24 to 48 hours. It seems like the train has left the station and they're announcing a train's arriving pretty soon to the new destination.
The Seagraves report today, to me, is the bombshell. Like, that's the one.
Yeah.
I don't know how you read that without taking it to mean a deal is in place. That the whole thing we've talked about for months is, are they going to get a deal? You have to have a deal, and then you can have a vote. And it seems like they've reworked some of the terms, and they've agreed on those terms, and they're ready to have a vote, potentially. There was one answer in there I want to play when we come back, though, where it sounded to me like he's saying, I don't want to get ahead of my colleagues, essentially, like, I'm not going to be the one to say this. It's not my job.
I'm not allowed to break the news here on your show.
Exactly. We're not doing that right now, and it's not my job to do it. But, just make sure you're locked in. Just make sure you're keeping tabs in the near future because something's coming. You know, that is how I took that conversation, and it does feel like we're very close. And if so, McDuffie is owed a huge gratitude, a huge debt of gratitude from those of us that wanted this stadium, because he has been one of the four from the beginning that has said yes. He was at the press conference. He wrote an op-ed in the paper. As a matter of fact, he was on it before it was cool.
Yeah.
This was a year or two ago that I remember him saying, bring this team back to D.C.
I forgot about that. You're right. Yeah, he did that.
He was on our show shortly after doing that. That was the first time we'd had him on. What's your reaction to what you just heard? It sounds like we could have some good news, stadium news coming very soon. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067 if you want to join us on G&D on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is driven by Oarsman Chevy Buick GMC Alexandria. Let's ride together. Earlier today, the Nationals fell to the Reds in the series finale, 5-0. Nick Lodolo with a complete game 4-hit shutout for the Reds. Nats have the day off tomorrow before they take on the Twins on Friday in Minnesota. NFL Commanders training camp got underway today. Head coach Dan Quinn left open the possibility of Sam Cosmi being ready for Week 1, saying it's on the table for sure. Also, Chairman Mendelson is said to be close to announcing a deal with the Commanders. It made some changes in financial terms from Mayor Bowser's deal and could open the door for a vote within days after public hearings, according to Mark Seagraves of NBC4. Also in the NFL, the Giants named Russell Wilson as their starting quarterback. Oarsman Chevy Buick GMC Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new vehicles, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chevy Buick GMC Alexandria, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
There's another layer to this video I can't stop watching of this photographer falling off of the stage into the water. He's wearing a Browns jersey as he takes a picture. It's a Dude Wipes sponsored rollout of the new helmet. There's like a mascot for Dude Wipes right next to the Dog Pound mascot. I don't know what his name is. What's the Cleveland Browns mascot's name?
Oh, I actually know this.
No,
I mean,
you
I swear I heard it randomly. It's stupid, obviously, because they're all dumb. But what was that name?
Not Brownie the Elf. The dog. Well, it doesn't matter. So the dog and Dude Wipes are standing side by side in front of the helmet, in like mascot form. So one of the layers on this that's so great is that when this guy falls in the water right off of this little island that they put together for
Chomps?
I have no idea.
Chomps, maybe?
Okay. So he falls in the water, and the mascot is in full-on, like, wacky bit mode, like as if it was all planned. And so he does this big over-the-top thing where, like, grabs his head and hops against the helmet, like, I'm getting away from the ledge. But he's still full-on in, someone's watching me, I've got to be a mascot mode.
Right.
So it just adds another layer when you watch this video for the 800th time. Go look at my Twitter at Grant H. Paulson. It's just so funny. And I do feel bad for this guy because, my God, is he going to be everywhere.
Yeah, you're going to see it again.
You're going to see it on The Tonight Show. If it still exists tonight, I don't know which the Late Show is the one that's going by the wayside. But you will see this everywhere. Anytime anybody shows clips from the internet on a show, this will be one of the clips that they show. It's just that good. There's like an old lady, I think, who looks 105 years old.
Okay.
In a jersey, who's like also like putting her hand in the air, like, yay. Thank God she was not the one that fell in the water.
I know. Then it's a little bit less funny.
Now, in fairness, they have her. I mean, she couldn't be more in the middle of this little floating dock. She's basically in the face mask of the helmet. She's nowhere near the ledge.
Yeah, she's as landlocked as you can be on that floating barge.
I mean, I think someone would have to jump in and help her out. She's got a big jersey that might as well be like a tarp that would have weighed her down.
Yeah.
I mean,
that guy's poor equipment is pwned too. I mean, he
you
is
think
pummeled.
the camera goes bad?
I feel like it does. Doesn't it?
That's an EB question.
He's like, actually, my new Canon Icon iOS 4.4 doesn't. I'm like, oh.
I feel like some of these you could take pictures underwater, but I don't know.
I think you need an underwater camera.
But how do we know that one's not an underwater?
I don't know. You probably didn't bring that one. You didn't think you were using that one today.
Do you take a $10,000 camera that gets ruined if it gets wet onto a portable floating island?
One should not.
To do a photo shoot.
Yeah, that would be a risk.
That would be my next question. All right, council member Kenya McDuffy, rather. I'm thinking of Trayon.
You're thinking of Trayon.
Who's back. He's back, by the way.
It's like he never left.
He's going to be back.
He left briefly. There was a brief time where he wasn't. You could look up why.
But he's back.
He's very much back.
Which is funny. Any hoodles. Mr. McDuffy, council member, very, very different, was on the show with us and said this answer, which makes me think we're going to find out sometime very soon, maybe tomorrow, that a deal's in place and a vote's coming.
Overwhelmingly, people have said, get this deal done, but do it in a way that's smart, that's responsible, that prioritizes these district resources so that we get a tremendous return on our investment. And that's ultimately what we're working towards. And just stay tuned. And as much as I listen to you all at 106.7 The Fan, and which I do all the time, you all should stay tuned to Channel 13 and see what the D.C. Council is doing in terms of the stadium. We should have some good news to report.
Well, then.
What else do you need to know? We should have some good news to report. What is Channel 13? What is that about? You were a D.C. resident.
I was always watching Channel 13.
Because, when I grew up, Channel 8 on local, in King George, Virginia, would just constantly be school board meetings and,
I think it's that, yeah.
The Board of Supervisors. It's like Rosemary Ball. That's Crystal Ball's mom, by the way.
Okay.
Crystal Ball was my swim coach.
Did she coach you in swimming, Crystal Ball?
She did. Political correspondent. Crystal Ball is her name. She was my swim coach. Her mom was Rosemary Ball. She was on the school board. So was Dennis Paulson for a short time, by the way. But if you went to Channel 8 at any time of the day, you could just see last week's meetings. Is that what he's referencing, like Channel 13?
Yeah, like on my cable package.
Closed captioning.
Yeah, Channel 17 is like George Mason television. I don't know what they're doing over there. I don't know what. There's no Patriots games in action.
I've seen that. It is wild.
It's so nuts.
I think it's like Fairfax County Public Schools, like hearings on what we're doing with the book.
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
Like if you occasionally put on like a basketball game or something, or like even the baseball team was fun this year. Won the A10.
I think you're overdoing the George Mason University part of it.
Well,
I don't think it's as much to do with the university.
That's what I'm saying. I would watch it more if they offered something that was appealing to me. I think that's what Channel 13 is in D.C., but I don't know. I didn't tune in a ton.
Play that clip again for me, because it's the second half of it really is what I want to isolate here. Tune in to the city council when he says we should have some good news to report on a day where we found out, according to some sources, that they've got a deal in place, that a vote could be coming. What else do you need to know?
And that's ultimately what we're working towards. And just stay tuned. And as much as I listen to you all at 106.7 The Fan, and which I do all the time, you all should stay tuned to Channel 13 and see what the D.C. Council is doing in terms of the stadium. We should have some good news to report.
Danny, is it happening?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, not this part. Like
right.
the is it in Sharpie? The stadium is happening. Because it was just this weekend, it was just Monday's show where we spent an absorbent amount of time talking about how Trump had said he will not let it happen and he has the power to not let it happen. He's got other things going on right now that he's got to deal with.
Yes.
He might be busy.
Mm-hmm.
But is this going to happen?
Yeah. But I'm not, again, let's not spike that football just yet.
That's what I'm asking.
Don't spike it.
So what do we do then? We just go into the end zone and then run right to the sideline?
Well, yeah, you should anyway. You should act like you've been there. You should give the ball to the ref and then celebrate with your teammates. You should never do a choreographed dance. But in general, when shovel meets ground, or when there's no takebacks, when like it's when Washington was bad, talking about the football team, when they're bad, you know what would happen. A big play occurred. A touchdown would occur. And your friends immediately would celebrate, but you knew better than to jump up and down just yet. You would go, let's make sure there are no flags. I need a good 4 count before that little yellow bar pops up right by the score bug that lets you know, no, your joy's about to be sapped. And then it cuts to the referee at midfield, holding, Washington, illegal procedure, illegal formation on Ryan Grant probably. You would know better.
I just don't
I'm saying let's know better.
I'm tired of having the football pulled out every time I go to swing.
Yep.
And I don't want tomorrow, the mayor's on with the junkies, and she says we got a deal, and everyone's high-fiving, and we have a big party. And then the next day, Trump goes, wrong. Or wrong. How would he do it?
Wrong.
Right. And now something else. And it's like, really?
Yeah. That's my point. No celebrating. That's my mantra. No celebrating. Now,
the most important development in recent team history?
Correct.
The thing I've been waiting for since I was 4?
Correct. Don't celebrate
Just
yet.
don't celebrate.
Just don't celebrate yet.
So don't be happy.
Not yet.
Okay.
This is, but again, here's what I was. Here's my caveat the other way. This was the best thing that could have happened for you today. They couldn't do everything today. The same way when Washington plays a football game, they can't win 7 games in one. They can't beat the Giants and then 15 other teams.
Yeah, but you're saying
you can only play one game.
After the win, I'm not allowed to cheer, basically.
I'm saying there's been a nice long run on first down. Imagine it's Brian Robinson who broke through the line of scrimmage remarkably for more than like 3.5 yards, 4 yards.
13 yards?
It's a 6.5 yard run.
Okay.
let's make sure there are no flags before we start celebrating.
We're ahead of the sticks.
Yeah, make sure there are no flags.
Anthony is in Bethesda on Grant and Danny. What's up, Anthony?
Holy smokes. Didn't realize I was going to be the first one. Hey, guys, I really hope, well, first of all, this stadium deal being on the brink of success is just fantastic. That place has been dormant, like the council member said. That place has had, it's a ghost town.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, can you imagine the beautiful architecture that can go on with that place? But I really hope that the locals get first crack at all the construction jobs, the infrastructure jobs, because they totally deserve it. If they want revenue coming in, build that place up like a palace, build that place up with pride. I think it would be fantastic, guys.
Appreciate you, dude. And that's the idea. That's one of the things that the D.C. Council, a number of members, if you go back to the Washington Post piece from, I can't remember now, a few weeks ago, about what everybody needed, that was one of the demands that every council member, even if they were gung-ho as it is, wanted to make sure we'd like these construction jobs, the building jobs, the permit jobs, the jobs from the team, as the council member suggested, to go to D.C. residents. We want this to be a big D.C. lift up by the bootstraps project that isn't just building a stadium, but it's building the community, building the fields, the everything, the parking structure less sexy, to various town centers, to everything that's going to go over there in this mixed-use development. They want it to be a very D.C. thing. And I think that's going to be, or at least in theory, be part of the process.
We can take your reactions to what Council Member McDuffy had to say to us just a few minutes ago. You're going to hear from Jordan McGee, the linebacker who stands to play more often this season in his second year. Good conversation with him. I think you'll find him very likable. Caught up with him after training camp practice number 1 today. Coming up on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
understand what's happened in other jurisdictions, what kinds of incentives have been offered in other cities, how much private investment has been made on stadiums of this type over the last several years. We needed that information, right? You can't move forward on a deal this complex, this big, without being armed with information, and that's extraordinarily important. Hearing from constituents, the emails, the calls, the community meetings that I've held with colleagues like Ward 7 Councilmember Wendell Felder, meetings that we've had publicly with the mayor, with Deputy Mayor Nina Albert. We wanted to hear from people, and overwhelmingly, people have said, get this deal done.
It sounds like maybe they are. NBC4's Mark Seagraves reporting today, it's been corroborated by our guy Eric Flack of Channel 9 since, that there is a deal being struck with new updated terms from the original deal the mayor had secured with D.C., which is going to get more support and could lead to a vote shortly after the hearings that are scheduled for later this month. 28th, 29th, I think those are. That's 6 days away, 5 and 6 days from now, those hearings, meaning we could be a week away from a vote. And we could get an announcement anytime. In fact, the mayor of D.C., Muriel Bowser, is going to be in studio with the Junkies at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So I guess
pretty significant.
It's possible she could just be coming in to do another segment about why the stadium is a good deal.
Yeah, her normal Thursday, July 4th check-in with the Junks. Maybe that's it.
July 4th?
July 24th.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. She could be doing that.
Yeah, her normal July 24th check-in. Right. Maybe that's that.
Very possible. But I'll be listening at 9 a.m. to the Junkies tomorrow to get to the bottom of that.
Yes, indeed, sir.
Kenya McDuffy certainly made it sound like something is imminent. Play that cut for us, Darius. This was him saying, stay tuned. Good news could be coming your way. Sounds like a bit of a teaser, if you ask me.
Overwhelmingly, people have said, get this deal done, but do it in a way that's smart, that's responsible, that prioritizes these finite district resources so that we get a tremendous return on our investment. And that's ultimately what we're working towards. And just stay tuned. And as much as I listen to you all at 106.7 The Fan, and which I do all the time, you all should stay tuned to Channel 13 and see what the D.C. Council is doing in terms of the stadium. We should have some good news to report.
Let's go. Is he just flattering us, or do you think he listens?
I don't think he's an active, all the time listener, but I bet you he's heard 106.7 before.
I bet he has.
You know what I mean?
Sounds like a sports fan.
Yeah.
I think he probably listens some. But, does he know that Darius isn't actually afraid of peanuts anymore? Or that Ryan has been promoted to corporate?
Do you think he knows that Ryan hasn't seen Wedding Crashers?
I don't think he does.
I don't think he does.
Does he know that we call Toby Toki, and that occasionally we call him Toby Altizer? Alter ego to Toki Altizer? I don't think he does.
I don't think he knows that.
No.
I think he misses what are you eating? I think
he's that level?
Yeah, I think he's that.
You think he's that level?
What if he's like, I thought Danny really pulled the rug out from under you guys when he lied about not eating for a week after he lost the challenge of 2017 in the snow totals at National Airport. Speaking of which, I've moved to make sure that the snow totals at National Airport.
And it's part of the council's business.
Right.
To get accurate totals.
He's like, Danny still owes you a sexy car wash and a Bilal Coulibaly
I still do.
jersey.
No, it's an Ish Smith jersey.
Sure. Matt in Stafford, what's up?
Yeah, Councilman McDuffy was talking about how Grant swerved everybody with Spencer Breslin and acted like they had a real beef. The kid from Santa Claus 2.
That's right. That's
Santa Claus 2.
And he knew all about that, too. But it's time to get hyped, and I think it's okay to let yourself get pumped up. And the True Social post, I think that was just posturing, is all part of trying to get the thing done. And it's time, it's done. Now
you think that was like a stroke of genius? Like he did that to make the city council kind of get their act together, and he helped get it across the finish line?
I think the first time he mentioned it on the tarmac, that was the first attempt. Then he did the True Social post, and it was just like art of the deal stuff. Hey, do you want to get it done, or do you want me to come in and trump it up? What would you rather do? So
that's a leap.
Yeah.
I guess it's possible.
Again, who knows if people are playing three-dimensional chess? I mean, the House Oversight Committee Chair, James Comer, sent a sternly worded letter a little bit before then. We're like, hey, man, we might have to do something if you guys don't do your thing.
I guess it's possible that it's organized chaos. I think he was just eating some goldfish on Saturday afternoon and got bored and was like, what can I say about the Redskins? Let's go to Drew in Eastern Shore. Hey, Drew.
Hey, guys. So, one, I think this news is objectively good news. You know, I'm a big fan of getting the stadium back at RFK, and this is a positive step. But I like the analogy of a game. You know, I cheer when there's a good play. I cheer more when there's a first down. I cheer more when there's a score, and then I really cheer when we win the game. And you know, I'll cheer like a win the game cheer the first day that I walk in that stadium. I got my season tickets and we're going to a game there. But I'll cheer along the way, and this is worth cheering for. So I don't think it's mutually exclusive. Frankly, right now I'd probably cheer a little more to get the Terry deal done. But,
I smell what you're cooking. I mean,
by the way, Toby just said that to me, Danny. I asked Toby, but Toby is like, he does not care where the stadium is. If you're his age, RFK means nothing to you necessarily.
They're just 3 letters.
Absolutely. So I said to him, I said, you can either get a Terry extension or a stadium deal tomorrow. Which one do you want? And he went Terry extension, which is insane to me. Like, Terry, respectfully, good player, might be here for another 3 or 4 years max. Stadium deal, that one lives forever. I'm not going to see them play in the next stadium, probably. It's only the one that they're about to build.
That's right.
That's where I'll see the rest of my time of this football team, and it's 30 years, and it's where I'm going to be taking my kids, and where all of our memories are going to be, and where I'm going to hopefully see this team clinch Super Bowl appearances and things like that. So I think it's like the easiest debate ever, stadium over a single player who's might be here for a couple more years to catch 77 balls for 1,119 yards. I think that's a crazy take, but there are people that feel that
There's
way.
a lot of people
like
that feel that way.
Caller is one of them.
A lot of people feel that way. I mean, but I also like his other point, though, where you can go along the way, you could do a little fist bump. Like, you didn't win the Masters today. You made a putt in like round 2. Again, nothing else could have happened today. That's the best news possible. Does that make sense? Like, you can't, as I said, you can't win the Super Bowl in preseason, but you could have a nice play. You could have a good moment. And that's kind of what's happening here. This is the same way that, when that Hail Mary midnight hour House vote happened that turned the land over to D.C. That was celebration worthy. That was unexpected. That was kind of the thing that got this whole ball rolling. You could say, that's awesome. But with the full acknowledgement, it ain't over yet. D.C. could still D.C. this thing, and you never know where that's coming from. That could be federal. It could be the president. It could be a member of the city council that decides to grandstand. You have no idea. My point is, this is good. You could say, hey, that's good. I wouldn't spike the ball yet.
Jordan McGee, linebacker, going into year 2. I caught up with him after practice today. We've got some day 1 training camp observations and the latest on Terry McLaurin's holdout, including today's update, as soon as we return on Grant and Danny.
Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Earlier today, the Nationals fell to the Reds 5-0. They were looking for the sweep, but came up short as Nick Lodolo won a complete game 4-hit shutout for the Reds. The Nats have the day off tomorrow before they begin a 3-game series in Minnesota against the Twins on Friday. In the NFL, Commanders training camp got underway today, first day of practice, and the first rep of 11 on 11. Jaden Daniels found Deebo Samuel in a slot fade. It looked sharp for a touchdown. Jaden Daniels also commented on Terry McLaurin's holdout, saying it's just business, and also said that when he ends up getting that contract done, he said, quote, "I don't feel we'll miss a beat." Head coach Dan Quinn also left open the possibility of Sam Cosmi being ready for Week 1, saying it's on the table for sure. We'll get a better answer on that as we get closer to the end of the preseason. Chairman Mendelson is close to announcing a deal with the Commanders, according to Mark Seagraves of NBC4. It makes some changes in financial terms for Mayor Bowser's deal and could open the door for a vote within days after public hearings. The Giants named Russell Wilson as their starting quarterback, and the Saints signed safety Julian Blackmon. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny, exclusively sponsored by the law firm Kondori and Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate, administration. They cover it all. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today. Go to kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Jordan McGee. I think he's an important player. Underrated. I'm not going to go full X factor, pendulum swing, or anything like that, but I think he is quietly a guy that could help a lot defensively this year.
There was a buzz about him last year, if you recall, and then injuries just kind of derailed everything. We never really got to see it. And now, because of that, I think totally under the radar, but I think there's some momentum to him getting a lot more snaps maybe than people realize.
He was a 5th-round pick, 139 overall last year. If not for an injury, I do think he would have played a bunch more, but overall he ended up playing a total of 15 snaps, 3% of the plays defensively Washington was on the field for, he got on the grass for. That's going to change this year, it would appear. But I really enjoyed my conversation with him today. He is a 24-year-old. He actually was born in Towson, Maryland. He went to school at Temple. This is the 6'3", 225-pound linebacker, Jordan McGee, from after today's practice.
Jordan, big year for you, healthy, opportunity now, potentially to play some more because of Frankie Louisville coming down and rushing. How much could your role potentially change and elevate this year?
It could change a lot. Coach Witt, he talked about the 3 linebacker package, me coming in for bigger personnel, 12, 13, or whatever Witt's thinking, bringing Frankie down to the rush and have me and Bobby patrolling off the ball. So, just a lot of different things, a lot of different mixes and matches you could do with us 3 out there.
I don't know how you'd sum up your rookie year. I'm sure it didn't go exactly how you wanted.
Yeah.
But did you get enough out of it to kind of position yourself this offseason to get to work and say, this is where I need to be?
Yes, 100%. It can't have no regrets. I got hurt. It is what it is, But I tried to come back, be relentless and be resilient in my work ethic, Coming into this offseason, the main thing for me was to be healthy. So really honed in on taking care of my body, making sure I'm good to go for fall camp and preseason into the season.
What changed in terms of your prep? I mean, are you the same height, weight you were? Is it like your quickness? What were you really working on?
I say really just mobility. For me, I'm a very muscular guy. So, and our dietitian, Sam, wanted me to actually gain more fat so I can be more, not more so much tense, but main thing for me is really just stretching, mobility, ankle mobility.
You can't pull
like that.
fat. As a fat guy, I can tell you that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so for me, the main thing is mobility, like ankle mobility, things like that. Things that can help my joints and limbs move freely, like more freely than what it was. And, so I'm not restricting my body in certain positions.
I don't know if it's too soon to even think about this because you're in it, but getting to study with Bobby Wagner, there are guys that'll play long careers. I mean, this is 99th percentile of best opportunity you could ever have. Like, what has that done to change your mental?
My mental has changed like a lot just because, I'm learning from a future Hall of Famer. You always have those guys when you learn from future Hall of Famers and, you get to go under their wing. You see why they are Hall of Famer, why they are the way they are. And, being around Bobby, I see why he is the way he is. And, I'm trying to just mimic that. That first year I tried to mimic that, while learning my routine, I was always also taking stuff from his routine and putting it into my routine. So, little things like that just help me throughout the offseason coming into fall camp.
When you're not getting ready for the football season or doing football-related activities, what things do you like to do for fun?
I like to ride ATVs, quads. I like to go fishing a lot. I go fishing with a couple of my teammates, Percy, Andre Jones. We just was fishing like 3 days ago down in Fairquar County, I think.
Fauquier.
Yeah, Fauquier, County. So we was down there. I caught a couple catfish, a couple bluegill, cooked them up. So I like to do outdoorsy.
You don't mind
stuff.
doing the whole thing, like cutting them?
I'm fine with that. Yeah, so I got my little electric knife. Filleted the catfish. Because if you got a regular fillet knife, it's kind of hard to do that. So it makes it easy when you got that electric knife.
Movie guy, Netflix guy.
I like movies more than shows.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does it take too much time?
Yeah, but if it's a good show, I'll watch it. But shows just like, like The Wire. Wire's a good show, but there's just so many episodes in it. Like, I don't have time to watch all those episodes.
That's
so
relatable. This is my problem.
Yeah, I like watching movies. So for me, like, Friday, when we get our break on Saturday, I'm going to watch that new that new Happy Gilmore 2. Yeah, so I'm waiting for that to come out on
Have you hit
Friday.
the theater to see any of the, we got like Superman right now?
I seen
F1 was awesome.
That's movie of the year right now.
Banger.
That's movie of the year. I loved Brad Pitt and Damson in it, so they did a great job in that movie. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you. Good luck. Can't wait to see you on the field.
Yeah, most definitely. I appreciate you, boss.
I dug Jordan McGee there. First of all, F1 is a smashola.
Likeable dude, yeah.
Great film, and I'm glad that he liked it. Sounds like he's all about fishing. Got really excited. He lit up talking about his electric knife and getting to fillet the fish. To me, I can't do that. The fishing part is gross, just having to bait the hook and get the fish off the line. I would do it. There's just days where you're like, okay, I'm going to smell bad and be sweaty. And I could do it, but I'd rather not. But the actual cleaning of the fish, nah, I'm good. I'm not doing that.
I don't enjoy that part. The people that do, God bless you, we need you. And I'm dead serious about that. Yeah. Like years ago for a buddy's wedding, he took all the groomsmen, all the dudes. We went out, like his future brother-in-law is a professional fisherman off of like Nantucket Island.
An angler?
Yeah. So like if you ordered fish for dinner at the wedding, we caught it. One of the coolest experiences I've ever had. So I'm out there in the middle of the ocean fighting some bluegill, this, that, or the other, or this trout.
Did they really turn around and serve the fish?
Yeah.
That's wild.
It was seriously, it was wild caught fish.
Wild caught salmon.
Yeah, and we did the whole thing, and it was so much fun. It was one of the great experiences of my life. But when we get back, I'm like worried. Like I caught this big sea trout or bass. I can't remember what the hell it was. For people's dinner, am I going to have to do something with it? And he's like, no, I'm literally a professional. You go sit down there and have like a cup of soup or something.
Was this the shooter wedding?
No, this is a different one.
Okay.
And
you did a lot of Boston weddings.
Yeah, actually remarkably a lot of them. But anyway, so like watching him do it, I go, you're right. He should do all of them. Like he had the electric knife. It took him 7 seconds to like take the spine out, this, that, and the other. And
My
I'm going,
brother's a
I
chef,
shouldn't do
and
it.
like
Yeah.
you give him a fish and you just watch him, and I'm like,
how do you
nope,
do that?
I wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, I can't do that. I already cut myself once.
How about the relatable content of my guy Jordan
I hated
McGee
that so much.
saying if there's a lot of episodes, I'm out on TV shows. I don't have time for all that mess. Love that.
I know.
Thought about you when he said it.
I know. This is an extension of my least favorite Grant pathology. So you'll have like an outrageous food take of some kind, right? You go like in a sea of outrageous food takes. You'll find one person that agrees with that one, That specific one. Now, they don't share all of yours because you have, again, an ocean of these things.
I don't need them to agree with all of them.
Well, when you find someone that agrees with one, because that's what we're talking about that one, you strut around here like Vince McMahon. You feel so validated.
I've got company.
And it's too much quality TV programming. Not for me. You and Jordan McGee high five, and now you're in here just grinning, waiting for that answer, staring at me like, ha ha ha, I gotcha.
Movie over TV shows makes sense though, from that perspective. He just doesn't have the time to engage.
You can't tell the same caliber story in 100 minutes than you can over episodes with arcs.
A pretty good director could figure it out. I mean, the longer a show is does not mean it's better.
No, of course. Like Grey's Anatomy's been going on for 40 years.
I don't even mean seasons as much as episodes, but like my point is you're saying, well, it's the more minutes you have, the better. Not necessarily.
No, I'm not saying.
You might be able to do more, but I could do a better 2-hour movie. Like, I'll give you a great example.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I never saw the TV show, but I'm going to assume it wasn't as good.
Right.
Because Queen Latifah was involved, I think. Or maybe I'm making that up. But like Equalizer with Denzel Washington was a movie for 2 hours.
That should be a movie.
Then it became a TV show.
Yeah, that's a movie.
Another one. My guy, Bob Lee Swagger, Shooter, is the movie. Mark Wahlberg.
Okay.
Slept on, underrated. You sleep. Darius sleeps. Bennett sleeps. Toby's out cold. Lynnell needs an alarm clock. Everybody doesn't understand how good Shooter is.
Okay.
Then they do a TV show. The TV show wasn't very good. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just movies can be better than TV shows.
Of course they can.
Just spreading it out over 10 episodes doesn't get you to the finish line.
No, but I'm not advocating. I'm not talking against movies. My point is, TV is now the place. It used to be like an actor was like, oh my God, you're a movie star. You can't go back to TV. Now that's where the prestige is. Like that's where the long character arcs, the development, the push and pull, all the different things. You could do a lot more than you ever could on TV.
I'll see that, and I'll raise you this though. I think that the streaming devices are the place.
Yes.
And they got into the TV game before they got into the movie game. That's about to change. So like Apple TV, whatever that app is called.
Yeah, Netflix turns out a Chris Hemsworth movie every hour.
Well, exactly, but not first. I mean, they did a lot of their own TV stuff initially. Netflix maybe is a little different, but I'm thinking more like Apple did a bunch of TV shows.
Mm-hmm.
F1 is their first movie.
Yep.
It is a smash,
Mm-hmm.
and they're going to do a lot of films. Does Brad Pitt prefer to be in their next blockbuster flick, or does he want to be in a 10-episode series where he's a detective trying to get to the bottom of something in New Orleans? I'm going to say Brad Pitt probably wants to be in the movie. We haven't seen him do the TV thing.
He is not.
I think Paramount or some of these others, like I think movie stars, the Denzel ain't going to be in a 7-episode HBO short. You might be able to get John Barenthal to do it. You're probably going to get an answer from who's the guy I love? Vincent D'Onofrio, like an actor like that. Those awesome actors.
He's in stuff. Yeah, there's some guys that won't make it, that won't do it. But
movie stars, man.
Well, Kevin Costner's a movie star. McConaughey's a movie star. He did True Detective, and it was awesome.
Yes,
like
he did.
My point is, like, it's not the taboo that it used to be, right? Where it's like a movie star could never be seen doing something on TV.
The game has changed,
but
for sure.
But there are a lot of guys. You're right. The old school guys. Like if Tom Hanks is on a TV show again, I'll eat my hat. But like
again, was he on one before?
That's how he got to start on.
You mean as a star? Okay.
Yeah,
I thought he was on one recently.
Oh no. But yeah, I mean, there's still a separation. I'm not running down movies. I'm simply saying your dismissal of television, if it's not a 3-episode whodunit miniseries that only lasts 14 minutes each,
that is the preference.
That's frustrating. It's frustrating, as Fred Smoot says. There's so much good television.
I do love TV though. I mean, I watch a lot of programs. I told you got to check
Football doesn't
out
count.
Stick.
I've heard it's good.
Owen Wilson, the golf
really
show on Apple. It's pretty funny.
Second person told you that you told me it was good. I've heard someone else tell me it was excellent.
I think you'll like it.
Mm-hmm.
It's entertaining. We should probably get back really quickly before we move on to Jordan McGee and the guy that was the focus of that interview, not the TV and the movie stuff that he brought up. But what is a percentage of snaps do you think that would be reasonable for him this year? Again, last year he played in 3% of snaps.
I think that number goes up significantly. Now,
I think there's a chance he plays in like 15-20%.
I was going to say 35-40%. I think that
that would be a ton.
I think your base defense, if there is such a thing in this NFL now, might include him. Like I think you'll see him a lot. I think teams are going to go. I mean, it depends on who you're playing and the circumstances, right? But like if a team that only wants to spread you out, that has their quote unquote base package on offense is 11 personnel or 3 wide receivers.
If you're playing against a heavy run team like Philly with Barkley, maybe
you might see him more.
But I just have a hard time believing they're going to have 3 backers on the field very often. I know they'll do it more based on what Dan Quinn has said, but almost half the time, that's tough. As you just said, you kind of brought up my point. I mean, the league has changed so much to the point now where it's spread, it's nickel and dime. You always prefer for the extra DB and the flexibility of like a safety over a linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's, they drafted a safety last year and Dominique Hampton as an example, who has like linebacker traits. You almost want that guy out there who can turn and flip his hips and run in the secondary if need be. An extra, like a Percy Butler type, something like that, Jeremy Reeves. I don't know. That's a lot. But I think we're in agreement, it sounds like, that McGee's role is about to exponentially change.
I'm just doing the math. I mean, if you move Frankie Louvu into a pass rushing role where he's a linebacker in name only, then are you really just basically saying we're going, an extra safety in there and
but they're
close
not
to the line
going
of
to do
scrimmage?
that. I mean, let's agree. Well, maybe we don't agree. As much as I'm singing that Louvu is going to be a pass rusher, I still think it's not going to be what he majors in. He's going to minor in that. You think he's going to basically be their edge player like all the time on passing down?
Yes.
God, would I love that. Oh, I go to bed praying for that at night, that everyone in the family is healthy and that Frankie Louvu's a full-time edge. I don't see that. I think he's going to
So last year,
be used in situations that way.
I think I saw this number, and again, I'm sure I'll botch it, so I apologize, but it's trying to illustrate the point. He was one of the only players in the league to be 200 times run defense, 200 times pass defense, 200 times rushing the passer. I think a lot of those numbers are going to change. I think it's now, hey, when you were covering, you're not anymore. You're now rushing the passer. Running downs, you're a linebacker, right? And if a team runs, you're going to have linebacker responsibilities at times, even if you're a stand-up defensive end or something
but
to that
then
effect.
it gets more predictable. You take away a little of his secret sauce, I think.
I think they're willing to trade that for we don't have another good pass rusher that's not named Von Miller. I think
Dorrance Armstrong.
Right. I think Armstrong's fine. Their most dynamic guy, who didn't rush near as often as anyone else, had 8 sacks last year. And they'll go, if we rush him 150, 200 more times, and he gets to double digits, 10, 11, that's worth it to us.
No, you're preaching to the choir. I just don't. To me, I don't think you have the luxury of doing it that much more. I'd love that. And if they think Jordan McGee is really, really good, then maybe they could pull that off, which he's going to have to go out and have a big preseason to give them the flexibility and the confidence to feel like they could do that. I've wanted to talk about this for a few days. I feel like sometimes this happens where we just end up at the end of a show getting to something that 3 days in the making is something that I really wanted to address.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of bad takes on television, okay? Shouty shows are designed to say things that I think are stupid. That's the whole reason they exist, is that every
To
now
make
and
the
then
clip.
I'll have to walk past the TV at like a sports bar or in the hallway here if it's left on in the kitchen, and for like 7 seconds, I might have to hear something Stephen A. Smith says on a Shouty show. And I go, oh my God, I can't believe anybody's watching this or finds this interesting. And then I keep walking, right? I think of all of the dumb things that have been said on television in a long, long time on shows that are designed to say dumb things so that people react, maybe the most ridiculous thing I ever heard was said this week. And it was Stephen A. Smith who said it. In talking about the future of a Commanders stadium, this was his big idea.
I've been an advocate, a strong advocate. I've always wanted a stadium in the state of Maryland that the Ravens and the Washington Commanders could share with a lot of employment emanating from D.C., but still be able to, because, again, you wouldn't have to worry about stuff like this. That's just my personal opinion. That was the idea that I threw out last year, that the Ravens and the Commanders should actually share stadium. You got a minimum of 17 to 18 weeks where you got games there, plus playoff games and all of that stuff, plus events in the offseason. And you know what? And it's the state of Maryland that you have to deal with instead of this kind of nonsense.
Is there anything that I'm missing before I go ahead and just write in Sharpie that that's one of the worst takes that's ever been said on television? Tell me you don't know anything about either fan base, how little they have in common or care to coexist, or that either organization has nothing to do with the other one. Like, that would be a comment that, like, my grandmother would say, who's never turned on her TV to watch football, where she's like, there's 2 teams in Maryland? I don't know why she's like an old New York lady.
Yeah, what?
By the way, I don't even have a grandmother anymore.
Okay.
So this is just a fake person.
Okay.
I wish I did, but I don't. But in this hypothetical, this New York grandma is like,
right.
Why don't they both play in the same stadium? It's the worst take I've ever heard.
I think the Hatfields and McCoys should get a house together. Like, what are you talking about, Clown Shoe?
It's such a bad thing. And then he goes, D.C. people should work in it. As if it's going to be near D.C. Tell me you've never driven on the Baltimore-Washington Parkway without telling me. Have you heard a worse take on television in the year of 2025? And people wonder why.
Yeah.
Shots across the bow at ESPN all the time. The dude makes $20 million a year.
20 mil.
20 mil. And that's the take.
It stings.
I mean, come on.
Stings a little more
I will
there.
take the 20 mil, and I will come up with worse takes. It's going to be hard, but I'll do my best. I've always said the Ravens and the Commanders should stare.
Longtime advocate of that position, according to him.
Yeah, exactly.
For so many years, I've advocated this position. And in weeks like this is why it's come up again.
That is a sneaky great
A
part.
long-time advocate. Many years ago, I developed this theory, this advanced theory of fandom and stadiums. And now it's time to let people know. Once again, I stand correct.
But is this, so for a second, I'm going to put aside my anger and just how absurd I think that is. Ted Leonsis has had this idea of the Super City thing where D.C. and Baltimore kind of coexist. And we share, I don't know exactly what, but is this, if I asked Ted Leonsis, it would be like, yeah, that's not the worst idea ever. Is that his Super City thing? Or would he even go, oh my God, that's terrible?
Yeah, not right now. Like one day he envisioned this like, pneumatic tube. Like, like the thing when you close up, like in Wolf of Wall Street, when you make the sail and you put it in that tube, it goes, and it shoots up there. He wanted a train like that went underground, like powered by like vacuums and glass tubes.
But wasn't
like that.
there an element of sports fandom as a Super City?
His thought
too?
was because Baltimore, while they hate us for a lot of things, root for the Caps, and root for things that that they don't have.
They don't have the Wizards. They don't have the
Wizards.
Caps.
Yeah,
so those are their
so
basketball.
they kind of adopted that. So in his vision, like the suburbs become contiguous, and then all of a sudden becomes an extension of the city. The way like a Clarendon or a Roslyn that's so close to DC, like used to be just a suburb. Now it's like kind of its own little mini city, and all you have to do is cross Key Bridge, and it's not that far. It's not that different. Then you sort of keep building out. Next thing you know, that Columbia and Severn and points in between are all one big continuous super city. So DC and Baltimore are kind of the same. That was Ted.
Here's my challenge for you.
Mm-hmm.
Nats don't play tomorrow in our time slot, so we get to have a real show. Tomorrow, I want the other things that Stephen A. Smith has thought for a long time about DC and Baltimore sports that we don't know about.
Guppies should live with piranhas.
Like, the Commanders should wear purple, and the Ravens should wear burgundy, and like
they should have opposite day.
I want that for tomorrow.
All right,
can you put that together for us?
Work on that.
Please.
I've been an advocate, a strong advocate. I've always wanted
a strong advocate.
What a horrible take!
Not a weak advocate, a strong advocate for many years. That's my favorite part, by the way. I think you're sleeping on that. A strong, like in other words, in a sea of people disagree with me, I have advocated strongly. Strong advocacy.
There are other advocates, but I'm a strong advocate.
Relatively weak compared to me. Strong.
The Ravens, man. The different organization that not only is in a different conference and has nothing to do with the Commanders, but that Commanders fans actively don't like and vice versa. It's a nice little geographical rivalry we got here. But let's share a stadium. He's doing, you know what he's doing? He's acting like it's New York. Like the Giants and the Jets share a stadium.
Mm-hmm.
You see that, where these teams from the same state will share their venue. That's what he's doing. It's like, well, they're Maryland teams. If they were the Maryland Ravens and the Maryland Commanders, maybe that would make sense. They're not. They're the Baltimore, a city in Maryland, and Washington, a different city, not in the state of Maryland.
Yeah, like someone
very different.
Someone that doesn't know baseball could say, why don't I don't know why this person has this accent, but why don't the Cubs and White Sox play in the same stadium? Like Chicago's so massive, it's different, totally different parts of the city. It's like almost like a different country.
Correct.
Going between the two.
And a fan in Chicago will hear this and scream at me. But them doing that would make way, way more sense than the Ravens, who represent Baltimore, a different city, playing in the same venue as the Commanders, who represent Washington. They're 40 miles apart.
Yeah.
I mean, on a bad day at the wrong time, it could take you an hour and a half to get from one to the other. Now, you could also do it maybe if you're lucky in like 36 minutes. But that's a 90-minute commute on plenty of days. I've done it before many times on the Baltimore-Washington Parkway. God, that's a bad take. $20 million take right there. How's about it? Him and McAfee, brother. They got all the money.
Is there a sporting event on ESPN? I can't wait to see them.
Someone had a great line because ESPN's swallowing up NFL Network, which is a bummer, by the way.
Yeah, it's bad.
Not that NFL Network's in a great spot right now, but whatever spot it's in, it's probably as good as it's going to be for a while. You know what I mean? But so ESPN's swallowing them up. And someone had a great line today where they're like, 7 hours of commercial-free football starring Pat McAfee starts right now.
And I throw myself into a volcano.
Red Zone is just McAfee now. We watch Pat McAfee watch football. That's how Red Zone's going to go. For the crew today, Ryan, I think, was at home doing something. We appreciate that. Toby was here. Garris was here. Danny and I were here. And we love you all, including Ryan. We're back at it at 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Earlier today in baseball, the Nationals fell to the Reds, had a chance at a sweep, but came up short as they lost 5-0. Nick Lodolo with a complete game 4-hit shutout. The Nationals have the day off tomorrow. They'll travel to Minnesota to take on the Twins for 3 beginning on Friday. NFL Commanders training camp got underway. First day of practice today. Terry McLaurin continues his holdout. Jaden Daniels said, quote, "It's just a business." Also said if they get the deal done, he says, "I don't feel we'll miss a beat." Head coach Dan Quinn also left open the possibility of Sam Cosmi being ready for week 1, saying it's on the table for sure. We'll get a better answer on that as we get closer to the end of preseason. Chairman Mendelson is close to announcing a deal with the Commanders that would make some changes in the financial terms with Mayor Bowser's deal and could open a door for a vote within a few days after public hearings, according to Mark Seagraves of NBC4. And also in the NFL, the Giants named Russell Wilson as their starting quarterback. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
What's going on, DMV? You know who it is. Youngest in Charge movement. Lynnell Willingham here with you live and local on 106.7 The Fan. And always streaming live nationally on the always free Odyssey app. Ride with me to take you up to 10 o'clock here on this Wednesday night edition of Overtime. Jam-packed program for you all tonight and over the next several days. Right now, awaiting to hear word from a certain somebody. We got Bub Carrington of the Washington Wizards expected to join the show at some point. If that changes, if that changes, we will keep you abreast of that. So I just got a text message from Bub Carrington. So Bub Carrington is going to join us live in studio coming up here momentarily. We wanted to kick things off with that. So super excited about him getting to join the program. We were out there, boots on the ground live at Commanders training camp this afternoon. Got the chance to catch up with a couple of different guys, including, guess what, people? Guess who I talked to today? Laremy Tunsil. I know. I made it here in one piece. My arms aren't broken. I didn't get ripped to shreds. Awesome catching up with him earlier today. A dude that is first class and is ready to come out and have a big-time year for the Burgundy and Gold. So I'll get you all up to speed on how that conversation went a little bit later on in the show. I did get to catch up with Jason Simmons, the defensive backs coach of the Washington Commanders. Touched on a lot with him. We'll play that for you a little bit later on in the show. Mitch Tischler, one half of the Beltway Football Podcast, going to join us coming up at about 8:30. And then tomorrow, if we're able to keep it locked right here on The Fan, ESPN NFL analyst Louis Riddick going to join the program. We'll get his thoughts. Louis was pretty fired up earlier today on NFL Live talking about Terry McLaurin in the contract conundrum. So it was it's very interesting, the timing of that. So shout out to the folks at ESPN PR helping me put that together. Louis Riddick going to join the show with us tomorrow to talk all things Burgundy and Gold. But wanted to start off with this. Oh, man. The text that I'm getting, tons of text coming through, making me laugh right now. We will empty out my Washington Commanders training camp notebook coming up top of the 7 o'clock hour. But I will just say this about being out there today. And I know, Grant gave you all the skinny during G&D as well. He was out there, boots on the ground, too. I'll give you a little bit of a different perspective, potentially. It's hard out there to see everything, is what I would say. This is now my, fourth training camp, getting to cover this group. It's really difficult to, look at everything during one practice to where I'm now taking it to where, okay, today I'm watching position X and position Z. Tomorrow I'm watching position D, position C. So there he is, my man. There we go. Perfect. So we do have Wizards guard Bub Carrington live here in the studio. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, we'll reset things. Bub Carrington joins us next here on The Fan. Just getting rolling here on this Wednesday night edition of Overtime. You're tapped in to the youngest in Charles. Lynnell Willingham. We'll take you up to 10 o'clock tonight. Right now, instead of going out to the Rude Guest Hotline, we'll do it live here in studio. Wizards second-year guard Bub Carrington joining us right now. Bub's doing a lot of awesome things. We appreciate you, Bub, giving us some time. Seemed like you may be jet lagging a little bit, coming back from Vegas. I know Summer League was eventful for you. As always, Bub, scoot to the mic. There we go. There we go. We're teaching Bub Radio 101 on the fly here, by the way, too, man. A lot more to get to as well. Coming up top of the 7 o'clock hour, I will empty out my Washington Commanders training camp notebook. But before we do that, man, Bub Carrington, we appreciate you making some time for us, brother. How are you?
Oh, I'm great, man. I appreciate you guys having me out here.
For sure. I wanted to first, we'll start with some non-Wizards items off the rip, because I know you're here, honestly, for a super special cause. And I give you a lot of crap because you're a Ravens fan. But you're an awesome dude, brother, and I've enjoyed getting to know you over the past year plus. Tell the folks, man, what Breaking Chains is and what the camps are coming up that you guys have, man. It's a real special opportunity for you to be able to host your first youth camp, and I'm happy to hopefully, help out with that, brother.
Oh, man, I appreciate that first.
For sure.
And, Breaking Chains is basically just like a nonprofit organization that is built around the putting awareness and treatment for mental health awareness, and for we're trying to also now get into like physical education.
For sure.
And it's all just about building that awareness and why we need it, and why it's important to know it, and also how to treat it whenever you people come to us for that help. And I super am with the organization. I agree with everything they're doing, so that's why I'm with them. Yeah.
For sure. I think it's awesome, especially, knowing, where you grew up at in Baltimore, and being a DMV cat. I give you crap all the time, but we don't always consider Baltimore a part of the DMV. But for today and for Breaking Chains, we will.
Today we will.
How awesome is it, though, man, to get to see a kid from your hometown look up to you and saying, hey, I could do what Bub did? Has it hit you yet? I know you've had family out at the games. I know that you've had some youngins out there watching you as well. But has that feeling hit you yet to where it's like, damn, I'm Bub Carrington. Yes, I get buckets, but I'm in the league, man. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, it definitely, I want to say it honestly kind of hits me when the draft happened.
Yeah.
The second one.
Okay.
And now people stop calling me rookie. Like,
okay.
Everyone kind of expecting a little bit more from me. Like, I'm kind of getting less text messages about practice, more like just expected to be there and stuff like that. It's like that's when it kind of hit you, or that's when the second win came. It's like, all right, yeah, you really in this now.
For sure. So when you and your family decided to kick things off with Breaking Chains, was there ever a moment throughout this process where you were able to step back and really understand the breadth of what you're doing and the depth of what you're doing? Because I think it's super awesome. And I go back to what I said a moment ago, the idea of being able to, we're young dudes. I'm 27, you're 20. The ability to impact younger people, I think, is awesome. And I know it's probably something you've thought about your whole life, but now being in position to be able to do it kind of gives you a little bit more gratitude. And once again, pinch yourself, it feels real.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of said it right there, but first, you're not young.
Damn!
27 years.
Well, he actually goes by the youngest in charge. It stole my moniker. It's a crazy bit.
You're pushing 30. But
wow. Clip that off and send it to Lou Deep.
But I honestly would say it hasn't.
Yeah.
Because I've just been in it for so long. Like, this has been such a passion for my family, for my father, for my mom.
For sure.
For like our just core values for so long that I'm not even thinking about kind of who, like, what I'm affecting. I'm just more so thinking about like who I'm affecting.
Yeah. For sure. You mentioned, obviously your father and you being able to, deal with that during the course of the season. I know it's obviously something that's tough for you, but like, I know you kind of just spoke on it, the ability to be able to, continue to have his name continue to grow on. And I know he's touched a bunch of people in the AAU circuits and in youth basketball, period. How important is that element of this for you to keep the name going?
Oh, it's super important. It's super important, especially after seeing just how many lives like he touched and how he did it. Like, at the funeral and things like that, like just hearing all the things that people had to say about him and all the stories that people had, like you could obviously see that he affected people's basketball lives in a crazy way, but they're just normal lives and how they think and their goals and their values. So to not want to continue that would honestly be a crime, in my opinion. So.
For sure, I think it's definitely awesome. I'm glad you're getting the opportunity to do this. Breaking Chains is the name of the nonprofit organization that Bub Carrington is doing a ton of work with. Give our listeners the details of the camps coming up that you guys have here.
So yeah, we have some camps coming up. Just a 1-day camp. It's 2 days though for it's 2 separate age groups. We have our younger age group going tomorrow actually, and then our older kids, high school kids, going Friday. And it's basically. Well, not basically. The camp is focused towards just pushing out that awareness, like I mentioned earlier, just educating kids on kind of just what mental health awareness is, how to stop it from ever getting anywhere that you don't want it to be.
For sure.
And we're also it's also a basketball part of camp, so we're gonna play some basketball, maybe teach them a few things. Maybe see
I was about to
some
say,
things.
man, so what type of? This is gonna say a lot about you, man. Are you letting campers score? Or you going hard? I hope you're not letting no campers score. I'd swat the hell out of a 6-year-old.
I promise. It'll be a cold day. It'll be a cold day before
man.
I ever let no middle schooler score on me.
For sure. Wizards guard Bub Carrington joining us right here on Overtime. Bub, couple basketball Wizard items before we get you out of here. Obviously, Summer League was good for you guys. What was the message that Coach Outlaw, Coach Keefe, and Will Dawkins kind of gave to you all heading into Vegas in terms of what you all were trying to accomplish?
He's gonna kill me if I don't say these 2 words. So the message that Coach JJ was telling all of us was just play super physical and play selfish. Like just play for each other, and that's the perfect 2 words that I could tell you that's trying to honestly build our brand, the Wizards brand of basketball, not just our Summer League message, but what we trying to bring to the season. Like we trying to be the hardest playing team out there, regardless of what people say, and we gonna play for each other. We got a young group of guys that all can dribble, pass, and shoot. Like we gonna show people what we all can do.
I've seen on social media you and Trey Johnson getting very, very acclimated with one another. Can you give us an update on the shooting competitions, brother, and where things currently stand?
Yes, I can actually. And there's
no, you're not shy. Trey ain't shy either, though.
Nah, he's not. But he gets that from me, from Big Dog. I just recently saw a clip on Twitter when we did our recent competition. It was left-handed, and they showed him making a shot and not me. They cut the clip off. By the way, I want to put out there, I won the last competition. It was left-handed from 3. And
well, they got to pump the rookie. Make the rookie look good.
I know, right? And
that's how it goes.
It's so crazy.
Exactly.
Like I was just getting posted everywhere, like everything, and now it's Trey, and it's like you're finna see exactly. You're finna
welcome
see
to the NBA. So
exactly
speaking of that, is there a moment that you could point out last year and went, okay, I'm in the league. This is for real. I need to eat my Wheaties.
First game of the season. Jason Tatum got the rebound, push. It's just me and him at half. He running full speed towards me, and I gotta stop him. I'm last line defense. and I just remember that. My eyes got big, and it was just like, all right, like I'm here now. I got to stop, though. Trust.
For sure. That's one thing I would give you. Compete your tail off on the defensive end. One thing that I was super excited about for you when I saw the news, obviously tough to lose JP. I know how close of a relationship y'all was able to form in that locker room last year. It was a bunch of good laughs in there last year whenever I would walk in. Bringing in CJ, though, man, a consummate professional, a guy whose game I see a little bit similarly to yours in terms of your ability to shoot off of the bounce. How many interactions have you gotten to have with him yet? And what are you most looking forward to picking his brain about?
I mean, what really says something about CJ is that we actually had more interactions when he wasn't on the team.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, so it's like me and CJ kind of got acclimated through the NBPA already a little bit.
Okay.
I've already kind of had his number and all that, things like that. But he just came out in Vegas. We rapped, we talked. CJ's a great guy, honestly. Like, and you hear it from everyone else, so you're already expecting it.
You can't get somebody to say a bad word about him.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
good,
like everyone has such good things to say about him, and it's like, so you're already kind of expecting what kind of guy he is, and then you meet him, and then he still just kind of blows you away with just his professionalism and how he carries himself. So I'm definitely super excited for him to be my teammate.
Definitely awesome. We'll let you go. Got a couple more for you before we let you bounce, brother. What was the number one thing that you really locked in on and said, you know what, this summer I want to get better at this. I want to come back better at this.
Getting better at kind of same leg finishes. Okay, I want to kind of get better at just being able to lay people off one leg.
It's definitely a way to go. You'd never lay me off one leg.
All right.
I hope you all understand that, like, I'm a competitive person. Bub's a competitive person.
That was way off script, people. I just want y'all to know.
This was real.
It wasn't on his script. I don't know who told him to say that
We
lie.
have no script. I'll let you go on this so the people can have a reason to throw tomatoes at you. I told you today that I got to go see the 2025 MVP in person, and what did you respond to me and say?
Oh, you really got to see Lamar. Like, that's tough. Bro.
That's
I really wish I could say I met Lamar Jackson today for real, but I didn't.
It's awful. Bub, obviously a big Ravens fan. Real quick before you head up out of here, brother, what is your prediction for the Ravens this year? Will your quarterback finally show up in the playoffs?
In
That's
the
my real
Oracle,
question.
in the Oracle, it says we will win the Super Bowl this year. Obviously, everyone knows that. Let's be real. The best offense in the league, best defense in the league, best quarterback in the league, best organization in the league.
That's tough. Stick to your day job, kid. Stick to your day job. Bub Carrington, ladies and gentlemen, appreciate you making some time for us in studio, my brother. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, I was boots on the ground out in Ashburn today. I'll empty out my Commanders training camp notebook. Next, this is The Fan. righty. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. You can tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP. Tapped in to the youngest in Charles. Lynnell Willingham will take you up to 10 o'clock tonight. Big thank you to the Breaking Chains organization for providing Bub Carrington for us here tonight, promoting the youth camp and the organization that him and his family have done a tremendous job with, trying to, bring awareness to mental health and all the struggles that surround mental health that people deal with out loud in silence. So big shout out to Bub Carrington opening up about that. Bub, a awesome young man. I go by the youngest in charge, right? It's crazy. Bub called me old. Isn't that something? Bennett, and the way you and Toby looked at me when he did it was like, no, he didn't. But no, he did. Me and Bub joke quite a bit, man. Super, super grateful of him providing his time to us tonight here, man. If you missed any of the conversation with Bub Carrington, you were in luck. Download the always free Odyssey app. Use the Odyssey Rewind feature and go back to about 6:45 to hear my conversation with Wizards second-year guard Bub Carrington. Right now, though, what you all have been waiting for, I know why you're here. I see you all typing in the YouTube chat. I see you following and sticking in the stream on the X app. I'm here to give you a fix. Honestly, I know how you all are, man. You all are itching for the Washington Commanders content, and I got it for you. We will empty out my we'll empty out my Commanders notebook coming up here tonight. I want to read a couple tweets before we get going, though. I got Big Trill tweets at me and says, "Turn me up, let's go." You already know how it gets down. My guy Commander Jigga says, "Nah, you ain't talked to Tunsil, and he ain't beat your ass for real, brother. I'm glad you got that interview because I was skeptical." Well, the Tunsil thing, man. Do we get into Laramie Tunsil now, or do we wait on that? I'll wait on Laramie Tunsil. I'll make you salivate a little bit for the Laramie Tunsil scuttle. But it was awesome though, man. Like I said in the opening segment, man, real dude understood the assignment in terms of his social media team, light my ass up the way that they did. But it was awesome, man. And this is the cool part about, what we get to do and why I think, it's special being a 27-year-old getting the ability to do this, man. Being able to build relationships and camaraderie with these dudes that are all mostly around my age. So it's super awesome. The relatability, the understanding of like culture and things of that nature, man. I was saying it to Laramie Tunsil, you've had a lit ass summer, dude. Laramie Tunsil hosted a football camp with Gunna, the rapper Gunna, ATL's finest. Him and Laramie Tunsil hosted a football camp together this summer. Not something that I would have had on my bingo card. So anybody out there wondering if LT's putting the work in or not, he's doing it, and he's doing it with Gunna Wanna. A lot more to get to. I do want to empty out this Commanders training camp notebook. A couple of things stood out to me off the rip. I do have to start with the quarterback position. Look, we got a taste of Jaden Daniels last year. And when I say a taste, you obviously know how it finished, right? You lose in the NFC Championship game, but, throughout the season, he clearly proved himself to be a bona fide top 5 to 10 guy in the sport right off of the rip. Dan Quinn spoke to the media earlier this morning before practice, and I thought he summed it up perfectly in terms of Jaden, right? And he spoke about it yesterday as well when him and AP addressed the media. When it comes to Jaden Daniels, he's earned the right, and he's a dude now that people just simply should not bet against. And I know the sophomore slump is something that's constantly thrown out there and talked about amongst media members. But let's be real here about why Jaden Daniels was able to have success last year, right? First and foremost, right? When it comes to Jaden Daniels and his success, it's not about the arm talent. It's not about accuracy or ball placement or the ability to make plays off script. He is a bona fide workaholic. And I know in years past, we've had guys in here at the quarterback position that have been dubbed and touted as super hard workers because that's what comes with the territory. You want your quarterback to be a super hard worker. The thing that really impresses me the most about Jaden, and this is kind of a double-edged sword here because I'm getting ready to zing you fans out there. Bennett, don't you think this is interesting? Remember this time last year, even right before training camp had commenced, what were we hearing from prominent NFL reporters? Jaden Daniels going to light the world on fire. Jeremy Fowler was getting spoon-fed things from the Commanders And all Jeremy was saying was, I keep hearing great things about Jaden Daniels. There's this thought that Jaden Daniels can take the league by storm right off the rip in year number one. You all believed that, but you don't believe Jeremy Fowler when he says the Commanders aren't willing to offer over $30 million per. So you pick and choose what you want to believe from your insiders. I'm obviously being facetious when I say that, but I go back to what we first heard about Jaden Daniels and that work ethic. I think that is the basis for his success. I think that is the basis for what type of career he's going to have, man. I think last year, and maybe I'm wrong. I hope that I'm not. I don't think I am because I believe in the cat, talking about Jaden. I feel like last year was like the worst version that we're going to see of this kid. And think about this, right? Got the chance to catch up with Brandon Coleman after practice this afternoon and, talking to him about the offensive line needing to be in shape. Jaden's got to be in tremendous tip-top shape as well because of the hurry-up offense that they run. But when you think about the mental workload that he had last year, I think it shows a ton of trust from the organization to put all of that on his shoulders last year the way that they did. And he didn't blink. He didn't flinch. So I know there's scuttlebutt out there about people concerned or wondering whether or not a sophomore slump is coming. I don't think it comes at all because this young man is brilliant. Watching him today in the 7-on-7 stuff and the 11-on-11 stuff, the thing that stood out with him last year stands out right here again to me. The ball comes out on time, where it's supposed to go. It's accurate. He had a pass today that he layered over the top to Zach Ertz in front of a defensive back. Now, obviously, if there are pads on, maybe the ball gets dislodged based off of contact. But the first throw from scrimmage today during 11-on-11, Deebo Samuel winning at the very top of the route against Tyler Owens, and Jaden Daniels hits him in stride, dropping it in the bucket. Plays circulating online on Commander Social. But, that's what you expect from him. And he's that type of cat to me, man. And it feels like to me, my expectations for him next year, I don't want to hyperbolize it, but why can't he be firmly in the MVP conversation? I know that's something that, a lot of the time is dependent upon team success. But why can't Jaden Daniels be in the MVP conversation next year? I mean, honestly, he is a dude that just gets it. And dare I say it, he looked better today than he did at points last year in terms of there's a comfortability now that he has, being that he's gone through an entire NFL offseason. Think about what last offseason was for him and for the Commanders. It was install. He's learning the offense for the first time. This was, to me, the big ancillary benefit of maintaining the continuity that they did throughout the staff, keeping Tavita Pritchard, keeping David Blau, keeping, Cliff Kingsbury, most importantly, Anthony Lynn, Brian Johnson. The boys are back in town. Everybody's back. So Jaden Daniels in this group continuing to expound upon what they started last year. And to me, by season's end, this offense clearly was a group to me that was damn near virtually unstoppable. Honestly. So you think about year two of this group, and I understand the Terry McLaurin thing that kind of hangs over our heads right now. We'll get to Terry a little bit later on in the show. But even if Terry isn't there to start the regular season, Jaden Daniels is the type of quarterback, ladies and gentlemen, and I think the front office may be thinking this as well, which is why they're dragging their feet with Terry. Jaden Daniels has a lot of the character traits and characteristics of the Four Horsemen, as I like to call them. If you listen to me regularly here on Overtime, you know who I'm talking about. The Four Horsemen, in no particular order, the best four quarterbacks in the NFL. It is Pat Mahomes, it is Josh Allen, it is Joe Burrow, and it's Lamar Jackson. What all of those guys have in common, and I guess Joe Burrow, the jury's still out on him, I guess, because we haven't seen him in these set of circumstances. What all four of those guys have in common is their ability to make others around them better. I'll be honest, you take T. Higgins and Jamar Chase away from the Cincinnati Bengals, what type of quarterback is Joe Burrow? I think it'll be great. I think Burrow can hoop. He can ball. But it's different. Like this year, Josh Allen, to me, proved a hell of a lot. First year, minus Stephon Diggs, and you go out and win the MVP. Like, that's the type of play that you expect from a guy that's going to be consistently talked about in the top 4. For Jayden Daniels, think about what he did last year, making Noah Brown, Olamide Zaccheaus, right? These, no disrespect, average wide receivers, made them look above average. So I think Jayden this year with Deebo Samuel and year 2 of Luke McCaffrey, a speed demon in Jalen Lane, I mean, he's going to get the opportunity at some point to show that he can elevate everyone around them. Because I'll be real, there is a lot of conversation right now about, well, how much do you trust the receiving core minus Terry McLaurin? I don't look at each individual. I look at the sum of the parts. And the sum of the parts without Terry is tough, but I have the utmost confidence that the quarterback is going to be able to elevate everyone. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. You can tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, I'll continue to empty out my Commanders training camp notebook. Gave you a thorough evaluation of the quarterback this afternoon. What was I seeing on the defensive side of the football? We'll talk about that next. This is The Fan. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. You can tweet at me as well. It is at NELL_BTP. You're tapped into the youngest in Charles, Lynnell Willingham. I'll take you up to 10 o'clock tonight here on this Wednesday night edition of Overtime. A lot more to get into. Right now, emptying out my Washington Commanders training camp notebook. We'll be joined by Commanders defensive backs coach Jason Simmons a little bit later on in the show. Got the chance to catch up with him after practice. Always a good convo with him. One thing that really stood out to me in my conversation with Coach Simmons, these dudes love coaching under Dan Quinn, man. Honestly. And as much as they love coaching under DQ, the defensive coaches also love coaching under Joe Witt Jr., a guy that's just been an absolute ball of energy. He walks out onto the practice field today. Mind you, it's 93 degrees, sweltering heat, day one of camp, all the feels, freshly cut grass smell, everything you can want. Eyes are itching like hell because I didn't take my allergy medicine this morning. I got to be better. I got to grow the hell up. Bub, see, that's why my 27 is a young 27, because I'm an immature 27. I didn't take my allergy medicine this morning. I was damn near unrecognizable on my way to the park. Luckily, on the way home, rather, from the park, luckily the Benadryl's kicked in. If you've seen me on the stream right now, I'm still a little puffy under the eyes if you're looking, but that's here nor there. Jason Simmons is going to join us in the 8 o'clock hour. We're also going to be joined by Mitch Tischler as well, one half of the Beltway Football Podcast. The big man was out there today, and me and him agreed on something that we'll bring to the airwaves coming up at about 8:30. But I want to continue to empty out my Washington Commanders training camp notebook. Always special to be out there, boots on the ground, getting different perspective and giving you all a different perspective. I told you in the last segment about how Jayden looked. This defensive front, and I'll preface what I'm about to say by saying this. When we're in training camp, and we're in this portion of training camp, excuse me, in particular, it's increasingly difficult to really get a good gauge on offensive line and defensive line play, right? Come, what is that, next Tuesday, the 29th? At that point, we'll have a really good idea or get a better idea about where the offensive line and defensive line stand because that's their first fully padded practice. We'll get shells out on Friday, I believe, as well. So we will get a little bit more contact day in and day out. But, dude, this defensive front, this defensive line, what's the best way that I can describe them? Almost felt like a group that's like much maligned, right? Everyone was hollering for a defensive end this year in the draft and in the free agency. Everyone's upset about this group and their inability to consistently stop the run. But I'll say this. They were 11th in the NFL in sacks last year. They had the third fewest sacks in the fourth quarter, though. I say all that to say this. Von Miller is here to close out games, right? I fully anticipate him having a super impact on this football team, on this defense, specifically when Washington is ahead, right? And when you think about all the close games that the Commanders played in down the stretch and all the late touchdowns that they gave up late in games, their fourth quarter defense was atrocious at times, right? You think about that, and add a future Hall of Fame pass rusher to your unit, hopefully you're a little bit more formidable. What really stood out to me, though, right? Frankie Louvu, dating back to the springtime, right? Dating back to the springtime. Every time the Commanders went into their individual drills, and that is when you go with your position group. Quarterbacks go with quarterbacks, running backs with running backs, so on and so forth. You know where Frankie Louvu, what position group he went to every time they went to individuals during the spring, and then where he was today during individuals? He was with the defensive ends and the pass rush guys, man. Frankie Louvu is going to have a real opportunity to consistently rush the passer. Honestly, though, how much he gets to rush the passer is honestly dependent upon two things. One, how successful is Frankie while rushing the passer? Can he set the edge in the run game? But two, how does Jordan McGee get acclimated? How does Jordan McGee come along? How does a guy like Kane Medrano come along, right? And Kane made a couple of plays out in the spring. Didn't notice him too much today because I wasn't paying attention to that group. But to me, man, if Jordan McGee can really take a step forward from the neck up and he understands what's going on, which it seems like he does, and he is able to play linebacker next to Bobby Wagner, that frees up Frankie Louvu to rush in those obvious passing situations. And I'll even take it a step further. He'll be able to rush outside of the obvious pass rush situations. So today, when they were, I think the drill that they were doing was 3rd and long. The front four that you saw was Von Miller and Frankie Louvu at your edge rusher spot. Deron Payne on the interior, lined up next to who? Dorrance Armstrong. Now, if you've been listening to Overtime here, that shouldn't be a surprise to you. We've said it ad nauseum. First of all, I think Dorrance is also another guy that I think they're counting on heavily, and they should, based on the contract they gave him last offseason and then what he did last year. He led this team in pressures despite only having 5 sacks. Right? I know Dante Fowler gets all the kudos for his 10.5 sacks. I continue to call it the quietest 10.5 sacks you'll ever see. But with Dorrance, you felt him. And you felt him when it mattered most. The Falcons game down the stretch, the Bucs game down the stretch, the entire postseason for the Commanders. Dorrance Armstrong made plays. And where did he make plays at? He made plays on the edge. He also made some plays rushing from the interior, being able to beat those interior offensive linemen with his quickness. Like, that's an area where I think he can really, really help catapult this defense and this pass rush. But they're just a versatile unit. They're about 8, 9 guys deep, right? I just named 4 dudes. Von Miller, Payne, Louvu, Dorrance. Can I give you another 4? Jerzon Newton, Javonte Jean-Baptiste, Javon Kinlaw, Eddie Goldman, Dietrich Wise, right? Like, they have a lot of dudes on that defensive line to where, to me, man, I feel like we're in a spot with the defensive front when it comes down to the numbers game and how many they actually keep. I was saying it to somebody earlier. I don't know if it was it last week? I was either saying this to Danny or Grant, one of the two. To me, man, when it comes to the pass rush, they're keeping 9, 10 dudes, and I feel like all 9, 10 of those dudes are going to play each and every week, man. It's a deep position group. What did Joe Witt Jr. say last year? We're going to roll with a deep crew. So I just feel like the depth, and if they're able to stay healthy throughout the course, Jalen Holmes, another guy I didn't even mention. If they're able to stay healthy throughout the course of the season, like, that should be a much better group. But we're not really worried about their ability to rush the passer, right? I think people are more so worried about how they're going to be able to stop the run. The run defense last year was god-awful at times. Today was the first day we got to see Javon Kinlaw in action. Woof. Mountain of a man. Mountain of a man. Him, Eddie Goldman. Eddie Goldman, by the way, let me pull up the Commanders roster here because I said I was going to do this when I got in studio. I left my paper roster in the car because I'm a stooge. But Eddie Goldman, ladies and gentlemen, 6'3", 330. You want to talk about the trimmest 330-pounder you'll ever see in your GD life? Insert Eddie Goldman. And I know our guy, Grant Paulson, got the chance to catch up with him post-practice a little bit, but, like, the new bodies that they have on the defensive line, one, I think they'll be better against the run because of the different fronts that they can line up. When you got guys like Dorrance Armstrong that can play inside and out, when you got Payne that can play inside and out, Kinlaw that can play inside and out. I mean, dude, it's going to be a badass defensive line group. I really have a lot of confidence in them. I know before they signed Von Miller, I guess is how I would put it, they were kind of missing that household name. Man, they got a bunch of dudes that I think together can just straight up boogie. And that, to me, is going to be really key for this offense going into next year. Or excuse me, really key for this defense going into next season. I want to talk about this new look Commanders offensive line as well. We got to see Laramie Tunsil out there for the first time today. There was one offensive line starter that I think you all will be surprised by. 1-800-636-1067. I'll continue to empty out my Commanders training camp notebook. Next, when we come back, I'll get you the skinny on this new look offensive line and why there's major competition brewing at 2 of the 5 spots. That's next on The Fan. Still rocking and rolling here on this Wednesday night edition of Overtime. We're tapped in to the youngest in Charles, Lynnell Willingham, taking you up to 10 o'clock tonight. Number to call us 1-800-636-1067. 1-800-636-1067. You can tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP. Bennett, I'm getting ready to shoot it over to you, my brother. I got the chance to catch up with Commanders' second-year guard, Brandon Coleman, briefly after practice. We'll play that for you coming up here momentarily as well. But I do want to get into this Commanders' offensive line. A revamped Commanders' offensive line, I think, is going to be the reason why this offense, despite coming out like gangbusters a season ago, it's the big reason why I think this offense is going to take another step forward. But you know who the head coach of this football team is, right? Dan Quinn. What is the mantra that Dan Quinn lives by? And he got it from his old pal, Pete Carroll. What he said is competition everywhere, all of the time, no matter who you are. You saw it last year, right? How frustrating was the song and dance last year's media members and fans when they just wouldn't name the starter? Got to earn it. Got to earn it. Saw the same thing with Brandon Coleman. Got to earn it. Saw the same thing, last year with Mikey Sammer still. Got to earn it. Ben Sinnott. Got to earn it. Nothing will be given to anybody by this coaching staff. Point blank. Point blank. Including this year's draft picks. First team offensive line today in team was as follows. Laramie Tunsil at left tackle. Brandon Coleman at left guard. Tyler Biotish at center. Nick Allegretti at right guard. Andrew Wiley at right tackle. So we'll see how long that plays itself out. First of all, I think Wiley's in a good spot to make the team. Didn't see him take any team reps there today, but he was the first team left tackle back in the spring during the two sessions that Tunsil did not go. He was the first team right tackle today, and I think it was Trent Scott running as your second team left tackle. So we'll see, if Andrew Wiley, gets more acclimated with the left side of the offensive line. But I do think he's in a good spot to make this team. But Josh Connerly Jr., they're not just going to hand the job to him. They're not. Do I think he's ready for it now? Probably. Just watching him, even dating back to the spring, he is a technician. When you're evaluating offensive line play, right? When you're evaluating offensive line play, one thing that you look at is, do your hands and your feet line up consistently when you're punching, etc. Right? I think with Connerly, that's always the case. And I know on tape there were some times where he overset and didn't have his body balance, so to speak. But Coach OG Bobby Johnson, somebody's working with him because Connerly continues to look sharp. He had a false start today, running with the second team offense at right tackle. Where Marcus Mariota's cadence has got him. But then the very next play, didn't put his head down, didn't pout, didn't moan and groan about it. He lines up one-on-one against Von Miller on an island, quick sets him, stops Von right in his tracks. Now, obviously, what I said to start the show, difficult to evaluate offensive line and defensive line play when there's no pads on, but the footwork is there. And this offensive line, to me, from a depth standpoint, right, it has the chance to be a legitimate top 10 unit in the National Football League. We actually got a pretty interesting update earlier today surrounding this Commanders offensive line. And it came from Dan Quinn. Came from Dan Quinn, giving us an update on Sam Cosmi. Sam Cosmi potentially could be ready for week number 1. They are not ruling out Sam Cosmi for week number 1. He tore his ACL in January. That'd be an 8-month timeline about, so it's not totally off, but it goes to show you how much of a physical specimen Sam Cosmi is. When he comes back, this offensive line, the final form of this offensive line and what group they'll throw out there to end the regular season or to start the playoffs if they're all healthy, I think it'll be Tunsil, Coleman, Biotish, Cosme, Connerly. And a bad group. Super athletic. It's got the ability to really get out like elephants on parade in the screen game. I'm excited for it. I am. This offensive line, it's been a while, man. I was talking to some guys out there earlier today on the beat. It really feels like, well, how far we got to go back? The J years when it's Morgan and Trent as your tackle tandem, and then Corey Lichtensteiger was doing the damn thing at center. Then you inserted Chase Roulier. He was a dog at center. This offensive line, to me, is the best Commanders offensive line I've seen in quite some time. And one thing that we forget about with this offensive line, I think they'll be just as impactful as pass blockers as they are as run blockers, right? I think they'll obviously afford Jaden Daniels more time to push the football down the field. That is a given. The other area, though, what I think is interesting is how they are as run blockers. And I think they all have the ability to be tremendous in that department. And they're going to have to be if this team is going to be able to replicate some of last year's offensive success. Think about this. Got a number for you that absolutely knocked my drawers off when I read it. Obviously, it didn't knock my drawers off. I will keep my drawers on for the sake of the general public. But you get what I'm saying. The Commanders last year, and the numbers, I think, when I read you this number, I wonder if you'll be as staggered by it as I was. But in terms of the balance that this team had offensively, the Commanders ran the ball at the 6th highest rate in the NFL last year. I'll say it again. The Commanders ran the ball at the 6th highest rate last year. I know everyone, was excited about Terry. I know everybody wants him in the fold. But in reality, the most important thing to this Commanders offense next year, to me, is going to be balance. Can they run the football consistently? Because we saw it down the stretch. The traditional running game absolutely fell off of a cliff. It just did. It just did. So this year, with a revamped offensive line, a motivated Brian Robinson Jr., adding Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, a healthy Austin Eckler, this run game's got to be paramount, and it's going to be a big part of their success and determine, honestly, whether or not they're going to be able to have success. If I'm being real with you. Like, they ran the hell out of the ball last year. And it's not like they ran it, for S's and giggles is the best way that I could put it. They were the 3rd best rushing offense in the NFL in terms of yards per game, right? Rush yards per play. They were amongst the tops in all the National Football League. Explosive runs. Talking about runs of 10 or more yards. Washington was in the top 5, right? So, this is a group that needs the balance. As good as Jaden Daniels looked last year, you get him some more balance offensively and eliminate some of those performances where he's throwing it 40 times a game. How much better do you think the offense is? I'm excited about it, though, man. The offensive line, to me, they're a revamped group. But honestly, the biggest reason why I think this running game next year is going to be much improved. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. I mentioned rookies having to earn it. I'll tell you which other rookie is still having to wait his turn to get on the first team. Next is The Fan. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. You can tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP. A lot more to get to here on this Wednesday night edition of Overtime. It's tapped into the youngest in Charles. Lynnell Willingham will take you up to 10 o'clock. Couple of more guests still slated to stop by. Coming up at 8:30, one half of the Beltway Football Podcast, our guy Mitch Tischler on the Monumental Sports Network going to join us. Big man was out there with me, boots on the ground, and Ashburn will pick his brain to see what he caught that I didn't. That's the beautiful thing about getting to go out there for hours, watching practice, chopping it up, collecting content, building relationships. You get to have other people out on the beat that you trust to be your eyes and ears. Mitch Tischler, definitely one of those guys for your boy. He's going to join us coming up at 8:30 in the 9 o'clock hour. And in the final hour of Power, Commanders defensive backs coach Jason Simmons going to join the program. We'll get him to discuss a bevy of different things, including what he has seen out of Trey Amos to this point. Right now, taking your calls on anything at 1-800-636-1067. As we ease our way into the 8 o'clock hour, I want to answer the question that I posed out last segment in terms of the other rookie that's having to earn his playing time. I mentioned Josh Connerly Jr. right now playing with the second team at the right tackle spot. Will Andrew Wiley be able to hold him off? That's going to ultimately be the question. I think right now, I don't know how long that's going to last. Because to me, Connerly could just play. But I think Andrew Wiley getting the nod honestly says a lot about Andrew Wiley. It's not a slight to Josh Connerly at all. Andrew Wiley's a pretty decent football player. I'm not going to go hyperbolize it and act like I don't remember a couple of years ago under Ron Rivera and company. But last year may have been a byproduct of, playing with a mobile quarterback like Jayden. Didn't give up one sack last year. Not one. The guy Zinsworld just typed it in the chat saying Wiley did really well as a moving blocker last year. He did. Thought he was really, really good in space at times last year. That was why they preferred Wiley over Cornelius Lucas, because of the way that he played in space. But I want to take your calls, though. 1-800-636-1067. All show long, and it'll be this way throughout the duration of training camp. Ask me whatever, man. I'm out there, boots on the ground, able to answer any question you all have. It's a big reason why I'm out there. It's super invaluable to the show in terms of how beneficial it is for me to be out there. Real quick, Bennett, if you got it ready, we'll let you all hear from. Go to my account. I did not DM it to you because I'm just a terrible person. Brandon Coleman, got the chance to catch up with him post-practice earlier today. Talked about a couple of different things. Let's take a listen.
Lynnell Willingham here with Commanders second-year guard Brandon Coleman after training camp practice number 1, BC. How was the summer for you? I know we were talking off camera about how you went down to Dallas to train a little bit. Expound upon that.
Yeah, I was out in Dallas. Family's out there, and then trained with Duke.
Duke Manyweather, yeah.
Yep, Sports Academy. There's a couple of us guys here. Tyler was down there for a little bit. Foster Sorrell, Trent Scott, Chris Paul. So we were able to kind of connect, work together, which was cool. Yeah, it was good work. Went to O-line Masterminds. That's always a great event to go to. There's so many greats, talents, legends there. So being able to connect, talk about the game, especially before we come into camp, is always great. And just connect with a bunch of people.
Kicking inside the guard, man. I've been leading the hype train for you, big guy. I think you got a load of potential at that spot. How comfortable are you moving there, and what were those conversations like to make that choice?
Yeah, like I told him when I got drafted, and when they called me about OT and Josh, I'm ready for any position.
Yeah.
Played everything in college other than center, like I told him. So it always takes a little bit of time to adjust, but I feel like the spring helped me out a lot. This summer, I was honing in a lot on basic things like stance, first couple steps, punching, aiming points, timing. So now being able to kind of apply that to like game-like situations here in practice was good. I kind of saw that today. Obviously, there's stuff that you can always learn from, especially these first practices, but it's always cool to go against guys like Kinlaw, like guys are like the best of the best in my opinion that I can work with day in, day out and ask questions.
So I'll let you go on this, big fella. The one thing that I thought was going to be pretty interesting for your transition inside for the entire offensive line is when you go hurry up as much as you guys do, what type of shape do you guys have to be in, and is there an extra emphasis from the coaching staff to come back in tip-top shape because of the offense you guys run?
Yeah, obviously, I ran the offense in college.
Okay.
you kind of build up through practice, but I think the coaches never had to make a big emphasis. Like, everybody on this team knows what it's about and knows what they have to do to get in shape. Like, they embrace that stuff. They know that it's the edge that we have to be in shape, and they know that just comes with the excitement that we bring to practice.
For sure.
It's not really like working it. It's just kind of part of practice and what we do.
For sure. Appreciate you, big fella. That is Brandon Coleman, Commanders' second-year offensive guard. I think he's going to have a Pro Bowl year this year. I really do. I told him off camera. I said, hey, big man. First of all, my first introduction to Brandon Coleman, we got to interview him the weekend after the draft. He joined me and Chris Russell over on our sister station, the Team 980, and at that point getting to learn the story, humble beginnings. And then last year, we found out that he brought, I think it was like bacon-covered donuts as like his rookie treat for guys. And I said, wow. Some people would say your back is big for eating something like that. I think you got great taste. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Let's hit the phones while we got a chance to do so. 1-800-636-1067. Captain Todd, what's chime in? What's going on, brother? How are you?
Hey, buddy. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good, man. How you doing? Good to hear from you, my man.
You too, buddy. You must have the patience of a saint, so it's perfect the rooster, man, I got to say.
That is my guy. That caged animal is probably somewhere listening right now, so.
Oh, good. I want to say hi to the rooster. You know, I love the rooster. He's a crazy person, but we all love him.
Yes, he is.
Last time I was on the air with you, Captain Mom was listening, and you gave her a big shout out, and I got like 5 texts after we got off the air, and it just nothing but thumbs up and smiley face emojis. I mean, she was happy as a clam, man. You made her night.
Love it, man. And look, Captain Todd, seriously, man, I'm glad that I could do that for you in particular, man. You have been a super supporter of mine ever since I've gotten an opportunity here, man. I definitely have no problem doing that for you, brother. That is awesome to hear.
Appreciate it, buddy. Yeah, day one I was a fan, and after that, especially, I'm fan for life, buddy.
For sure, man.
What
do you got?
again,
what's your biggest question that you got for me from training camp, brother?
You know what's really funny? I actually love that we're talking about the offensive line because they get no love.
Yeah, they don't.
Ever. And I was telling, I think it's Ben tonight, right?
I got Bennett is in. We got Bennett. Young Bennett in
shout
here
out
tonight.
to Bennett, man. So I told him a question I wanted to ask you because I was running through this in my head. Is the offensive line the best position group we have on this team right now?
Wow.
You know?
Man, how quickly things could change in a year, dude. Like, that's...
Sure. It's been a problem for how many years?
Wow. Even specifically going into last year. Like, that was the main reason people had reservations about, how good Jaden Daniels could be right off of the rip, because it was an offensive line that was pretty unheralded. But I think that's a tremendous point. I would go out on a limb, Captain Todd, and say, yeah. To me, it's either that cornerback room or the offensive line room. I think the cornerback room is deep, too. I think they got 5 guys that are legitimate starters in this league, talking about Noah Benogany, Lattimore, Trey Amos, Jonathan Jones, and then Mikey Sainrisville.
Yeah, but how many of them are Pro Bowlers?
Yeah,
I mean, we might have 6 Pro Bowlers on the offensive line.
Dude, Tunsil's going to be a Pro Bowler. I think Cosme's been there before. Brandon Coleman, I think, has Pro Bowl potential, clearly. Biotish is someone that's starting to get a lot more respect nationally. That's a good point, Captain Todd. Man.
Yeah, seriously. And also, last thing, having Mitch, the big man, talk about the offensive line, I am tuning all the way in, man. I am so excited about that.
For
Love
sure. I'm
Mitch.
super excited about that. Captain Todd, I appreciate you as always, man. 1-800-636-1067. Jason and Laura, Robbie and Chevy Chase, Mike, Sean. We'll get to all of you on the other side of the break. Don't go anywhere. This is The Fan. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Right now, taking your calls on all things related to Washington Commanders training camp. First day that fans can be out there is Sunday. What are you looking forward to seeing, and what questions do you have from the first couple of days? Let's go to Jason and Laurel wants to chime in. What's up, Jason?
Lynnell, thank you so much for taking my call. How you doing, buddy?
Sure, man. I appreciate you calling, man. Love hearing from you, buddy. I hope all is well
Hey, for
with
all
you
those
and
people
yours,
out
man.
there, I saw you talking about this earlier, man. If you ever want to talk to Lynnell, DM him, man. He always responds. He's got good stuff. You know, I was so excited when I saw some of your reports from training camp this morning. I'm telling you, I was living for him. I got to make a commitment to you. I had such a great season last year, but I failed in one regard. I didn't go to a single event that you and Denton had at all last year.
You gotta
That's
get out
not going to
there,
happen this
Jason.
year, man. I'm coming.
So I'll say this. I don't know if I'm allowed to announce this. Every away game, me and Denton will be live on location for the pregame show out at Old Ox Brewery in Ashburn, as well as in Fairfax. So that's every away game.
Well,
this
I commit
season,
to see you, brother. You're going to have to see my fat face at least on one of those.
Look, I definitely appreciate the support, brother. Glad you're doing well. What do you think, though? What's your biggest question for me coming out of day
I got
one
a
of
lot of
training
things I'm
camp?
excited about, truly. You did such a great job last year talking about the sophisticated run game that they were going to do. And I do think they intended to do that, but I don't know that we had enough horsepower. This is by far the most talent we've had on the offensive line. Now, whether the O-line coach and the strength coach can get that out of them, we're going to see. Although I got to tell you, I think Ben Johnson is his name. I wasn't a fan of that hire. I think he did well last year with what he had. It's interesting to see throwing some more athleticism at him, what he's going to do with this group this year. And I think the screen game is going to be huge. First of all, Eckler is a huge
Jason,
receiver.
this is why I love when you call, Jason, because you're a smart cookie. They mark this, and Jason could co-sign it. They will have the best screen game in the National Football League next year. I 100%
is a
agree.
screen monster, and then so is Ankler.
And then the athletes that they now have up front, Jason, definitely lends itself to that.
Yeah, and the thing that gets me crazy, right, if we can get the defense going left and right for at the snap screen games, the up the middle is going to get better. And that was the thing that failed our rank. You talked earlier about how we ranked, but we really didn't have running, especially in the tail end of the season, unless it was Jaden.
Yeah.
And we had no inside game at all, hardly. So I think the screen game is going to really add to our run game and show us what kind of horsepower we have at the O-line. I saw some clips of Miller going against the young kid. I think that's great. I love iron sharpens iron. I heard Debo ran by somebody. He must not be that fat. Was really, excited to hear that.
Debo had a tremendous day. And, Jason, if you've heard me at all throughout this offseason, I am the leader of the Debo Samuel fan club. I do think whether Terry's here or not, I think he's going to be their best offensive weapon.
Yeah.
Jason, I appreciate
I think Eckler was that early last season. He was just a weapon in so many places. I think Debo's going to be used similar.
I agree with you about Eckler, Jason. The one thing that we slept on, the first man never got Austin Eckler down. I feel like he always was making somebody miss. Jason, I appreciate you as always, brother. I got a couple more guys I got to get to.
Give you one quick thing, and I swear I'm out. Just one quick thing I want to hit on.
Sure.
So, listen, I love Terry. I got 3 Terry jerseys, and I want Terry to be part of this team. But I'm okay with Peters not overpaying him. And Terry's a great citizen, and that's what makes this thing so difficult is because he's such a great citizen. You kind of want to overpay him. But I tell you what, I think they get it done. But, guys, maybe they haven't got this done yet. I still think there's a play where Hendricks comes here. And if Hendricks comes here, get your Super Bowl tickets ready.
Ooh. Look, Jason, I'm in the minority with you. I'd still pick up the phone and call. I don't care if we got Von Miller or not. Appreciate the call as always, man. 1-800-636-1067. Robbie is out in Chevy Chase. What's chime in? What's going on, Robbie? How you doing, brother?
Hey, what's going on? So I don't want to go back and beat a dead horse here, but I want to go back to the Terry situation.
Go ahead.
So I think a deal eventually does get done. And my concern isn't necessarily how much we end up paying him, but it's going to be the lost reps in training camp and over the summer.
Yeah.
Especially at a position at receiver when so much of it is timing and so much of that is being with your quarterback, with the team, getting everything down. Like, what's your take on that? How do you think that comes into play come week one if a deal gets done?
Dude, I think it's massive. I feel like I'm in the minority in terms of my panic level and my level of concern for where things stand. Just from a pure football standpoint, holding out, normally when guys hold out, especially if they hold out into the regular season, Robbie, injuries happen. Obviously, knock on wood that doesn't happen to Terry if he is able to report. But I think you hit it right on the head. Think about how their rapport struggled at times last year right off of the rip. Like, it felt like Terry McLaurin, in terms of his production at times, was hit or miss. Now, the numbers when Daniels targeted McLaurin is absolutely out of this world. But to your point, like, this is a new year. You got to rebuild that chemistry, rebuild that rapport. I know Jayden hosted a couple of throwing sessions this offseason. Curious to know whether or not Terry McLaurin was a part of those, Robbie. I definitely think you're on to something with that for sure.
Yeah, then also.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead again, Robbie. I lost you for a second, Robbie. Repeat that.
You at the same time, you have new receivers now in the room, and you got to figure out how to work that as a unit.
Yeah, I totally agree. Real quick, Robbie, and I appreciate you calling as always. So, Jayden Daniels last year, including the playoffs, when targeting Terry McLaurin, had a 66% completion percentage, threw for 1,100 yards, 9 yards per attempt, and this is the staggering part. Jayden Daniels last year threw 25 touchdown passes, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm going to fact check that here real quick because I don't want to be looked at as a liar to you all. But, yeah, Jayden Daniels last year through the air, threw 25 touchdown passes, good for 10th most in the NFL. 15 of those 25 touchdown passes went to Terry McLaurin. So if you're looking for a statistical reason as to why they got to get him back in the building, that is it. The other thing, too, on Terry here before we take another timeout, if he is not on this roster, who's your deep ball guy? Who's your big play threat? I know Debo, as soon as you get it in his hands, you get him in space and watch out. But, you lost De'Ami Brown. Terry's not in camp right now. Those two were responsible for a bevy of chunk plays for this offense last year. And one shortcoming that this offense had, and they were tremendous last year, the one shortcoming that they did have is it felt like they struggled at times to consistently create and generate the explosive play. It's why we saw so many 18, 19-play drives last year for this group. So I am super excited about when Terry gets here, but until he gets here, rather, there will be some major questions from me. 1-800-636-1067. Let's go to Eiler out in Richmond wants to chime in. What's going on, Eiler?
Hey, Lynnell, this is Tyler in Richmond. How you doing?
Gotcha, Tyler. What's going on, brother?
Hey, what's up? I just wanted your thoughts on without McLaurin in camp. I think Deebo Samuel's going to play a much bigger role. But who stood out to you at receiver other than Deebo? Me personally, I think this is Luke McCaffrey's year to play a much bigger role.
I think, Tyler, Dan Quinn mentioned Luke McCaffrey earlier this spring as a guy that really got after it and got better in the weight room in terms of bigger, faster, stronger. And then you think about last year with Luke, they had him learn slot and outside wide receiver. So you got to think his head was swimming a little bit in terms of just the info that he was forced to digest throughout the course of last year. But the receiver that stood out to me, Tyler, today in particular, and he stood out throughout the spring session as well. Remember this name, listening audience out there. Undrafted free agent out of Louisville, Ja'Cory Brooks is somebody that, to me, I think he's going to have a real opportunity to carve out a legitimate role on this Commanders team next year. And he's a different body type in this room, guys. 6'3", 200 pounds. They don't have anybody like that in the receiver room. So I think his physical profile, along with the production here in camp, definitely going to help him out. Tyler, I appreciate you as always, brother. 1-800-636-1067. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, more of your calls. Ask Lynnell anything. I was out there, boots on the ground, for day number 1 of Washington Commanders training camp. Ask me what you think stood out. Also, we got Mitch Tischler coming up in about 13 minutes. He'll join us right here on the Fan, one half of the Beltway Football Podcast. When we come back, though, rookies are going to have to earn it. I told you Josh Connerly Jr. was going to have to earn it. He isn't running with the first team offensively yet. There's another highly drafted rookie that's going to have to earn it as well. I'll tell you who next here on the Fan. Coming up in about 10 minutes, we're going to be joined by Mitch Tischler, one half of the Beltway Football Podcast, with our guy JP Finley. You can hear weekdays 10 to 2 right here on The Fan with our guy Brian Mitchell. The fellas out on location at training camp earlier today. They'll be out there each and every day. Love hearing their commentary on everything as well. Also, before we get out of here, coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, we'll be joined by Jason Simmons, the defensive backs coach of the Washington Commanders. Asked him about Marshawn Lattimore, got up to speed about Trey Amos, talk Mikey Sainristil, talk culture. Always good when I get the chance to catch up with Coach Jason Simmons. That's coming up in the 9 o'clock hour right here on The Fan. We'll also get you an update, major update, on where things currently stand when it comes to the Commanders and their pursuit of a return to the old RFK site. That we'll get you that in the 9 o'clock hour as well. Right now, I want to continue to take your calls to 636. Almost lost it there, Bennett. 1067 is the number. 1-800-636-1067. You can tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP. I mentioned earlier Josh Connerly Jr. still having to earn it. Talking about earning his spot along this Commanders offensive line. The other young man that I think will eventually start at some point this season that's not starting right now is Trey Amos at the outside corner spot. When Washington goes to their first team defense during 11-on-11, it is Marshawn Lattimore at one outside corner, Jonathan Jones at the other, and then it is Mikey Sainristil lined up back in the slot. One thing I'll tease a piece of the conversation that we had with defensive backs coach Jason Simmons. Mikey Sainristil getting kicked inside, not something that is going to be an every down thing. I think it'll be matchup dependent. Coach Simmons kind of alluded to it, but we'll see ultimately how that happens. But Trey Amos, to me, was able to realize it right from the get-go. Man, he just lights a room up. And I always like to talk about the person before we get into the football player. It seems like the person is just wired the right way. I follow him on TikTok, so I get to see some inside of his behind the scenes and things like that. Man, he's just a big kid. And I think the environment that they're fostering in Ashburn, when you get to have Trey Amos come in and learn from Super Bowl winning champion, veteran, Jonathan Jones, how do you not love that, right? Getting coached by Jason Simmons, getting coached by another Super Bowl champion in William Gay. Like, he just gets it. And I think his energy and his infectious personality, helps his confidence on the field. I don't know how long it'll take because Jonathan Jones can play. When they went 7-on-7 in the first team, it was Trey Amos, Marshawn Lattimore, Mikey. So we'll see. There's a real competition going on there. I expect Trey Amos to win the job at some point, but I don't think it's a foregone conclusion. The one thing that I'm curious to see with Trey Amos is when you think about why young corners in the NFL struggle out the gate, the collegiate game officiated a hell of a lot differently than, the pro game, right? So when the refs come out there for training camp, it's always good. You get to get penalties, called and things of that nature. Like, that stuff's important. That is what matters. But for Amos, it's baptism by fire. I wish that he was getting to go up against Terry McLaurin every day, right? Debo, love Debo. Different than going up against Terry, right? Noah Brown's off on the side field, not participating much. That's different than going up against Terry. But as far as Trey Amos, man, his length, his ability to turn and run, he's got greasy hips. That's a term they use in the scouting community, people. Greasy hips, meaning gets in and out of his breaks really fast. I think he's a supreme athlete. Where I'm looking to see, well, can he do it or can he not when it comes to tackling? Because, see, it's one thing to be cute, playing defensive back in 7-on-7 when there's no pads popping. But how are you going to act in the month of November when it's a toss to the right to Bijan Robinson and it's you and Bijan in the alley and you got to shed the block of a wideout and make a good effort play? Like, is he willing to do that? Does he want to get his face mask dirty? That's the big question I have with Trey Amos. But when you play your collegiate ball primarily in the SEC, the transition in terms of tackling in the NFL shouldn't be too bad. But definitely excited about Trey Amos moving forward. Can't wait to talk to Coach Jason Simmons a little bit later on to to get some more detail and insight on just how impactful Trey Amos has been. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Jonesy, Little, Chris will get to you after our guy Mitch Tischler. One half of the Beltway Football Podcast. The big man joins us next here on The Fan. The party continues here on this Wednesday night edition of Overtime. You're tapped in to the youngest in Charles. Lynnell Willingham will take you up to 10 o'clock. Commanders defensive backs coach Jason Simmons going to join the program coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. But I always say it, man. Day one of training camp gives you first day of school vibes. We're super excited to see everybody out there. Super excited to talk to media members, players, coaches, so on and so forth. The boys are back in town. Because the boys are back in town, we'll go out to the Rude Guest Hotline for the first time this show. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We find our guy Mitch Tischler there, one half of the Beltway Football Podcast. Give our pal Mitch a follow on the X app at Mitch_Tischler, Tischler. What's going on, Mitch?
Not a whole lot. How you doing, my man?
I'm good. I appreciate you making some time for us here tonight. I was saying to the audience before we got going, day one of camp is such a tease, right? Because there's not a ton that you can take away, but I know astute observers like yourself are going to take something away from camp. What was your biggest takeaway, in air quotes, Mitch, from day number one?
Yeah, I mean, listen, the first week or so of camp, it feels awesome every day because it's just so great to be back around football, back around the guys, getting in the groove. Now, once you get after that first preseason game, you get a little bit of Groundhog Day over there. I think there were a lot of things you could take away from today. I mean, to me, I think the number one thing is seeing Von Miller walk down that stairway in the 24 jersey, which is a weird number, but it is what it is. Hopefully, it's the number of sacks he gets.
That would be crazy. By two. That'd be so.
But seeing Von Miller out there, I mean, listen, you can watch the D linemen, and they brought in a lot of bulk this offseason on that D line. When you look at guys like Eddie Goldman, Javon Kinlaw, Dietrich Wise, groups like that, guys like that. And those are guys that are brought in to almost specifically counteract what Philly has done. And it grinds my gears to say anything nice about Philly or the Eagles, but they've done a hell of a job of building a team up there and have put together a nice blueprint for how to keep continued success, and that's built along the offensive and defensive lines. And so seeing a bunch of the big bodies that are brought in to help contain Saquon, hopefully help with the tush push and, a lot of the run game was an important piece because I think that was the biggest downfall of this defense last year. But when you watch Von Miller go through some of these one-on-one drills, you just see a different level of speed. And yes, Von is getting up there in age, but the amount of knowledge that guy has that he's going to be able to impart both across the rest of the D-line and on the O-line. Think about how much Josh Connerly, as a rookie, is going to be able to learn from a guy like that. I think it was just a big thing that kind of stood out to me today.
Yeah, for sure. I totally agree. And honestly, Mitch, like the high schooler in me was geeking out today seeing Von Miller out on the practice field. It was a guy that I wanted to be like when I was playing high school football, and it was just so cool. And now you think about it, man, like this is a star-studded roster all of a sudden. Marshawn Lattimore, Bobby Wagner, Von Miller, Zach Ertz, a bunch of guys that just have a bunch of pedigree across this league. You asked the devilish question yesterday to AP, how do you feel about having the oldest roster in the league? Mitch, how do you feel about this team being the oldest in the NFL? Is it kind of just semantics, or do you think it's something that, may impact them during the season?
I don't know if it's going to impact them during this season because DQ does a really good job of taking care of his veterans.
Yeah.
But I think a big part of it is the lack of talent that was on this roster when this group came in. I mean, you have 3 years of young players that there was essentially none of from the Ron Rivera draft, So you're in a situation where, you have to rebuild along the way, and they did it really well last year with a lot of those guys on one-year deals. Hopefully it kind of continues as we get into this season. I do question a little bit, the notion from AP and DQ that they want to build this thing to be a long-term contender, and the more you bring in these older guys, the less reps there are for the younger guys. Now it's a double-edged sword because those guys can teach the younger guys as well, so it kind of splits both ways. I don't think it's that big of an issue because I think when you look at the age, you have to keep in mind that their specialists are all probably the oldest group of specialists in the NFL. You have Josh Johnson as your third-string QB. He's obviously way up there in age. I don't know that those guys are going to impact games all that much, and certainly impact that stat or that number about being one of the oldest teams. But, I look at these old guys and these guys who have been around the block some, because, hell, I'm older than all of them, so I don't know what that says about me. But, I love bringing in Javon Kinlaw and Eddie Goldman, but is that going to be at the behest of Johnny Newton getting more reps and getting to improve and get better because those guys, are going to be able to step in and play right away? To me, that's kind of a question. I mean, you can't say anything bad about Bobby Wagner, and I won't even entertain any of it. But Jordan McGee is a guy who I am very high on, and I think has a lot of opportunity, and I think he'll get some chances this year, particularly passing down. He's a little more athletic than Bobby, can probably keep up with some of the tight ends a little bit better. But I think you can look at this roster and you can look at it, kind of two different ways in terms of, it being this older roster, and that you have a lot of guys that can impart knowledge, but at the same time, the downside of it is that, is that going to hurt some of the young players developing?
That's the big question, and I think you bring up a really good point with that. It's kind of like a double-edged sword, so to speak, as you put it, right? You don't want to, stump the growth of the youngins, but you do want to put the best, 12 guys or 11 guys out there rather at a time. So I definitely get the dilemma for AP and company. You mentioned this front four, and you mentioned the girth that they were able to bring. Something that stood out to me, dating back to the spring, Mitch, and I don't know if you noticed this as well, Frankie Louvu, when they go individuals, doesn't spend a whole lot of time with the linebackers. Saw him spending a lot of time with Coach Ryan Kerrigan during the spring, and then today on the first day of training camp, didn't spend any time during Indy with the linebackers. How excited are you to see his evolution as a pass rusher? And are you like me, Mitch, where I kind of feel like, and maybe I'm biased here because I'm a fan first and foremost, but I feel like he's just scratching the surface in terms of just how good of an edge rusher he could possibly be.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you look at Frankie Louvu last year, and when he was blitzing from the linebacker position, he was great. Yeah. He's so good at timing up snaps. I'm not talking about the tush push stuff. That is its own thing. But he is so good at timing up snaps. He was so good at reading the front four in front of him and finding, creases and holes to get through to the quarterback. So when he lined up as an edge rusher with his hand in the dirt as an outside defensive end, he wasn't quite quick enough to give tackles a hard time, and certainly didn't have the size to bull rush them. So he spent a ton of time with Ryan Kerrigan and the rest of the D-line in terms of, getting those kind of pass rush reps. And I mentioned Jordan McGee earlier. I think you can kind of look at the way that this team is shaping up, and on obvious passing downs, I think your edges are going to be Frankie Louvu and Von Miller on the outside, and that opens up a spot for Jordan McGee to step in. I think we're scratching the surface, and Frankie is an awesome player. He's really good and instinctual and all those different things. He's got to be much, much better this year with his hand in the dirt getting after the quarterback. Yeah. Quite frankly, for the most part last year, it felt like he was getting overmatched.
Yeah, I could definitely agree. He's an undersized cat at the position, but as you just alluded to, one thing that can help with your lack of size is if your technique is on point, your hand placement is on point, so on and so forth. And look, Mitch, who better to learn from than Ryan Kerrigan, who knows a little bit something about getting after opposing quarterbacks. Mitch, when you
bringing in Von Miller doesn't hurt either.
I'm about to say.
I talk about imparting knowledge. That's an awesome resource for all these guys to use.
For sure. We're joined right now by our guy Mitch Tischler, one half of the Beltway Football Podcast. You can follow him on the X app at Mitch_Tischler. Mitch, one other thing that stood out to me today was the undrafted free agent wide receiver Ja'Cory Brooks. Made plays back in the spring, stood out today because he did some things with the first team offense. He also had a drop in the back of the end zone or right at the goal line rather with the first team offense as well. When you look at like the bottom half of this receiver room, right? Let's just play the Terry McLaurin game for a second and assume he's a part of this. Terry, Debo, Noah Brown, Luke McCaffrey seems like 4 locks. What do you think about the other couple of spots and some candidates that could fill out the back half of that room?
Yeah, I mean, I think you got to start with Michael Gallup just because you don't know what he has. And I think this kind of month of training camp and preseason games is probably about as important for him as it is for anybody else because, quite frankly, he's a little bit of a wild card and unknown.
Yeah.
Chris Moore is somebody who wasn't really on my radar a lot, but this morning you heard Dan Quinn talk about him, and when they went out for the first reps on offense, he was your other starting receiver opposite of Deebo Samuel. And what I think is interesting about Chris Moore is that he started his career in Baltimore, so he obviously played with Lamar Jackson. And then he was in Houston, played with C.J. Stroud, and now he's in Washington playing with Jaden Daniels. So he has a really good idea of how to play with quarterbacks who play kind of the way that Jaden was forced to at times last year, which was a little bit of the scramble drill stuff and getting out of the pocket and kind of keeping routes going. And to hear, Dan Quinn early in camp mention his name specifically and then immediately see that as your other number one receiver out there, I thought was very interesting. Ja'Cory Brooks is interesting.
He's a different body type, Mitch, is the reason I like him. I don't even take too much stock into the plays he's made because it's not always against starters, but 6'4", 200 pounds, they don't have that in that room.
Yeah, and listen, there's no glass half full of Terry McLaurin not being there, but if you want to put on the rose-colored glasses and be as optimistic as possible, you can talk about the fact that we're going to get a chance to see a lot of these guys get more reps, one level up than they would be. You're going to see guys getting reps with Jaden who wouldn't necessarily do that with Mariota, with the second team, with the third team on down. And so, listen, there's nothing good about Terry not being there, but if you're going to try and, think of the glass as the most half full it can possibly be, it's the fact that we're going to get the chance to see Jaden throw to Chris Moore. He's going to throw to Ja'Cory Brooks. We're going to see Michael Gallup get a couple extra, reps in there. And so I think this receiver room is real thin if without Terry there, but certainly he's a massive difference maker.
Mitch, the revamped offensive line, kicking Coleman inside to guard, to me, I think made a ton of sense, especially when you consider the really, I was going to call it a trio, but like every team's got it in terms of interior rushers in this division. Darius Alexander and Dexter Lawrence in New York. Then you got Oso Odighizuwa in Dallas, Jalen Carter in Philadelphia. So obviously kicking Coleman inside will be huge. One thing that stood out to me last year when watching the run game down the stretch, Mitch, and this is no offense to the guys on the interior, they were banged up, playing through injury, I get it. They got their ass kicked a lot of the times down the stretch, man, just to put it very bluntly. What do you think about this revamped offensive line and how important the run game overall, Mitch, is going to be to this offense? Last year, 6th highest running percentage in the NFL, running the ball at a 47.8% clip. So it's definitely a part of their DNA, despite Jaden Daniels, being in the MVP combo.
Yeah, I mean, there was also a number of those runs that were Jaden having to keep it and rushing from there. But when I look at this offensive line, I really liked what I saw from Brandon Coleman last year. Not that he was great all season, but he showed me what I wanted to see, from a future guy who could be a multi-year left tackle on this team. Now, all that being said, once you bring in Laramie Tunsil, you throw that out the door because you're bringing in an all-pro, one of the top 5 tackles in football, all those different things. I think Brandon Coleman is going to adjust really well to the inside. I mean, one of the things that he did well was he gets up out of his stance quickly. At tackle, sometimes he got a little high, and so that he struggled with that a little bit. It's going to be more important to think about that technique as he moves forward. But I think the second year with Bobby Johnson will go a long way towards helping that. You opened up asking what I saw at camp today, and one thing that I really loved was after practice, I talked to Josh Connerly a little bit, and he goes from being the alpha dog at Oregon to now walking in and being on the bottom end of that learning curve and having to look up to the guys like Laramie Tunsil and Andrew Wiley and company who are there. And what I saw during the one-on-one drills, which I really love to see, was Wiley gets the first reps at right tackle, and that's something that Dan Quinn loves to do with, make the rookies earn their roles. So, that is what it is. But Wiley steps up for his first rep, and Connerly is running to grab the bag for Andrew Wiley to block on. And so Wiley finishes the rep, and you see the two of them chit-chatting. He's clearly talking about technique or, footsteps and all those different things. And Connerly doesn't have to rush back and necessarily be the second guy in line. He's making sure that he understands what is being asked of him. He's trying to get better. And he goes with the, third or fourth team at times, or third or fourth reps at times. But to walk in and not have a big ego as a guy who played at as big of a program as Oregon, first-round pick. Everything, that you can say about him is really impressive to me. And so when I look at the totality of the O-line, I mean, I'm very excited about what this can look like, particularly with the surprising news, if you will, from DQ that they're not ruling out Sam Cosmi for the start of the season.
Mitch, that knocked my socks off, by the way, brother. You know how freakish that is? 8 months, bro, to come back from an ACL? I've done it 3 times throughout my playing career, bro. It's why I do this now. Like, that's
I don't know
brutal,
if you saw him walking around and getting some work on the side field. No brace, didn't have a limp, seemed to be moving pretty well. Yeah. I'm not saying anything about anything, but if Cosby's ready to go at the start, I mean, you're looking at I always give a hard time to the, PFF and other places that do O-line stats, O-line, grades and numbers and all that stuff, because it's tough to really know what the guys are being asked to do, play to play, week to week. Last year, the offensive line, ended up ranking, I think, in the top 10, certainly in the top 5 in pass pro. I think part of that is Jaden Daniels helping him out a lot on the back end. I think this legitimately could be a top 5 O-line, and I think that extends from both the passing game and also helping out a lot in the run. Because you look at these guys, and not only are they big guys, but they're athletic.
They can move.
And one thing that we saw from Cliff Kingsbury last year was him wanting to get those O-linemen out front blocking. And it wasn't only on the screen passes and, the pop passes to the outside. They had a lot of timing plays over the middle, like quick, little in cuts where you saw O-line kind of hold a block 1, 2, 3, and then they're out trying to get to that second level, get to a linebacker, get to a safety. And the more athleticism that you're able to get out there, the more they're going to be able to do that. And I think when you look at, this coaching staff sticking together as they did from last year to this year, they're going to be able to get deeper in the playbook. They're more athletic, so they should be able to do a little bit more. I mean, I think we were just kind of seeing the tip of the iceberg last year of what the Cliff Kingsbury offense can do, because I think they were limited in both time they had in the offense and also a little bit with the players that were out on the field.
I totally agree with you, my friend. I'm super excited to see, how they bounce back this year and what wrinkles they can add to the offense. I'm also curious to see, and this is pure speculation on our behalf, do you expect them to, lean into that advantage that they created for themselves last year, being the team that led the NFL in hurry-up offensive snaps?
Yeah, I think that's part of Cliff's DNA. I mean, I think they like to get the ball moving. I mean, today was the first day of training camp, and they were working 2-minute drill in red zone. That's early on, and it's something that I love that I saw last year. And it was a particular contrast to some of the Ron Rivera years where you saw them practice specific situations and work on timeouts versus spiking the ball, work on throwing the ball out of bounds versus trying to get a couple of yards, all kind of the little things, the little details. And, they had 6 comeback wins last year. They had, 4 straight wins on the last play of the game. I mean, I think you saw that kind of play out during the season. These guys didn't step into the moment wasn't too big for them because they had drilled and they had practiced. And if we're talking day 1 of camp, they're working on, hurry up and speed and all that stuff. And Jaden's going to have a second year under Cliff Kingsbury. So they're going to be able to get this thing moving. And, we talk about the O-line. I didn't even mention Tyler Biotish.
Yeah.
Which is, which is crazy. But having a second year between Biotish and Jaden Daniels, I think is huge because you go from, hoping that what your quarterback, or if you're a quarterback, what your center is thinking when they're looking over, trying to set protections and stuff. By year 2, you're on the same page, man. You know exactly what Jaden's thinking. Jaden knows exactly what Tyler's thinking, and it just speeds up the entire process all the way around. And so I think that fast offense is going to continue to be a major part of what we see on Sundays.
You're getting our whistle wet for meaningful fall football, Mitch. We appreciate you bringing some time to us as always, brother. I'll see you out there tomorrow, man.
Absolutely. Thanks so much.
That is Mitch Tischler, one half of the Beltway Football Podcast. Make sure you check that out on the Monumental Sports Network or wherever you get your podcasts. They're on YouTube as well. Him and that big-eared fella from NBC4, JP Finley. You can hear him here too, 10 to 2, right here on The Fan with our guy Brian Mitchell. Always love catching up with Mitch Tischler. We got a lot more to get to. Final hour of power coming your way next here on this Wednesday night edition of Overtime. We'll get into the Terry McLaurin contract stuff in a little bit more detail here. I'll give you the latest on where things stand, Plus, we'll ask you this at 1-800-636-1067. At what point should the Commanders consider trading Terry McLaurin? It's next on The Fan. Final hour of power here on this Wednesday night edition of Overtime. We're tapped in to the youngest in Charles and Lynnell Willingham. We'll take you up to 10 o'clock. Still to come, Commanders defensive backs coach Jason Simmons going to join the program. We'll get his thoughts on what that defensive backs room is looking like, including the health of Marshawn Lattimore, year 2 of Mikey Sainris still, and what he expects from the rookie Trey Amos. That's coming up here in the 9 o'clock hour. Before we let you go. Right now, I want to continue to dive into this Terry McLaurin thing. We did it a little bit earlier on in the show. I want to get back to it. I'll be real. And Bennett, you have been with me a lot recently. Do I get to pat myself on the back, or would that make me seem like a narcissistic radio host that's an egotistical maniac? Because I've been all on it. Everyone's been scared to say what I've said about this Terry McLaurin thing. Things aren't good, guys. I know it sucks to have that be the reality. I know a lot of people are in denial about where things currently stand between Terry and the team. But to me, and I said it this morning with the Junks, if this front office is not willing to pay Terry McLaurin market value, and that's a contract offer that starts with a 3, then I don't know if I can agree with the decision. I honestly don't. If Adam Peters and company aren't willing to pay Terry $30 million annually, then if I'm Laramie Tunsil down the line, am I thinking I'm going to get paid? If I'm Luvu down the line, am I thinking are they going to do me the same way? That's the frustrating part about where things currently stand when it comes to when it comes to these negotiations. I feel like Terry McLaurin very clearly, right? I really feel like it's tough because I get flustered over it because there's so much running through my mind with this. I don't know if I'm on a side yet because I don't know what's true in terms of the reporting, but what I will continue to reiterate is this. If the Commanders are not willing to offer him a deal that starts with a 3, they're completely in the wrong, and they're being negligent too. Because here's the thing. You can play around if you want to, but I gave you all the numbers a moment ago. Why would you try and do anything to, I don't want to say stunt the growth because that's too strong, but why would you do something that could potentially make life more difficult for Jayden Daniels? Here are the numbers from last year when Jayden Daniels targeted Terry McLaurin. 66% completion percentage, 1,100 yards passing, 9 yards per attempt. 15 of Jayden Daniels' 25 touchdowns went to who? Terry McLaurin. Passer rating of 128.4. That was the second highest duo, only behind Jared Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown. So they need each other. Jayden needs Terry. And I'm not going to slight Jayden by saying I don't think he'll be the same quarterback without Terry, because I think a lot of what Jayden has, he'd do it with anybody, brother. I mean, the boy's bad. Ball placement, accuracy, work ethic, the whole 9. It makes life a hell of a lot more difficult, though. I'm not saying Jayden can't do it. It just makes it a hell of a lot more difficult. The other thing is this, right? When we look at this Commanders offense from a season ago, one area that I thought they struggled with, and if you're a fan out there feeling this way, tap in with me and let me know. It felt like they struggled to consistently create explosive plays last year, right? How many 18, 19 play drives did we see? Drives that are eating up 6 minutes and 48 seconds of clock. That's awesome. It's great while it's happening. I don't know how sustainable it is, right? So that's why, to me, that's why everyone was geeked up about running back this offseason, right? We needed another way to generate explosives. Losing Terry on top of losing De'Ami Brown, where do the explosives come from? I know Debo is going to provide you explosives. I'm not sure if Jalen Lane's ready to provide explosives yet for you in year 1. but the list is pretty damn short. Without Terry, I think Washington desperately lacks a consistent big play threat. And that's just not something that a playoff Super Bowl caliber team can afford to have happen. ESPN's Jeremy Fowler. He was on with the Sports Junkies earlier this morning. He joined a local fan podcast, our young pal, Matthew Heiserman. Super dedicated young man that works his tail off to land big-time guests on his podcast. Here's what Jeremy Fowler had to say about some of the details of where things stand between Terry and the Commanders.
Yeah, I think he would take that deal. That's a good deal for the player. I don't think Washington would do that deal right now. I think that's part of the issue.
Let me interject here real quick, Bennett, while we got a second. I did not set that up properly. The deal that Jeremy Fowler is alluding to is a 3-year, $102 million deal, $34 million annually, and then $70 million guaranteed. Here's Jeremy Fowler on if the Commanders have offered that deal and if Terry would take that deal.
Here, like you're alluding to, the receiver market is above $30 million now, or at least around it. The low end would be what Brandon Ayuk did, which he was right at $30 million last year. Or T. Higgins, I guess, would be on the lower end for like really good receivers, maybe not guys in the top 5 or that Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson class, but somewhere outside of it. T. Higgins is at $28.5 million a year. So certainly Terry McLaurin sees himself above that and probably sees him above some of these players that are getting this big money. So my understanding is he just wants a deal commensurate with his skill set in the current market as it stands, where part of the frustration is Washington has not been able to get in that range or has not been comfortable with that. As far as I know, they're just looking at more of like a slight increase from where he's at. And this is where you get into difficult conversations about a player in his third contract. The team can try to hold that against him a little bit, where he can say, hey, I'm still in my 20s and I'm at my very best. So I think cooler heads will prevail on this eventually. But right now it's still sticky, and, we're just trying to figure out if he's actually going to be at camp. That's the looming question right now.
So to answer that looming question, he was not there today. He was officially placed on the did not report list. What Fowler said there was interesting, right? He's saying that from what he's hearing, the Commanders are only looking to give Terry McLaurin a slight increase from where his current contract is. He's slated to make, I think it's $23.2 million this year. If I'm the Commanders, if I'm Terry McLaurin, rather, like I said a moment ago, I'm not picking up the phone for a deal that does not start with the number 3. And the fact that Adam Peters and company are negotiating like this, if I'm Terry and Buddy Baker, I'm now wondering, is Adam Peters and company even negotiating in good faith at this point? How in the hell do you look me in the face or talk me over the phone and think that I'm going to sign something under $30 million? The hell with Garrett Wilson. The hell with DK Metcalf. I'm better than those guys. Point blank. That's the mentality that Terry's got, and he's damn right for having it. 1-800-636-1067. What I worry about, guys, is that we get to a point where, and I think it's coming, where Terry requests a trade. I do think that is coming. Whether or not the team grants him the trade request is an entirely different conversation. I don't expect them to do so because they don't have any motivation to do so. They have no incentive to do so. They're trying to put the best roster on the field now. They're trying to win now. So, look, like, if you're the Commanders, you gotta figure something out here, man. It's point blank not a good look. Honestly. It's not a good look about where things, in terms of where things currently stand between the team and Terry. And one other nugget that I got, and I picked this up because it's like, well, hold on. Does it make a whole lot of sense for these two sides to have not talked in over a month and a half? Hell no, it doesn't. We all know that it doesn't. But, like, are they not talking because of something that we're maybe not privy to? And I'll say this. Buddy Baker is Terry McLaurin's agent at the Exclusive Sports Group. Terry McLaurin is the most high-profile client that Buddy Baker has. His second highest profile client is Jeremy Chin. You picking up what I'm putting down? Buddy Baker, agent of Terry McLaurin. McLaurin is the highest profile athlete Buddy Baker represents. The second highest profile athlete is Jeremy Chin. Jeremy Chin played 94% of the defensive snaps last year, and they let him walk to the Las Vegas Raiders. Food for thought. Informed speculation is all this is. Any chance that the relationship between the organization and the agent soured during the Jeremy Chin negotiations and is now impacting how these negotiations are going? Honestly. Like, I genuinely think like that could be it. It's pure speculation, but like I can make the case for that being it. Would it be unfortunate? Yes. Do I believe that that's what's happening? Kinda. Not convicted in my belief with that, but like I'm trying to make sense of it. How can we make sense of this organization, this front office who has come in here and done everything right? How can you make sense of them not offering Terry a market value contract? 1-800-636-1067. We'll get specific with the question here. Two-parter for you. One, when should the Commanders consider a trade? And then two, if what Fowler is alluding to is true, and the Commanders are only looking to give McLaurin a slight increase and they're unwilling to give him a contract offer that starts with a 3, is McLaurin then justified in holding out? Does it make you look at Adam Peters and company any differently? 1-800-636-1067. Jonesy is in D.C. Wants to chime in. What's up, Jonesy?
Oh, I see. What's going on, man?
What's going on, brother, man? How you doing?
Yeah, the original.
The original.
That's what I call you, original.
What's going on, brother?
Hey, look, man. First of all, to the questions that you posed right there, if they don't pay him what he's looking for or what the at least market value, yeah, his holding out is justified. And what Jeremy Fowler's saying, just a little pay bump? No. You got to pay that dude, man. That dude was here for the long haul through bad quarterbacks, subpar quarterbacks. I mean, good Lord, he has pulled through. Now, I know it's a what have you done for me lately league, but this dude was still putting out, and he's still in good shape, and he's still your guy. He knows your offense. Why try to reinvent the wheel now? And if you let Jeremy Chin walk because of a few sour grapes here and there, come on, man. There's something to that. I mean, you're making us think something totally different. Now, I want to give my man Adam Peters, a good chance and a good pass here and there. But come on, man, the season's looming. And then you said, when should we consider trading?
Did you get what I meant? Did you get what I meant by that, Jonesy? Like, how long into the holdout before Washington's got to go? All right, man.
Yeah, because we can't let that leak into the season. We're already inside of, training camp. We can't let that leak over inside the season and be concerned with that then. No. Yeah. And then on top of that, it's throwing the timing off as far as his playing time and spending time with Jayden. And I mean, we don't need that, man. It's just everything is just going to be out of alignment, and we don't need that OIC. But keep your boots on the ground. Like I told you, I'm going to listen every night that you on, and when you ain't on, my radio's off. I'm out.
I appreciate you, brother. 1-800-636-1067. Andre, Little, Andy, Christian. We'll get to you on the other side of the break. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN reporting that the Commanders are only interested in giving McLaurin a slight pay bump, while McLaurin and his team are looking for $30 million annually. If Fowler's reporting is true, is Terry McLaurin justified in his holdout? And are you looking at Adam Peters in this front office any differently? That's next here on The Fan. Phone line's loaded at 1-800-636-1067. You can tweet at me as well if you can't get in. It is at NELL_BTP. You're tapped into the youngest in charge. About a half hour left to go here on this Wednesday night edition of Overtime. Programming note for tomorrow's show. Make sure you keep it locked here on The Fan. First of all day long for our NFL training camp coverage. B. Mitch and Finley out there daily. I'll be out there daily bringing you the latest from Ashburn as the fellas get ready to try and bounce back from last year's season that honestly ended on a sour note, turning it over 5 times in the NFC Championship. How do they bounce back from that? The pursuit starts now. And you keep it locked here on 106.7 The Fan. For our training camp coverage is presented by Paul Henry's Windows Installation, paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. It's been a long day, Bennett. And I'll get to the calls here momentarily. If you're there, just stay there. Just give me 30 seconds. I got to vent to you all for a second. My day started at 6:45 a.m. I was out at Commanders Park by 8:30. Practice ended at about 11:15. Immediately after, you're spending about an hour to hour and a half getting content, things of that nature. Then I got to drive my ass an hour and 20 minutes from Ashburn back to Montgomery County. My stuff wouldn't upload today, so I was super annoyed about that. Had to wait till I got home so you all couldn't get your content as quickly as I wanted you to, so I apologize for that. And then I'm here on overtime, 6:30 to 10 tonight. And guess what? I'm riding the Metro home tonight. Probably won't get to Shady Grove Metro till about 11:15 p.m. Probably won't end up getting home till about 11:30, 11:35. Then I got to wake up at 6:45 again. Was there dinner in there at some point? No. Just me, training camp, and vibes. That's it. That's why I'm the youngest in charge, though, baby. They give the hard workload to the young buck that can handle it. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. We'll get back to Terry McLaurin here now. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN reporting that the Commanders are only looking to give McLaurin a slight pay increase from where his current contract stands. He's due to make $23 million this year. Terry's camp looking for a deal that starts with the number 3. If Fowler's reporting is true, is Terry McLaurin, I guess, now justified with his holdout? And then does it make you look at Adam Peters in this front office any differently? 1-800-636-1067. Let's get to Little. What's chime in? What's going on, Little?
Hey, fella, what's going on? Shout out to your man on the mic, man.
For sure.
I think it's Ben or whatever. Hey, look.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, I look at it, Lynnell, I'm going to tell you now, man. You keep taking them 50 stacks. He be up in that camp. Ain't no way in for hell I'm going to take 50 stacks no matter what. Look at what, we got to realize, big fella, quarterbacks make the receivers in this league.
That's an interesting thought. Well, let me correct you real quick. Let me correct you then, Little. Quarterbacks make some receivers because Sam Darnold had Justin Jefferson last year.
Right,
so, you know what I'm saying?
And Sam Darnold looked good during the season till the playoff hit.
Exactly.
But the sad thing about it is that, man, you taking 50 stacks hit, and you should be, if you really want this thing to move forward, show up, young fella. I'll be hitting him up on X. Sometimes he hit me back. He hit me back this time around. But show up.
But look, man,
forward,
this is how I look at it, though, Little. Him not showing up tells me just how far apart they are. He's looking at them saying, to hell with y'all. I'm not showing up unless you all are going to negotiate in good faith, and I don't think that's happening right now.
I think if you show up and after they get in the concrete deal on this new stadium, man, I think if you show up, man, this man might go to his pockets, man, get this boy his money. I still think he's going to get the top 5 pay.
Hopefully. I don't know if he'll hit top 5, Little, but I know he'll definitely get a number that starts with a 3. I appreciate you as always, man. We got a lot of calls to run through here on the final half hour of the show. My guy, haven't heard from you in a while, man. Andre and Manassas wants to chime in. What's going on, Andre?
Hey, I'm doing well. Yeah, and this is what a GM does. I mean, we've been opining for a GM for like the last 30 years, and sometimes the GM is the guy who has some tough decisions and tough calls to make, and that's why he gets paid the big bucks. Having said that, I do think that everyone talks about how other wide receivers have been signing, they're getting money, and that's the comp. You want to comp what other wide receivers get. I mean, I don't know if there's a good thing or bad thing with Chase Daniels not Chase, Jamar Chase.
Yeah, Jamar Chase. Right.
Yeah, playing on his last year of his contract. And a lot of people don't do that, so maybe some precedent was set for better, for worse. And if Jamar Chase could play in his last year of his contract, then surely, our boy Terry McLaurin can do it.
So you're thinking McLaurin here is like the holdout's unwarranted in your opinion?
I mean, to what end? Because he has to play. He's on the contract. To what end? I mean, he's making a statement. Then don't get me wrong. I mean, I like McLaurin. I want him to see do well and all that good stuff. I want him to be part of the team. But I mean, this was his first year with double-digit touchdowns. At some point, you gotta, I know we all feel bigger than what we are, but sometimes we kind of like, look at the man in the mirror. I do want to ask you one last question. Nothing to do with Terry. We've been talking Terry for the last 3 weeks. How's that offensive tackle, that young offensive lineman doing? How's he looking out there, man?
Man, I said it earlier in the show, man. I think I'm maybe willing to go out, Andre, and say that the offensive line may be the strongest position group on this team. I think they've got depth. I like the 5 starters. Cosme potentially going to be back a lot earlier than expected. Josh Connolly in particular, man. So I say this, and I played, high school offensive line, college offensive line. Like, to me, when you look at an offensive lineman at this stage when there's no pads on, are his hands and feet aligned? Is he coordinated? Does he look sharp? I think he does. He's a super mature dude. Seeing him in the spring, working with, offensive line coach Bobby Johnson one-on-one and watching him, take what he learned in the classroom onto the practice field, I think is super impressive. He is actually not running with the first team right now, Andre. I think it goes back to, Dan Quinn's mantra of competition everywhere all the time. I think he eventually earns that starting right tackle spot, but if he doesn't, don't be surprised if you see a situation like last year with Coleman and Corn Lucas where Wiley and Connerly are kind of, repping it out, each drive at a time. Appreciate
Is
you.
that a bad thing he's not starting?
Is it a bad thing? No, I don't think it is at all. I think it speaks to Andrew Wiley, who, quietly had a much better season last year than he had the first 2 years here in D.C. So appreciate you as always, Andre. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. A lot more to get to. Jax, Andy, Steven, Ralph, Antonio, Christopher. We'll get to you all on the other side of the break. Plus, we'll let you hear from Louis Riddick of ESPN, who is actually going to join the show tomorrow. He had some hot takes about what Terry is dealing with the Commanders. That's next here on The Fan. of ESPN. Louis Riddick going to join us here on Overtime tomorrow night, so make sure you keep it locked for that conversation. Always good to catch up with my guy Louis Riddick. He is someone, though, that's actually been pretty vocal when it comes to his opinion on where things stand between Terry McLaurin and the Commanders. Here is Louis Riddick from earlier this morning on First Take, giving his thoughts on where things stand between McLaurin and Washington.
How concerned are you about McLaurin's absence from camp?
I know we've differed on this, in talking about this earlier today, but I'll tell you this. I'm a 10 out of 10 concerned because every day matters, regardless of the fact that I know it's late July. Terry is a great pro. He's played a lot of football. They don't play football until September. I know that's always the very, the very common response to this kind of thing. And then, some are going to say, and I know I'm already jumping ahead of Kimberly, so I'm going to get out ahead of some of her arguments right now. And look, Terry wants to be there. He's a guy who is, who's going to be on the wrong side of 30, so to speak. There's a lot of reasons as to why maybe Washington is taking their time. But look, if you want to guard against making sure that the guy who basically has resurrected your franchise and made this city and this region, the DMV, as excited as it has been in the past 30 years, make sure that you safeguard that trajectory that he is on and keep it going the way it's going, then you need to make sure that every day that he can spend with Terry McLaurin, he spends with Terry McLaurin in a football setting in your building. And you shouldn't be haggling over, well, you know what? How much longer will Terry play at this level? How much? Nickel and dime him to the point where the guy is not in camp and he's not practicing. This is another one of those things that should be done. And look, they have done everything right. Every move they've made has been a absolute hit out of the park. And I believe this team will be right there in contention. And I'm not one of those teams, rather one of those people who believes that there's an automatic sophomore slump because people get film on you and people understand what you're doing. I don't believe in that crap. I don't. And I damn sure don't believe it with Jaden Daniels. But if you keep messing around with the guy who is his dude and you don't allow them to continue to grow, you're playing with fire. Just get him signed.
Let me ask you.
That is Louis Riddick coming off the top rope. Very passionate response about where things stand between McLaurin and the Commanders. I can't say I disagree too much with what Riddick had to say, but I can't wait to talk to him tomorrow. It's basically what I would have to say. Louis is hitting it on the head, though, man. I just don't know. This is what's frustrating me the whole time. I don't know the motivation of this front office to play hardball right now with a guy like Terry McLaurin, man. It's tough, man. It's tough. 1-800-636-1067. My guy, Jax in Calvert County. What's going on, Jax?
Hey, Lynnell. Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it.
Appreciate you as always, brother. Hope everything's well with you.
Yeah. I got two things, and it touches a little bit on what you just played for Riddick. I'm hoping we're not making a mistake that other franchises have made with dual threat quarterbacks that they thought that, hey, we could just plug in just another guy and our quarterback will compensate for that. I hope we're not making that mistake. I'm not comparing these quarterbacks to Jaden, but Michael Vick, Randall Cunningham, et cetera. I hope we're not making that mistake. And I also think the management are not just negotiating with Terry; they're negotiating against these future contracts.
I totally agree.
And possible the flexibility with the franchise tag. I hope that, and that's what I'm really concerned about. What you think about that?
I think you're 100% spot on with it. And I was saying it earlier, Tunsil's going to be due for a deal soon. Frankie Louvu is going to be up for a deal soon. Dorrance Armstrong is going to be up for a deal soon. So what I think they're doing, because they signed guys to a bunch of 3-year deals. Here's the one thing that hadn't been talked about. You'll hear this only tonight on Overtime. I promise you. No one else is thinking this way. Think about next year. Next year will be the final year of Dorrance Armstrong, Louvu. I got to go look because there was only one 4-year deal, I think, given out. But they don't want to set a precedent of paying guys before their contract expires. So that's another reason I think they're playing hardball with McLaurin as well. Because if you extend McLaurin a year early, you got to extend everybody a year early. I think it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, I think there's something to that, but the difference between Terry and those other guys, he's a day one before they were.
Yeah, Jax, I get
any
that,
of them. So that's the problem.
But they can't show favoritism, though. And I appreciate the call as always, Jax. I had to let you go. We got a couple more to get to. Like they can't show favoritism. That's my whole thing. So I get where they're coming from. I get both sides. It's just frustrating because I want to see the offense at full strength. Because boy, the way they look right now, woo! This is without Terry. I think they look damn good. Imagine when you get 17 back into the fold, just how dangerous this group could be. Let's go to Steven in Tacoma Park. Wants to chime in. What's going on?
Dude, Terry is worth $32 million a year. That is $96 million. Bring his AVV up from 23 this year. That's plus 9. That's 105. Give him $70 million guaranteed, and then at the end of the 3-year extension, that's when Jaden's going to come up, when money is going to get tight.
Yeah.
You overpay him because everything that he's been through. He has been a consummate professional. He is my favorite Washington football player since Chris Cooley. Like, nobody else has just put their head down and just played the game. And that is so rare in this town because of the dysfunction that has just been going on. So, yes, you should reward him, even though you don't want to, but you have to acknowledge that. Yeah. And that's the dichotomy. You need to make sure he feels welcome. I wouldn't buy another jersey except for him.
Those are strong
even
thoughts.
With Jaden,
yeah,
even with Jaden moving forward. And I will buy a Jaden, but Terry is the only person that has integrity and has had integrity through this entire ordeal.
For sure. I appreciate your call as always, man. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, Commanders defensive backs coach Jason Simmons joins us next.
Obviously, you were saying it before we hopped on. Vibes are sky high for you, though, personally, coming back out here second year with this team, coaching under Dan Quinn and Joe Witt. What has it been like for you?
Oh, but it's been great. You know, the thing about DQ is it's all about culture, and it starts from the top with him and AP. We have good ownership, we got good leadership, and I think that just feeds down to the players, man. Everybody's excited to be here. It's a kids' game again. We enjoy it.
Yeah, for sure. And one big, talking point going back to the spring was, how Marshawn Lattimore gets acclimated with you guys going through a full off season for the first time. Rewind for me real quick. Take me back to last year, and what was it like trying to get him up to speed on really short notice when you think about the lack of practice reps because he's on the trainer table?
Man, I tell you what, it's so tough for me to rewind right now because my mind is just so set on just where we are right now. Yeah. The one thing I can tell you, where we sit right now, coming into training camp 2025, he's ready to go. He's excited. He's excited to go compete. You can see him bouncing around, talking to the guys like he is a commander. He's fully bought in, and we're excited to see him go out there and play.
You guys brought in a guy with some Super Bowl hardware, Jonathan Jones. When you think about the inside-outside versatility that he brings, how can a guy like Mikey be a sponge to him, and then what has Jonathan brought himself?
Man, that's a great question, and I tell you that because when you look at it, particularly like a guy like Mikey, he can say like same body type. He can see a guy who's had a lot of production in the National Football League and then a true professional. Yeah. Like, the thing that Jonathan brings to the room is he is a veteran, and he's also a guy that understands leadership. And when I say that, he knows when to go ahead and interject. He wants the guys to see him accepting coaching. So it's good for them to really watch him and see how he kind of navigates the room.
Yeah, for sure. Another new face you guys brought in was Will Harris from New Orleans. And I know when you guys bring guys on this defense, there's a certain mentality that they have to have. I describe Will Harris as a crash out, man. Somebody that's going to come lay it down every time in the box. He's versatile, covering in the slot as well. What does he bring to the table for you all, and how excited were you when you got the text that, hey, we got Will?
First, I got to tell you, the question's on point. Because when you said Will, first thing on my mind was big, fast, physical.
Crash out, yep.
Like, it is what it is. It's the mentality. Yeah. When you hear Joe talk about the way we live,
yeah.
Like it's the epitome of the way we want to live. Yeah. Like our play style and what it looks like, what it is. Like that's what he brings every day. So we're excited, man, to have a guy like that. And then there is a bond between him and Marshawn. They played together as well in New Orleans. Yeah. So I mean that you have that so they can bring each other along. Guys can lean on each other as well, be able to talk. And then now that it helps him even come into that leadership role and even more so.
Speaking of leaders, a young leader that's emerging on this defense is Quan Martin. For him to play through the injuries he played through last year says a lot about his toughness. What have you seen from him this spring, though, in terms of digesting the defense in year number 2, being able to take a step further from a communication standpoint?
He's the quarterback of the defense.
This is a question. I'm not to cut you off. So I was curious last year. Bobby played damn near 98% of the snaps. If Bobby goes down, who wears the green dot?
Well, I mean, that's up to Coach Witt.
Okay,
yeah, so I can't speak on that.
Okay.
But when I say the quarterback of the defense, there's a certain call command that we're looking for.
Yeah.
We understand that Bobby Wagner in terms of what he does for the front and also the second level.
Yeah.
But when you have a guy like Quan, he can now see the entire picture.
Yeah.
That allows him to make sure that we're good on the back end because we all know if you make a mistake on the back end, it's a touchdown.
Yeah.
So he's the guy that makes sure that we're all good. Just to see him grow and to hear his voice and us to allow him to do it. You know what I mean? It's just kind of fun to see because he's earned the right to be a leader on this team.
Right. One guy that got, highlighted by the DC Joe Witt during the spring was Jeremy Reeves, a guy that's been around here for a while, fan favorite, has the smarts and the toughness to play on the defense. What does he bring to the table, and how excited are you guys to have him around teaching too?
He's a pro. That's what he is. And I know that seemed like a short answer. That's exactly what he is. He's a coach on the football field. He is a guy, when he gets done playing in 6 or 7 years, he is going to be a coach. I mean, that's just who he is. He has that type of mentality, the way he approaches the game. We know that the way he helps his team primarily is on special teams. This guy studies as much as any defensive player and understands. And a lot of times that's for his sake, but it's also to be able to help the players around him. So, I mean, he's a commander.
Yeah. I've gotten to talk to him a couple of times off the field, off the record, but Trey M is just the Energizer Bunny in terms of lighting up a room. Tremendous smile, tremendous personality. How excited are you to get your hands on a moldable piece of clay like that, man? And when he has success in this league, you'll be known as the first guy to touch him.
Man, I just tell you, I'm excited to work with him.
we all see the talent. The talent is there. So it's my job, it's Will Gay's job, it's Tommy Donatel's job to make sure when you have a guy like that with that much talent, to make sure that he has the confidence to go ahead and go out there and play. To make sure we give him just the right amount of information to allow him to go ahead and let his talent play and then bring him along at the right pace. But he will be a good pro at some point.
Another youngin that I think is continuing to climb the ladder, too, that's got a bunch of athleticism is Tyler Owens. I see you guys moving him all around the secondary. I've seen him in the post. I've seen him in the slot. What type of role do you think he'll be able to carve out? And then what's the biggest jump you've seen from him from year one to year two?
Well, in terms of a role, all we talk about right now is competition. That's the general theme of the entire secondary is competition. I think anybody that comes out to practice will see, like, we're moving guys around and we're allowing guys to compete. It can't just be, words. Like, you'll see it. He'll have every opportunity to carve out his own role, whether that be at any one of the positions in the secondary. The beauty of it for him, he can compete at multiple positions. So, once again, you have a guy that's that big, that fast, that physical. We know he's an excellent, elite special teams player. Now we're going to see how that now comes to the defensive side of the ball.
I'll let you go on this, Coach. I appreciate you giving me some time, man. Mikey kicking back to the inside. What type of challenges does that provide for him, and how have you guys kind of coached and talked him through that?
The thing about that is we know what he does. Mikey touches the ball. We're talking about a guy that touched the ball over 20 times. Yeah. There are not many players that we could say did that the entire NFL. Sure. We're talking 18 PBUs and 4 interceptions. He is a guy that's extremely productive. But he's a guy as well, though. He is playing inside and outside. Okay. So we're not going to limit anything that he can do. We're going to make sure that he helps the football team as much as he can and allow him to do that. So we're not going to minimize his role. He will play some more inside, but he also will compete outside.
Awesome. Appreciate you, Coach.
You got it, bro.
Thank you.
Great question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's going to do it here for this Wednesday night edition of Overtime. If you want to keep the conversation going with me on social media, it is at NELL_BTP. Make sure you follow me this time of year, man. I'm out there, boots on the ground, each and every day, bringing you the latest from Commanders training camp. Tomorrow, as we're back with you, 6:30 to 10 right here on The Fan, we'll be joined by ESPN NFL analyst Louis Riddick. We'll get his thoughts on where things stand with the Burgundy and Gold. The Infinity Sports Network comes your way next.